by calendar, right? After the schedule has been created, then the schedule is adjusted. It is fine-tuned. So it is adjusted by critical path, by dependency, by date constraint, by activity types, by resource. So we'll start with the rule number one. So today we will learn 1 to 6. Why the scheduling is important? This is where the most of the training fails. So a lot of people, they have spent thousands of dollars on training, but they are not able to schedule it properly. And I'm getting feedback from my senior students whom I taught 12 years ago that that people understand the buttons. They can impress you with their knowledge about the Primavera, but they have no understanding of the schedule, which is the basic project management thing. So you need a coordination of man, machine, and material. Sometimes I have man and machine on the side, but the material has not reached. Sometimes man and material is waiting, but the machine has not been provided, right? Sometimes the machine and material is there, but the man is not there. Don't you think it's a problem, guys?
Yes.
And people have got fired because of this problem. So that's why, I'm just making sure that you guys have a thorough grinding on the scheduling. So you are able to use the Primavera according to the project management framework. It is not the other way around. That it is not that you will understand the project management through Primavera. Rather, you will use the Primavera according to project management. So in the project management, the scheduling part is very, very critical to know. And once you understand the scheduling, you will be able to understand the resource and you will be able to calculate the cost of the project also very, very easily. Because man and machine is the major cost in any project. And you will see that if you are able to calculate the schedule properly, you will get the cost of man and machine accurately. So once you have done that, calculating or applying the material is not a big deal. Okay. Now, before we go into the scheduling, we have to understand there are two types of days working. So working time is weekday and non-working time is the regular weekend, monthly weekend and holiday. So what is a regular weekend? Regular weekend is the weekend. Suppose if an organization is having 5 days a week, right? So the regular weekend will be the Saturday and Sunday. Suppose if the organization is
Yes.
having 6 days a week, then the monthly weekend will be the one extra weekend which is provided every month. Like certain organizations, they have a policy that if they are having a 6 days a week, so once in a month they might provide second Saturday or last Saturday of the month as the extra weekend. So that is called the monthly weekend. And of course, you know about the holidays, right? Okay, guys. Okay. Now, let us understand that how the schedule is created by the calendar. So we will go directly into the Primavera. So everybody please click and get into the Primavera. And everybody please be synchronized. And you should tell me if you are facing any problem so that we don't have to do much U-turn. So long U-turns, please avoid. And now you select the learning and development. So you guys, you select the learning and development because we are going to create the projects inside the learning and development. No, don't poke into it. Just select it. Okay. Now, if you want to create a project, you got to click on the plus. So this is a button which creates. It creates projects. It creates activities. It creates work breakdown structure. It creates the resources. It creates the reports. So you click on this. Correct. So guys, please confirm that you are here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so guys, please don't make me do a long U-turn, right? So that is not good.
Sir, no, sir. I'm not here, sir.
Okay, great. Now, as you can see that it has already selected the EPS as the learning and development because you started from there, right? You had already
No,
selected that, and that is why it
sir.
is showing you the learning and development.
Sir, sir. Yesterday I could not take a whole classes, sir.
Who is that?
Sir, Vikram is speaking, sir.
So Vikram, you'll have to wait till the next batch, okay? So right now you are not even logged in from your computer. I see that you're logged in from your mobile phone. So you please
No, no,
answer.
sir. Log in, sir. Just, sir, I'm logging with laptop, sir.
So if you have logged in the laptop, then why you didn't tell me? See, I was updating the database. I could have updated yours also, right? So now you are interrupting. When I was updating the database for Mr. Misbah, I could have updated it for you also. Now you just wait. Okay. Now I will not use it now. This is very irritating. I would have done the same process on your laptop. You should have told me immediately. Sir, please do the same for me. This is not good. Be professional. So you join the next batch. Please observe. So guys, this is the learning and development, right? So it says select EPS. It is already displaying the learning and development. And because you started from here, now you click on the next. Okay, new project ID. So we will have to give it the new project ID. So I'm going to type it here because we are going to create a series. It will create a series, lesson dash one. So as you type exactly like this, and I'm going to type in the name, you look at the name, and then you write the name scheduling with calendar. So this is the name of the lesson. Okay, this is the ID and this is the name. So I'll wait for you so that you can type it.
Scheduling with calendar. Okay.
So once you guys have filled it, and let me know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now click on the next button. So guys, it is asking you for a start date. So anytime you are going to start a new project, it will ask you for a start date. Sometimes you might have some fixed date, or sometimes you might have some date which you are not sure about. It really does not matter. So what matters is that you should always put up a tentative start date. So if you put up a tentative start date and you plan the project, and later you can change the start date, and entire project will get rescheduled. So I would ask you to select 1st of January 2024. We plan for the future. Okay. Always plan much in advance. Do you see that how much advance we are planning? We are planning at least 4 months in advance, right? So you go to the year 2024, select 1st of January. Correct. Select 1st of January. 2024. We have to plan for the future. Just wait. Okay. You select the time as 8 a.m. You just click on this scroller and you go to the 8 a.m. So everybody please look at the demo screen, what's happening here. 8. Yes, correct. So hold your screen for your friends, please. Okay. So everybody else can watch. So we select 1st of January and we select 8 a.m. So why are we doing it in the future date? Guys, I'm trying to sensitize the fact to you as a consultant, not as a trainer, that you should try to plan as early as possible. If you smell a project coming your way, start planning. Start planning with at least the first level work breakdown structure and a tentative date. Because what happens is that, there is a saying that how soon the client wants the project, as soon as yesterday. Let me tell you guys, let me tell you about, if you are working in a large company, let me tell you about some politics also. Everybody will delay the project coming to you, the project manager. And if the project gets delayed, everybody will blame you. Guys, is that clear? Do you get my point?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The marketing guy, the sales guy, they will delay signing the contract, they will negotiate, they will party, they will hip hop, they will dance, and they will rap with the client. And at the last moment, they will sign the contract and they will tell the project manager, oh, please get it done, please get it done. It's your responsibility now. It's your baby, right? You get my point? So try to find out that which boss is going to give you a project. If you can do it, it will be good. The sooner you plan, then sooner you can get the plan confirmed, verified, ratified, and acceptable by all the stakeholders. Because everybody will say, oh no, you didn't show me the plan, I don't agree with this, I can't give you that resource or this resource. Try to understand these things. It is not only the Primavera which will help you. it is the project manager's mindset which will also help you, right, guys? Is it clear? So that's
Yes,
why
sir.
I'm sensitizing you to the fact that we should be, because a lot of the trainers, they say, oh no, you select today's date. But in real life, you are going to be a loser if you don't understand the politics behind this corporate scenario. So you should always try to plan as soon as possible, so that you can get the plan verified by everybody, acceptable by everybody, signed up by everybody, and then you will be sure to get all the resources you need and approved, right? Okay, so we have planned in the future. I'm using the 1st of January. If you see, 1st of January, it's a sort of a very perfect date. It's starting on Monday, and it's very easy to understand the scheduling. If you have a date like this, 1st and Monday. Okay, now guys, you click on the select button. So you will see this date come up in this box. And guys, let me tell you a very good piece of advice. Never ever put the must finish by date. So let the Primavera calculate the finish date. And if the finish date is fitting between the expected date, okay, if your calculated finish date is basically happening before the expected date of the client, you are fine. But if it is not, then I will teach you basically the schedule compression, which you can use the schedule compression technique. You can apply it on the critical path, and you can fit the finish date of the project, right? Up to the expected. So never ever fill this must finish by date. People make mistakes, and it messes up the critical path, and it does not let the proper calculation of the finish date. So don't fill this. Okay, so I'll always try to avoid. So if you have a delivery date, expected date by the client, you just put it on a yellow sticky pad and stick it on the side of your screen. Okay. Now click on
Yes,
the
sir.
next button, and then using that date as a reference, you can do the schedule compression. So if you look carefully here, it has automatically picked up the correct responsible manager, right? Because yesterday when we had created this portfolio, we had assigned this portfolio to the responsible manager. Who was the responsible manager? Learning and development portfolio manager. So it has picked it up correctly. You just have to have a look at it, and at a glance, yeah, this is the correct one. Okay, so I go to the next step. Now, rate type will be standard, which is fine. Click next. Next. Congratulations. Just click on the finish and the project data will be created. Click on the finish. Okay, so guys, you will see that is the project name, and you will see a start date, but not a finish date. Why? There will not be a finish date. A finish date will come only when you enter at least one activity. Right, guys? Is it clear? So right now the project is blank, absolutely blank. So we will get inside the project. So guys, you right click and open the project so that we can get into the activities tab and we can create activities within this project. So right click. Okay guys, let me show you something more. So don't right click. So you just have a look at the important tabs here. Okay. So what are the tabs? What is the information regarding the project? See, look at the general tab. In the general tab, you can see responsible manager. You can see the project name. You can see the project ID which you had entered. So if you wish, you can change it from here also, right? And then you can go to the dates tab. So guys, please come to the dates tab. Dates tab. So guys, you can see there is a start date and there is a data date. Now, what is a data date? Data date is the date up to which the actual data has been updated. So right now you don't have any actual data. So the data date will be same as the start date of the project. And then comes the default. There is a tab called the default tab. So if you look at the default tab has the defaults applied onto the project. So you will see that a default calendar has been applied, corporate calendar. So where does this calendar come from? This calendar actually is inbuilt into the Primavera sample data. So the Primavera, when you install the Primavera is not absolutely blank. It has some sample data. Why Primavera comes with sample data? So guys, without the sample data, you will not be able to understand how big and powerful the Primavera is. Because there is sample data, then only you are able to understand that what is the structure of the enterprise. Right, guys? what does an enterprise look like? It is because of the sample data. Look, if we didn't have any sample data, do you think this understanding would be possible? You see that? You see this tree? Do you think that this can be possible without the sample data? Right? So guys, where are we right now? See, if you see that one of the project is highlighted, you see that we are here, right?
Yes.
So you know your project is amongst the many. So the sample data, it gives you the entire universe. It shows you a picture of the universe, and there you are. Okay, so this is what the Primavera can do for you. It can handle from micro to the macro, right? So basically, you are having these details of the project here in the detail window. So the default calendar is the corporate. So this calendar will initially create the schedule for each and every activity, which we'll see in a while. So guys, I want you to do something. One of the defaults which you need to change is this. So you go into this default, and in this default, you select the second option, that is fixed duration and units per time. So guys, you select the fixed duration and units per time from here. Okay, guys, this clear? So you have done that? Okay. So this will be helpful during the resource, during when we are going to create and apply the resource. And I will explain to you how does it help. So for the time being, you can set it. And this is going to help us in the calculation of proper cost for man and machine based resources, right? Okay. Now, after having set the default, so guys, you now right click and open the project. Right click and open the project. Okay. Now, after opening the project, you click on the button here, double.
Sir, not right
Sir, which project, sir?
So
Not right
double plus
project,
button in
not
the
right
activities
project,
tab. So no, you opened the wrong project. No, not this project. I asked you to open this one, the first one, the blank one, lesson one. See,
Right.
here you see. Look, Mizwa, please look carefully. Where is your cursor? You select the lesson one. You open the lesson one. So guys, just wait. So let him open the lesson one. Actually, his cursor got misplaced on the wrong project. Yeah, you open this one. Right click and open. Okay, so guys, you will see a blank screen, absolutely blank, because you know this is a brand new project and it doesn't have any data at all. So guys, please confirm that you are here. You are saying
Yes, sir.
okay, it would be blank definitely. Now, if you look at this data, there is no data actually. We have the structure. So this has got certain columns which we found.
sir.
Who is that? What happened?
Sir, Ashwani, sir. Sir, please change the resolution because the top side we cannot see anything.
Top side you can't see anything? No, I can see everything.
Yes, sir.
The top side. So guys, please give me a feedback one by one. So Ashwini is having a problem to see the top side. So who is also having a problem to look at the demo screen?
No, sir, it is.
Olu Bunmi, are you having any problem looking at the entire the Primavera screen from the demo?
I'm good.
Okay, good. Okay, who and who else is there?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Can you share my screen?
Who is that?
It is showing. It's Satisham.
No, can you see the demo screen?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can see the screen clearly.
Just a moment. Just a moment, guys. So many interruption is happening. So Ashwini, you show me your screen. Let me see. Check what is the resolution of your monitor and why you are not able to see. Because the zoom takes an adjustment. If you are even if you're looking at a high resolution screen.
No,
Ashwini, please share your screen quickly.
sir, I'm using my mobile to see.
If you're using your mobile, then adjust your mobile, right? So yeah, so that's fine.
Can
So
you share my screen?
everybody can see the screen. Okay, you please adjust your mobile so that you can see.
Hello,
Sir, I
Okay.
can see.
Okay.
sir.
Yes, you share your screen. Share your screen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you share a screen quickly. So guys, let us move smoothly, right?
Today it looks like easy. Yesterday was too much button, too much things. It's very
Yeah,
nice
you're
to.
fine. So okay, what's gone wrong
No,
here?
sir, it is showing one dialog box here, sir. This is
Okay, so you just do one thing, you exit because I think there is some bug here. So it just comes up once in a while, you exit this, okay? So you just run the Primavera again, you will be fine, right? So it happens once in a while.
okay.
So you got to ignore it because I
Okay,
can't
sir.
fix it because it happens in some of the systems. I don't know if it is incompatible with the Windows 11 or something like that. Okay. So once you relaunch it and let me know.
Yes, sir. I am there.
Okay, fine. Now, guys, we are going to move together. Now, on the screen, on the activities tab, you will see that there are certain columns. Okay. Now, there are columns that we don't need. We don't need this column. We don't need this column. Actually, we are in the planning phase. We do need these columns, but in the execution phase, not right now. Okay. So first of all, we will configure the columns, then we will start adding the activities. Right, guys? Okay. To add new columns, you right click here and then you select the option columns. So we will get into the column toolbox and which we have already used yesterday. Click it. Now, guys, after you get this toolbox, you got to adjust it like this. And then you change the font. Please go ahead and change the font to Vardhana 9. Click on table font and row. Correct.
You
And
have to change in every project, sir.
we have to do it because it's a new one, not on every project. Because all your later projects can be copied from the previous one, and a lot of common things will be there. So you don't have to do all the settings at all the times, right?
Okay.
Now we will remove the columns which we don't need. So you select the remaining duration column and click on the remove button.
Right, sir.
Select the remaining duration the column and then you click on the remove button. Yeah, click it. So this column will go back to its home. So guys, you look at the home. What is the home of this column?
Duration.
Correct. You know the Primavera is very organized. So the duration will go back to the duration group. Now the next is the schedule percentage complete, and you select the schedule percentage complete and click on the remove button and see which group it goes back to. You see the group which it is
Percentage.
going back to percentage. So in the future, if you need this column and if you can remember the group, so you can just expand the group and take this to the right side. But if you don't remember the group, but you still want to take a column, but you know the partial name of the column. Suppose I want a column called the calendar column, but I don't know.
Date, sir.
Okay, I don't know where is the group. So what I can do, I can type the partial name in the search box. Guys, do you see this find box here?
Right, sir.
Please click on the options and click on the find box. And in the find box, you type Calen, C-A-L-E-N. Don't type the full spelling because you can make a mistake. Then you won't find it. C-A-L-E-N. Okay, I'll pause here. Just wait. Everybody, please look at the demo screen and do exactly like this. You type here the partial spelling of the whole word. Don't type the whole word or whole word. Right? Now you click on the find next. Click on the find next. So after you have clicked on the find next, you click on the cancel button to close the find box. Close the find box. So you will see that you have located the column calendar, right? And guys,
Sir,
make
please
sure that
explain
you have
one step.
selected the finish and you want this column to go after the finish column. So now you click on the selection button. So guys, please confirm that the calendar column has gone below the finish column.
Yes, please.
Great. Now we will find another column that is called the predecessor detail. I don't know where it is, so I'll use the find method. So guys, you click on the available options, then select find, and you just type the partial word PRED. Don't type the whole word, PRED, and you find it. Pred. Okay. Now click on the find. Okay. Now you click on the cancel. So after that, you will see that you have been able to locate this column called the predecessor detail. Right, guys? Do you see this?
Yes, sir.
Predecessor details. Now you will take the predecessor column details to
Yes,
the
sir.
right and you will place it after the calendar column. So guys, please check out the demo screen and do the same. So guys, you have done the same.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Very good. Now click on the OK.
Okay.
Very good. Thanks for your feedback. Okay. Okay, guys. Now you have the desired set of the column. Now we are going to add the data. So to add new activity, this is the button which will be used. So you count 14, you add 14 activities from that button. You click that 14 times, 1, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The plus sign.
Yes, 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 yes. Add. It
1,
creates new
2,
activities. Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
And you press the enter button on the last one. Okay. Once you get the last activity on the screen, you press the enter button like this, and this activity will be added also, right? Press the enter button like this. Okay. So now, once the data is inside the column, then it gives you an idea that how much should be the spacing for each of the column. What should be the see? Then you adjust. Use your natural intelligence and adjust the columns like this. Okay. So start column and the finish column, they have the time component. So you can give them some extra space and put a little bit of the white space so that the data is not sticking and it should not be confusing to read, right? So you give it the reasonable amount of the space and give fair amount of space to all the data. There should be no wastage of the space though, but everything should be readable, right? So I think this is good enough, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, fine. Now you make sure that the activity ID, that the triangle is pointing upwards and the data is sorting from top to the bottom. Please have a look at the numbering. Okay. Number should be increasing from top to bottom. Okay,
You
guys.
have to add one more column, sir.
No. So we have these columns which are activity ID, activity name, original
No,
duration,
sorry, sir.
start, finish, calendar,
It is
detail,
14.
total.
It
Okay.
is 14, sir.
14, yeah, 14 is enough. You can have 15 also, that's not a problem, but you should have minimum 14.
Okay.
We must have some minimum
Okay.
amount of data to give us an idea that what does it look like when you have some data in the activities tab, right? So we have some 14 rows, which is good enough to start with. We can add more also later.
Oh,
Now,
okay, sir.
look at this carefully. You will see that every activity which has been created, it has a default of 6 days duration. How did it happen? Because yesterday you had told the Primavera that I would like to create activities by default having 6 days duration, right? So if you
Yes,
go
sir.
into the time periods, I think it was
Yes, sir.
time periods or in which one? General? In general. So guys, you see this activity with duration, default duration 6, right? So we needed the default duration as 6 for the purposes of this training, so that we can create an entire week of 6 days, right? So that's why we need this. But whenever I want to adjust the duration, I can do it. But default is a matter of convenience. It is not a rule. So what is
Okay.
value is more convenient for you, you can set it as the default. So that value, since it is being used multiple times, so it will be added by default. And in case you want to change it, you change it. But most of the times you need that one. So most of the times we need the 6 days. So that's why the default has been set to the 6 days. This is the meaning of the word default. So the software provides default as a sort of convenience, right? Okay, now we are going to include the Gantt chart also. So guys, you click on the Gantt chart button and Gantt chart will appear on the right side. Click on the Gantt chart button. Okay, so guys, you will be able to see the Gantt chart here on the right side, and make sure that you give a reasonable space to the Gantt chart like this, and you can reduce a little bit of space from the activity name, and you can place the Gantt chart in such a way, the divider bar, such a way that you can see up to the column calendar, right? Now you select the first activity, place your cursor on the first activity. So guys, you look at the screen, you might be seeing 2010 or 11, right? On the time scale, right? Which is quite
Yes,
much in the
Yes,
past.
sir.
Now you might be thinking you have to scroll. No, you don't have to scroll. There is a technique in Primavera using which you can immediately locate the activity timeline. Now what you need to do, you go exactly in parallel or in front of the activity on the Gantt chart. So guys, you see the tip of the arrow. So you double click at that spot. Exactly on this spot, you do the double click. The activity
Okay,
timeline
sir.
located and brought on the screen. Okay, you just do a double click here. Ms. Ba, please react quickly.
Double click here. Okay.
Double click on the tip of the arrow. Right. So guys, do you see that the activity timeline has been located and brought onto the middle of the screen, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. So, this is a very convenient way. So wherever you want the activity to come, suppose if I ask you to click here a little bit toward the right side, click on the tip of the arrow, you will see the activity will land up there. Yeah, quick. You see that,
Oh, okay.
right? So wherever you want, suppose your
Yes,
activity
sir.
is lost once again. Once again, you lost your activity. It has gone off the screen. See, activity has once again gone off the screen, right? You just don't know where is the activity because the timeline can be a very long, right? So if you want to
Okay.
bring it, just click here. Just click here, double click, get, right? So it comes here. So basically, you have to click in front of the activity, and the timeline belonging to the activity will be brought in front of you. Guys, just remember this, because people are taking trainings, and even after 4 years, they are just scrolling. No, don't scroll. Do a
Sir,
double click
I have
and
one
bring
question,
up
sir.
the activity timeline. Right, guys? Okay. Now
Yes,
you
sir.
will see the red line here. Now, what is the purpose of this red line? Actually, the red line is the tracking line, which we don't need at this point of time. We will need this tracking line when we execute the project. For the time being, we are going to switch it off. So how do you switch it off? So you click on this button on the top and it will be switched off. We don't need this right now. Okay, now you will see a blue line after the red line is gone. So the red line is actually called the progress line because we first have
Yes,
to
sir.
plan the project before we can update the progress. So we are still very far away from the progress. So we switch off the feature which we don't need at the moment. Now, guys, there are certain things which I need to refresh you. So, guys, please tell me that what is this blue line? Make a guess. What is this blue line?
Start
It is
point.
starting
The
point.
data date.
Yes, it is the start date
Start of
line.
the
It is indicator or it is the basically the boundary line of start date. So we can call it start date line.
Sir, I have one question, sir.
Yes, please.
सर जो प्रोजेक्ट डेट हम स्टार्ट करे हैं 1 जनवरी 2014 गैंट चार्ट में हमको वही डेट सेलेक्ट करना है क्या हम दूसरी डेट सेलेक्ट करना सर?
No, on the Gantt chart, that date will come automatically. Whatever date you have put into the project date. So what is asking that do we have to select a different date on the Gantt chart? No, you don't have to select a date in the Gantt chart. Because the Gantt chart is created based upon the data which you have entered. If you have entered the 1st of January, so it will show you 1st of January 2024. Do you see that? That is the 1st of
Yes,
January.
sir.
That is
अगर
the
हम
Yes, sir.
इसके
January. So on the Gantt chart,
इसमें
the
दिसंबर
date
है सर, हम
appears
दिसंबर ले सकते हैं
according
सर.
to the data set by you. So you set the 1st January. So the 1st January will appear on the Gantt chart, right?
अगर हम दिसंबर पे क्लिक करें तो सर?
No, you don't click on the December. If you click on the December, nothing will happen. The blue line will be always staying on the 1st of January only. I did
I
not
have a
change
question.
this line. This line is inbuilt. This line is built according to the project date. If you change the project date, then this line will shift. So if you want to use a different date, so the date will be moved and this line will be also moved, right? This
Right, sir,
line
right. I
appears
got
here
it. I got
because
it.
you entered 1st of January. Okay.
I have a
You are
question,
not
please.
selecting any start date here. You are just only looking at the start date. You are not selecting the start date. Start date is
Right,
selected
sir.
in the project parameters, right? So when you create the project and if you go into the project details, so basically when you are entering the date, so according to this date, that blue line appears. If you change the date here, the blue line will change, right? But you don't change right now. We will come back to this thing later, right? So guys, one by one, I have to first of all remind and refresh you about what we're seeing on the screen. Guys, please tell me what are these things? What are these called?
Duration line, sir.
Start date.
Duration period.
Okay.
These are called what?
Activity
Activity
timeline.
timeline.
Yeah,
Right.
activity timeline. And definitely they are longer or shorter according to the duration, right? Okay, now guys, there is a dark black line here on the top. There is only one, right? So what is
Yes.
this one?
The project.
Activity 1 duration.
No, that is the project timeline. It is showing the timeline of the entire project, right?
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
guys.
Okay.
Guys, and what is this part of the screen inside the rectangle?
Duration.
No, this is the time scale. Yes, of course, we use the time scale to show the duration, to measure the
Quarter.
duration, right?
Quarter, sir. Quarter
Yeah.
1, quarter 2.
Yeah, yes, of course, there is quarter. So quarter is the unit of time, but the whole thing is called time scale, right?
Yes.
Right? Because if I give you a scale and I tell you what is this, you'll say it is a scale used for measuring length. It could be used for measuring millimeter or centimeter, right? That's another thing. But it is a scale. It is a time scale. So the time scale inside the software, it is flexible. You can expand and shrink the unit of time being displayed on the time scale. Right now, it is having two layers, and the two layers are showing the quarter. The unit of time is quarter on the upper layer, and the unit of time on the lower layer is the subset. So, guys, what is the subset of the quarter? Months. So, it's showing you the months, right? But we can increase or decrease. We'll come back to it in a moment. And guys,
Okay.
this is your screen divider bar. So which you can use flexibly to balance the screen between the table and the Gantt chart. This whole thing, so which I'm enclosing in the blue rectangle, just a moment. Let me use the appropriate tool. So guys, what is this whole thing? What is the name
Gantt
of the
chart.
whole? Yes, correct. That is the whole thing is the Gantt chart. So Gantt chart was given by Henry Gantt. Okay, so you can basically find out more about this gentleman later, Henry Gantt. So he created this Gantt chart in the 1890s because people were not able to understand the time, or they were not understand the were not. So make it simpler to understand the scheduling. He created the Gantt chart. So these are named after this, after his name, Gantt chart. So the Gantt chart has a time scale, it has a project timeline, it has an activity timeline, it has a start date line, it has many more things which we are yet to learn. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So Gantt chart is used to visualize the time, visualize how the activities are longer or shorter, to visualize how the activities are related to each other. It makes us understand the schedule very easily. If you convert numbers into pictures, it becomes easy, right, to understand it. That's why we create bar chart, we create pie chart, line chart, clustered column chart. It makes us easy to understand the data and establish a pattern in our mind so that we can understand and we can take the decisions with that data. So here also with the Gantt chart, we are able to understand that how the activities are going, how they are planned, and we are able to take the decision to manage the project better. That is the utility of the Gantt chart. Now, guys, we will save this layout, right? Because every time we make some changes, we create a beautiful screen, we add certain columns, we add and format the Gantt chart. So, it becomes precious, right? To preserve it, right? So that we can, every time we open the Primavera, we get the same look. So, guys, you click on this button. I'll be back in a moment. So now what you're going to do, you're going to save this layout with a proper name. You write here, activities layout by Misbah. So guys, you will write your name here in this box. Layout name.
Oh, okay.
Inside this box.
Activity.
Yeah, activity layout by Misbah. And guys, you will write your own name. Correct. So now you click on the save button. So this layout will be saved. Okay. So once it is saved, you will see this layout will be applied also here. So in the future, if you wish, you can use this layout to create another layout. You can send it to your colleagues, you can send it to your friends, and they can enjoy the same beautiful looks, right? So you have adjusted the font, you have adjusted the columns, you have adjusted the Gantt chart. Everything will remain the same. If you are going to make more adjustment which you feel they are better, then you should click on the save button, not the save as button. So when you create a layout for the first time, so you should use the save as button. When you are wanting to update the layout, you should click this button, save. You save into the existing one. It will update the existing layout. And every time you open the Primavera and every time you come to the activity, so you will be seeing the same format, right? Okay, fine guys. Now we are going to understand how does the time scale work. But for that, we have to understand what are the various units of time. Units, just like we have millimeter, centimeter, those are the units of the measurement. Similarly, we have the units of time. So let's see that which units of time are possible to use in Primavera. So now we come to the units of time. So guys, you read this. Read the time scale and the associated entry letter. Okay, read this.
Y is years, quarters, months, W weeks, D days, H hours, M minutes.
Yeah, so entry letter means that in the duration column you can enter these letters, and it will create that duration, right? But but the quarters is display only. The quarters appears on the time scale, but it cannot be entered by you, because what is a quarter? Quarter is a set of 3 months, right, guys? So what are the quarters? What is the first quarter if in an year? Tell me what are the months in the first quarter of every year? Which months are there?
April, May, June.
January, February.
January, February, March.
April, May, June.
April, May,
January
June is the second quarter.
January, February, March, sir.
Correct. So the quarters will appear on the scale, but quarters are not value which can be entered. The values which you can enter in the duration column is years, months, weeks, days, hours, and minutes. Okay. Now let us understand the time scale. If you look at the time scale carefully, the time scale is always using 2 units of time. One is the super scale and one is the subscale, right? So guys, see this. What is the current super scale? Quarter. What is the subscale? Months, right? Now let's see that what is the maximum units of time. So guys, you click on the minus button, zoom out. Once more. Once more. And when you try to shrink it any further, you are not able to do it. So guys, so what is the ultimate units of time?
It is taking quarters.
Years and quarters, right? So there are
Right, sir.
two layers actually. So right now, the greatest. So basically, what is greater than years? Decades. What is greater than decades? Centuries, right? But here, we're not going to use that. Do you have any project going on for the centuries? No. We can't plan for that because these days we don't go that long. We plan for any project, any mega project. We just complete in using the machines. We complete it in maximum is 5 years, right? Okay. So earlier, if you look at the temples in India, you know that those projects would be going over centuries. They will be completed over multiple generations, right? So we don't have those things right now. Right now, what we have is machines, and even the biggest of the projects, they are completed within a span of 5 to 7 years. So we are using the scale of years and quarters. So now, this years and quarters is the maximum shrinkage of the time scale possible, right? Is it clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now we are going to expand it step by step and see that what comes up next. So click on the zoom in once. Now guys, what change do you notice? See, on the top scale, it is still the year, but on the lower scale, you have seen that quarter has expanded into the months, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, click on the zoom button once more and see what are the changes. See, the year is now expanded into the quarter, right?
Yes.
The months are still there. Okay. Now click on the zoom in once again. Now you can see the quarters are expanding into the month. And guys, can you please tell me that what is below the months?
I think days.
Dates.
Look carefully again.
Weekly.
Weeks. These are the weeks. These are all the Mondays that you can see, guys. Look at this. What is the start date of the week? We had told the Primavera that the starting day of the week we are going to use is Monday. So that's why it is showing all the Mondays. So it is the months and weeks. So this is starting each week. So every week is Monday. Starting day is Monday. So all these dates are Mondays actually, right? Monday being the first day of the week according to our preference, right, guys? So we are seeing that time scale combination of months and weeks. Okay, let us expand it one more step and see that what comes up. Okay, guys. Now, what do you see on the top and what do you see?
Details, sir.
Yeah. What is the
month?
Weekly.
And what is this on the second layer?
Day.
Daily.
Days.
Correct. So we are seeing a combination of week and the days. So we can clearly see Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and like that. Okay, guys, I want you to look at something and tell me that if the Monday is the 19th, then what is this date? Can you read the time scale? Tell me what is the date of the Wednesday?
21.
Correct. 19, 20, 21, right? Okay, now you tell me what is the date of this Thursday. Read the time.
26, 27, 20, 29.
26, 27, 20, 29, correct. So you can read both ways. Either you can read from Monday or you can read from the next Monday backwards, right? So you can calculate the date from here or from here also, right, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now tell me that what is the date?
12, March 12.
Correct. Now click on the zoom. Now you're still seeing the date and the day of the week, but right now what has happened? Instead of the single letter, it has expanded into 3 letters. It is easier to read though, but it is occupying more screen space, right? Okay.
That's right.
Yes.
Now, click on the zoom once again. Let's see that what do we get next. So we are seeing the day and the hours, which is not making any sense. So you click on the zoom button once more. Okay, guys. Now, let me show it to you. Guys, you select the first activity and you do a double click at this spot. At this spot, you do a double click. No, what did you do? I'm asking you to do a double click. See, control your mouse. Your mouse is not basically following your the command. I'm asking you to double click on the tick mark. That should not be much difficult, like this, right, guys? So, guys, you grab the first layer of the scale and you drag the time scale like this. You see the hand cursor here? See, I'm dragging the first layer of the time scale. So, guys, you bring the Monday onto the screen. Then I will tell you what's happening here. See, guys, it is showing you the Monday, 1st of the January. I'm going to enclose the Monday in a rectangle. So, guys, do you see this rectangle here? This is the entire 24 hours time. Okay. So now let me write it.
Yes, sir.
24 hours. Right, guys? Is this clear? 24 hours. Do you see that? Okay. So, guys, tell me one thing. When you look at the digital clock at 12 p.m. in the night, 12 a.m., so what do you see in the digital clock?
0, 0, 0.
That's why you see 0 here. Do you see the 0 here?
Mm-hmm.
So when the clock completes 60 minutes, you get 1 hour or 1 a.m., right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why you are seeing after 0, you're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4. And at the end of the 23rd hour, you are completing 24.
Okay.
And once you complete 24 hour, the clock, the digital clock resets back to the 0. Right? The 0 is the beginning of the new day. Do you see the 0 once again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that is the next day.
Yes,
So
sir.
this is the 24. Now, guys, if you look at this time duration, if you count, you tell me how many man hours are there within this time duration. Within the double-sided arrow, you tell me how many hours are there.
24 hours.
No. Here. Look at the arrow, double-sided arrow. How many the hours are there?
8.
8. Right?
Okay.
Just see
Yes,
this.
sir.
8. This is called the working day. This is the working day. Like people they call it the business day. So the business day is starting for this organization. The business day is starting at this time. So guys, do you see this blue line? So guys, tell me that what is the starting time of this organization?
8 a.m.
8 a.m.
8 o'clock, 8 a.m.
Correct. You can see it from the time scale. See, Primavera is such a fine software. It can show you. Now, what is the ending time for this organization? What is the end of the business time?
It's 3 o'clock.
No,
1500
what is the
hours.
end? 1 hour after 3
3
o'clock.
o'clock.
End
3
of
p.m.
the 15 is 4 p.m. Right?
Yep.
Guys, is this clear? See, 15 minus 12 is 3 p.m. But if you look, we are using the entire 3 p.m. So what happens when we use the entire 3 p.m.? So we are finishing our business day at 4 p.m. Right? So 8 hours time is starting from 8 a.m. and
Yes,
it
sir.
is going up to the 4 p.m. Now, guys, the working time is represented by the white color and the non-working time is represented by the gray, right? So this is called the working time. So the time which is represented in the white color is working time, and this is the non-working time. So non-working time is represented all over the world in various softwares in the gray color.
Okay.
Okay. So this
Sir,
is also
sir,
Sir,
non.
in USA, you have to work half an hour more for lunchtime.
So that's okay.
So-
But do you see any lunchtime here? Do you see any break here?
No.
Do you see any gray shade? So, in this organization, they are not having any lunchtime. So what the boss says that come early and go early. Come at 8 a.m. and leave at 4 p.m. Finish your job, but don't have your lunch, right? So that might be the work culture. So that is why there is no provision for any lunchtime here, right? Okay, guys. So guys, tell me one thing. Can a human being work continuously for 8 hours? Continuously?
No.
No. An average human being can't, right? So we need some break time. Of course, we will create our own calendar. Now, guys, is the structure of the calendar clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so look at the Primavera. It can go up to the portfolio. It can manage an entire enterprise, and it can show you that what is the dissection of the time of a day, micro and macro. Right? Is it good? Yeah, it is good. That's why the organization, the engineers, they love this software because the Primavera gives them very fine control. It gives them big control. It gives them small control, right? So it is showing you the dissected hours of the day. It is showing you that the business is starting at 8 a.m. and it is finishing at 4 p.m. And this is how it is placed over the 24 hours of the schedule. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So this is how the calendar is creating the schedule for this organization, right? Okay. So in this organization, their business start time is 8 a.m. So this is the 8 a.m. and their finish time is the 4 p.m. So this is the 4 p.m. So within this periods, so 8, 9, 10, 11, if you count all these hours, they are adding up to the 8 hours, which is called the man hours. So man hours are the hours which are worked by a man, which are worked by a human, and sometimes they are also called the person hours. So man hours, the term comes because it is the men they used to work on the big projects like the pyramids, Great Wall of China, all the construction. So the terminology man hours. So man hours means that person hours, right? Okay, so this is the dissection of the day, daily schedule. So this organization is working from 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. and this is how it is placed on the clock, right? So the clock is spanning the 24 hours per day, and in between those 24 hours, so this organization work culture is to work from 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. Different organizations will have different work cultures, right? Okay. So
That's
after
right.
we have, yeah, tell me quickly.
No, I said that's right.
Okay, fine, great. So if you're understanding it, acknowledging it, that's very nice. Okay, great. I'm very glad to hear your acknowledgement. Okay, now we will see that how we can control the time scale. See, the time scale has got two layers. So let me identify the layer. See, this is the first layer which I'm identifying with the red color. And this is the second layer I'm identifying with the blue color, right? Guys, the first layer is used for movement. So let me show it to you how it is used for the movement. See, if you place your cursor on the first layer, it will turn into a hand. So this hand is actually used for grabbing. You just grab it with the mouse and you can move it like this. Okay. Okay, you can move it. So guys, do you see that I'm moving this thing? So
Yes, sir.
basically, why do I need? Because I need to place the start date very much near the divider because my data starts from here. There is no data before the start date. So I don't have to waste any space, right? So I place my data from here. So the first layer is used for the grabbing. Now, guys, what I want you to do, I want you to grab the first layer and do the left right thing 10 times left, 10 times right. Please go ahead and do it. And so that you become absolutely comfortable with it. Okay, grab the first layer and do the left right exercise. 10 times left, 10 times right. Yes, but you do it in a straight line. Okay, so I will mark the railing for you. Please stay within this railing. No, your hand is going out. Guys, just make sure that you have some free space for your mouse. Give it 1 square feet. Give it 1 square feet of space. Okay, now guys, I think you are comfortable. Now, the second layer, let me tell you that what does it do? The second layer is used for expansion and contraction. It does not move. Rather, it will expand and contract this layer. See guys, so it turns into a lens. Do you see that? Lens. So if I grab it and I move it, it is expanding. You see that
Oh,
it
yes.
is expanding the width. It is not moving it. Okay, actually the blue line, it stays at that spot only. Now, if I move it toward the left, this column will be shrunk,
Okay.
shrink, and shrink.
Okay.
And basically, if I shrink to a point where I can't read it, does it make sense? No, it
No.
doesn't make
No.
sense. So basically, if you expand it, you should expand it to a reasonable point. Okay, where you can read the numbers or any data which is there, the months, I mean the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If you can read it reasonably, just leave it there. Don't expand it too much, because if you expand it too much, then you will be wasting precious screen space. So just look at the data and you just give it a reasonable width so that it is comfortable to read and the utilization of space is optimal. Right, guys?
Yes, sir.
So you just do this thing, do this expansion and shrinkage. You just do it left, right exercise 20 times and just become comfortable. Just feel at home with Primavera. Okay, just do it. Misbah, just go ahead and move it and you expand and shrink within this red boundary. Okay. No, come into the red boundary. Then no. I'm asking you to come into the red boundary. Misbah, listen to me. Yes, come here. So you have the lens. No, first you release that. You're not doing the right thing. First you release. Yeah, now you got the lens. Grab the lens. Yes, grab it. Now expand and shrink. Yes, do this 10 times right, 10 times left. Okay. Make sure that you have a very steady hand with the mouse. Okay. Correct. Make sure that you are seeing the lens. No, you are not seeing the lens. You are just dragging it. No, you're not expanding and shrinking. Miswa, listen to me carefully. Once again, listen. Yes, this is the right thing to do. Okay, because when you work in real life, there will be lots of data on the screen and you will need to get this done very quickly and effortlessly. So for that, you just make sure that you understand.
The real life, they will not do hourly, they will do days.
So that's fine, but you still need to do this action, right? But whatever is the scale you choose, I'm just asking you to do a practice here. So we will change the time scale right now, and then we will move to the appropriate scale of weeks and days, right? Because we need to use that one. Okay, so after you're done, so guys, let's do this thing. So first of all, you expand, because if you shrink it too much, it turns into pitch dark. It looks like coal tar now. Just release it. Just use the release it. Let me fix it. You stop your cursor. Just hold your cursor. Let me fix it. Let me fix it. Let me fix it. Misbah, stop.
Yeah, I'm not touching.
Okay, fine. See, now it has been shrunk. It has been shrunk very, very closely. So what I'm going to do, first of all, I will expand it reasonably. Then we will change the time scale. See, I'm expanding it from the second layer. Okay, so once we start seeing the digits of the hours, then I'm going to stop it there. Okay, so now I go to the first layer and bring the calendar, bring the Gantt chart here, and then I expand it once again. Now, after the expansion, I'm starting to see the days and the hours, but they're not yet clear. Okay, so to make this clearer further, I expand it further. Now I can see the double digit. So once I start seeing the double digit, I release it there. Now guys, since we have expanded the scale too much, now we will zoom it back to the week and day scale. So you click on the zoom out button once. Okay, once more. And once more, correct. Now we can grab it from the first layer and we can place it here, right? Do you see that I placed it? Okay, then I expand this divider bar to display the full name of the calendar. The full name of the calendar is corporate standard full time, and I can place the starting of the Gantt chart very much near to the divider bar like this. Okay, and make sure that I can read the letters clearly. And at this point, since I'm okay with the layout, so I will make a save. I will save the layout. So click on the save button for the layout. Okay, save layout, right? Now guys, we are going to understand that how does a calendar work? What is the calendar itself? Where is the calendar? Now to understand where is the calendar, so we have to, so everybody please confirm that you are synchronized till this point.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are synchronized. Okay, fine. Now you click on the calendar. Click on the calendar. So guys, you will see a list of the calendars here. Do you see this calendar box here? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, there are three categories of the calendar: global, resource, and project. So we will understand them one by one. First, I will tell you about the global calendar. So global, as the name implies, global. Global means visible to all. So when you are working in a networked environment, this global set of the calendars will be visible to every Primavera user. Every Primavera user can see and use the global. And within the global, there is one calendar which is highly frequently used, very frequently used in the organization, that is marked as the default calendar. Now, what does a default calendar do? Every time a new project is created, the default calendar is applied as the attribute of the project, right? Do you see that there is a check mark here? Check mark. So
Yes.
someone has observed and he has basically the Primavera administrator, usually he is the guy, so he marked it as the default calendar. So the purpose of the default calendar is to provide you convenience, because if you are going to create a new project, so he feels that since most of the project, like to the tune of 70 to 80% projects are being governed by this calendar, so let me make it the default. So if a person is going to create a new project data, so this calendar will get applied as a default to that project, right? Okay, now let's see that which projects are using the default calendar. So guys, do you see a button here, used by, on the right side, used by button?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So you click this button, we will be able to see the projects which are using this calendar. It will be a list. Click this, used by. Okay, and click on the yes. Okay, guys. So here you have a list. So let me increase the size of the list so that you can see it better. So I'm going to make it longer. Do you see all the projects that are using the calendar corporate standard full time, right? Do you see this? What it says on the top? Read this text, guys.
Project using corporate standard full time.
Yes. And you know, if you scroll to the bottom of the list, you will see your own project also. Just scroll to the bottom from here. Click here and you'll scroll to the bottom. Yeah. If you scroll to the bottom of the list, you will find that your project is also listed here. Do you see this?
Yes.
Lesson 1. The lesson 1 is also using this calendar only. According to this calendar, the lesson 1 is also getting scheduled. So there are so many projects in the organization which are utilizing this global calendar, right? Okay, now let us close the list. Close this list.
I have a question.
Yes, yes, sure.
Closing that table, what is the difference between clicking on the X sign on top and clicking on close?
Oh, I'll tell you that what will happen in the future. Suppose you created new data. If you want to reject the data, then you click on the X sign. If you want to save with the data, then you click on the close
Oh, thank you, sir.
meeting. Okay. Okay. So people think that they are the same. Actually, it is not. Clicking the X would mean that if you created any data on the particular screen, so that data you wanted rejected, reject the data and close. But if you click on the normal close, it means that accept the data and then you close the box. Okay, so just be careful. If you're creating any new data, then do not use this. Okay, don't use this. If you're creating any new data, don't use it. If you're creating any new data, you should click on the close button. Now, let us look at this category, which is called the project. So guys, you click here onto the project, select this. So if you select the project, you will see a blank list. So right now you don't have any calendar here, but what is the significance? What is the utility of the project category? See, if you have any project which is having very, very different timings, the timing which is not useful for any other project. Suppose your project is running from 12 a.m. till 8 a.m. in the night. You're working the night shift, and this calendar will not be useful for any other project. You create and put the calendar under this category. So it will be visible to you only. It will not be visible to the rest of the users in the company. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Having a scheduled calendar which is not useful for any other project in the organization, you want to keep it out of the view of the other users, put it under the project category, right? Is it clear? Okay, so that will be visible to you only. Now let us select the resource. Click on the resource category. These are called resource personal calendar. Now, what is the concept of a personal calendar? I will explain to you. Suppose I have a consultant who works in my organization on only 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So my organization works 6 days a week, but he works with us only 3 days a week because he is an external resource. He is a consultant. So guys, do you think that I can make his schedule using my organizational calendar? No, it is not possible. I'll have to create a customized calendar for his personal use only. That's why it is called the personal resource calendar. So guys, read this. Do you see this personal resource of the calendar? So personal resource calendar means one person, one calendar, right? Because he has a very specific time schedule. So guys, you select this person, Frank Shu.
Frank Chu.
Okay, select. And you click on the used by button and see who is using this calendar. Read the name.
Frank Chu.
He's the only guy who is using this calendar because it is only him who needs this, right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So he is the only one who is needing this calendar. So that is why the calendar is only assigned to him. So you can see only one person. So that is why it is called personal calendar, right, guys? It is called the personal calendar. Now you click on the close button and then you click on this carpenter's shared. Sometimes you will have basically multiple resources coming from one contractor, so they will come and go at the same time. So they might be sharing it. Sometimes the resource calendar can be shared between very few resources, maybe just one or two people. So guys, you click on the used by, you will see only 2 or 3 names. You see these 3 names. Why these people are having a separate calendar? Because these people are belonging to a contractor and they come and go at a very specific time. Their timing is different from organizational timing. If any of the resource is not scheduled according to the organizational calendar, then they should be provided the personal calendar. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Resource calendar. So according to the resource calendar, their activities can be scheduled because they are not working the regular 6 days of this organization. If they are not working according to the organizational calendar, then they have to be provided their personal calendar. So now we come back to the global calendar. So guys, everybody please click on the global. Okay. Now in the global calendar, so we are curious to know that what is the structure of a calendar. Let's say the corporate, because right now this is the calendar which is controlling the schedule on our project, right guys? Corporate calendar. Now we will examine the structure of the corporate calendar. So to examine the structure of the corporate calendar, we will get inside it. We will get under the hood. Now, how to get under the hood? You click on the modify button here. So guys, you click on the modify button. Now, after you click on the modify button, you see a calendar here. So guys, you will see that since it is a 5-day week organization, you will see that all these Saturdays and Sundays, they are marked in the dark gray color. Do you see that? It says non-work, right? If you scroll from month to month, you will see that all these 2 days, so which are basically, these days are the weekends, right? And all these weekends, they are marked in the dark color, right?
Yes.
You scroll to any of the month, there it is having the same pattern. Now let us try to understand further. So to understand it further, so what we do, we try to understand that what is the time period. So in your case, the time period button is switched off. So let me switch it on. So guys, you just stay here, okay? So one of these setting is missing here. So let me go here and let me, I think it's in the user preferences. So time units, dates, application. No, not here. I think it is in the administration. So guys, just a moment. So guys, you can also check if it is here, time periods. Okay, guys, make sure that please come to the time periods and make sure this box is checked. Okay, I don't know who unchecked. So who's the database I'm using? Is it you?
Umeshba.
Ashwini? No.
Yes,
This
sir.
database came from
Yes,
Ashwini.
sir.
Ashwini, just do one thing.
Yes, sir.
So just go to the admin.
Sir, but I can see the work hours per day, sir.
Okay, Acha, you can say it, fine. Okay. Now, you click on the close. So guys, you just stay on your spot. So I'm just getting there once again. Now, we were studying the structure of the corporate calendar. So guys, let us have a look at the time periods. What is the definition of the working day? So guys, if you look at the working day, how many man hours?
8 hours.
8 man hours, right? Because an organization can be 4 days a week, it can be 5 days a week, it can be 6 days a week, it can be 7 days a week, but the man hours has to be 8 because this is internationally agreed as per the fair labor laws policy, right guys? Okay, now what is their number of the days in a week? So number of the days in a week is 5. That's why 8 multiplied by 5 is equal to 40 man hours per week, right? So their week, for a week, a person has to contribute 40 man hours, okay, for the working week. Guys, just do one thing, pull out your calculators and you divide 172 by 8. Divide 172 by 8.
21.5 hours.
So 21.5 means that the organization is expecting their workers to work 21 full days and 1 half day in a month. Now you divide this 2000 by 8 and tell me how many man days?
250.
250 man days. Nice organization, very good. Guys, I would like to join there, okay? I have to work only 250 man days, that's it. And 365 minus 250, how much is that? Guys, I asked you something, 365 minus 250.
115.
100.
115. So you get 150 non-working days in this organization, right? Good. They treat their people nicely, right? Okay, I'm just joking. So that is an organizational policy. Okay, click on the OK. Okay. Now we will see that what is the structure of the working week. So click on the work week.
Where?
Look at the arrow, look at the arrow, look at the arrow.
Oh, sorry.
So let me use PS because I'm sure you are not able to. Now you can see. Mizwa, can you see what I'm drawing on the screen?
Yeah, this one.
Now, what is this big thing, guys? Can you see what I'm drawing on the screen?
Work week and time period.
No, tell me what is the shape on the screen. There's a huge shape on the screen. What is that shape?
Is it pyramid?
Direction, sir.
No, Mizma, why are you not able to see my drawings? Mizma, just tell me the shape which I'm drawing on the screen. Is it a circle or a square?
Rectangle, yeah.
Okay. Now you tell me that what is this?
Work week.
No. What is this shape? What is the name of this shape?
Rectangle, yeah.
What is the name of this shape? What do you call it? What does it look like? This shape, this shape, this shape.
Arrow, right?
No,
Rectangle?
you are not able to see arrow. I'm using spears, right? This is a spear. Okay.
Okay, fair. That's
Because
right.
the arrows are too small for you to notice. Okay. So make sure that you notice it next time. Okay, guys, let's have a look that what is the structure of a week. See, look carefully here. You see that if you want to mark
Yes.
a particular day as off, you just enter 0 so that it becomes non-working day. If you want to mark a day as the working, so what do? You enter 8. See, any day can be marked as working by entering a number greater than 0. But can you have a day less than 8 man hours? No. So it will be either 8 or 0. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes.
Working day, if you want to mark a day as working, put 8. If you want to mark a day as the non-working, put 0. It will switch off the day. Right? If you want to create, say, a calendar structure for the Middle East, so you are going to put zeros in the Friday and Saturday. And Sunday to the Thursday, you will put 8. If you want to create a 6-day week organization, which is operating from Monday to Saturday, so you will put Monday to Saturday as 8 man hour per day, and Sunday will be 0. So Sunday will be the off day. So off day is marked by, or off day is set by the 0. So once you put this into this template, this is going to apply it for forever. It will be because it's a computer, it's a software. A software can calculate the structure of a calendar for thousands of years. You can go
So the Saturday, if anybody work, they will get 1.5 time, like a 12 hours pay.
So we will talk about it later. First, let us understand the structure of the calendar. See, if you look at software, how far a software can go? Software can calculate thousands year forward and thousands year backward, right? You see that where I'm going. See, you see that there is no limit, right?
Okay.
You see that 2087. I don't expect to live that long. Okay. So basically, it is the software. Okay, the software will let you go many years forwards and backwards. If you want to know the particular date and the day and what was the day on day of the week on a date, so you can go backward and you can find it out. Right? Is it clear? So this is how the software works. So in this software, the work week is basically in this calendar, the work week is having 5 days a week.
That's right.
So the working 5 days are marked with 8 and the non-working days are marked with 0. So it sets them as non-working. Now you have the 8 hours per day, right? 8 working hours per day. Then you're curious to know how is it organized, how these 8 hours are being utilized. What is the starting time of the day and what is the break time and what is the finishing time? So guys, to know that details, you will have to go into the detailed work hour per day. So detailed work hour per day means that what is the breakup of the day? So the breakup of the day can be visible for all the days. You can click on the work week. First you click here, then you click on the work week. So you will see the detailed work week. So you can see the Monday, right? Do you see the Monday here? So
Yes,
Monday
yes,
is
sir.
starting at 8 a.m. and it is finishing at what time? So what is the finish time on the right side?
4 p.m.
4 p.m. Correct. And do you see any break time? No, there is no break time. And you check out the Tuesday. Click on the Tuesday. So is it the same structure?
Yes.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yes, yes, sure. Please go ahead.
Yeah, how do you pull up this work hour table?
Tell me again.
How did you pull up this work hour table?
Oh, this one. Yeah. So let me rewind a little bit. See, first of all, you click here.
Detail work hour. Okay.
Then you click here work week. So now it will show you with the breakup.
Yes, now I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Now, once you click on the work week, so it will show you the breakup every day. So Monday, 8 hours, Tuesday, 8 hours, Wednesday, 8 hours, Thursday, 8 hours, Friday, 8 hours. And look at the Saturday. Do you see the Saturday is entirely non-work
That's right.
and the Sunday is also entirely non-work?
That's right.
Okay, so this is the breakup hour wise. Then, guys, the Primavera lets you break up 1 hour into 30 minutes each. You see that
Okay.
there are two time slabs. One is the
Yes.
first 30 minutes of the hour. Then we have the next 30 minutes of the hour. So if your organization is having a starting time like 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, so you can mark the first hour as the non-work, and then you can mark the second half of the 1 hour as the working time onwards. Right? Is
Yes,
it
sir.
clear?
Yes,
So
sir.
you can set timing 8:30 to 5:30. So you can use this slabs. So one of the slabs would be non-work and the other slab would be work. So that's how you can fine tune the time, right? So
Yes,
you
sir.
can have the starting and the closing times like having like 30, like 4:30, 5:30, 6:30, 7:30. So you can use one of the slabs, right? So this is
Okay,
the
sir.
structure of the calendar. So what is this calendar called? It is called the corporate calendar and it is placed in the global. That is why it is written global calendar. Okay. And name
Yes,
of
sir.
the calendar is corporate standard full time. Now, guys, this is the structure of this calendar. Now we are going to create our own calendar. So we will exit out of here. We will close this box and let's take a 20 minutes break. And then we will come and create our own Indian Standard Time calendar in which people will work 6 days a week, 9 to 6. Okay, with a break time, right? So we will
All right.
first create the structure and then we will design the calendar inside the Primavera. Okay.
Okay.
So let
Okay.
us take a 20 minutes break. Okay. So I'm going
Sir. Oh, where is gone?
to share your screen, please.
I did not get the approved notification, sir.
Okay. So guys, so let us come back to the Primavera. So we are going to create a new calendar here. Okay. So we have we just studied what is the structure of the existing corporative calendar. So this calendar is having 5 days of working and it is having the working timing starting from the daily timing is starting from the 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. without any break. So now we are going to create our own calendar. So before we create the calendar, we will write the specification. So here is the specification for the Indian Standard Time. So Ms. Bhai, you read this. What is the first point? What is the first specification here?
Sir, first specification 6 days week.
Yeah, okay. So which 6 days?
6 days until Saturday,
Correct.
from
So we
Monday.
are going to work those 6 days Monday till Saturday. And what is the working day man hours?
Working days, man hours, sir, Monday through Saturday.
No, read the rectangle.
Eight man hour per working day.
Yeah. Now, what is the details breakup of the 8 man hours? Read this.
Yeah, first shift 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. 4 man hours. Lunchtime 1 to 2 p.m. Second shift 2 p.m. to 6 p.m.
And that is 4 man hours. Now, guys, you notice this thing that when the lunchtime is written, it is written only just 1 hour. It is not written 1 man hour. Do you understand that what is the difference between the man hour and the hour? Man hours means the hours which are worked by a man, a person putting in the work effort. And 1 hour is just a span of time, right? Is it clear? So that is not called the man hour. So lunchtime is not called the man hour. The working time is called the man hours, right? So man hours are the hours which are worked by the man. So in this case, the person will be working 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and the second shift will be 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So the total time spent by this person within the organization will be 9 hours from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. But out of the 9 hours, 1 hour will be reserved for the lunch time. Okay. Now, if the organization is going to work 6 days a week, then what is the working week? How many man hours will be there?
48.
48. 8 multiplied by 6 adds up to 48. Now, if you multiply 48 by 48 by 4, then how much do you get? How many man hours will be there in the working month?
192.
192. So, if I extrapolate the 192, it adds up to 2304. But we are rounding it off. We are rounding it off to 2400 man hours due to the fact there is a 5th working Saturday every month, right? No, not every in some of the months. So that's why we are rounding it off to rounding of the year up to 2400 man hours, right? Okay, then the calendar will also contain the holidays as declared by the company, right? Holidays as declared by the company will be included into the calendar. Now, keep this structure in mind. Okay, so keeping this structure in mind, we will create the Indian Standard Time calendar, and then we will use this calendar to schedule our activities, right? If you don't remember anything, you can come back here and have a look, right? To refresh yourself. Now, let's go into the Primavera. So you click the Primavera here. So everybody please get into the Primavera. Now, to create a new calendar, I'll have to start with the calendar tool once again. So this is the calendar tool. So remember the looks of it, how it looks, where it is placed. So if you want to remember that quickly, please print the document number 1. So which has got all the listing of the icons. So you click here. Everybody please click here. Okay, now since you want to create a new calendar, you will click on the button add. Click on the button add. Now, once you click the button add, it gives you a small little pop-up, and on the top of the pop-up, it says, read this text. Guys, read this. What does it say?
Select calendar to copy from.
Why is it saying that you should select a calendar to copy from? So that you don't have to create any calendar from the scratch, so that it is faster. So what Primavera is suggesting to you is that you select a calendar which is a nearest match to your intended calendar, right? I'm intending to create the IST calendar, so I can select the nearest match. And I feel that nearest match would be the corporate calendar. So I will take a copy. So what I do, I select the corporate and Primavera will use it as a copy. Select, and then you click on the green plus button to make a copy of the corporate, and we will modify the copy. Okay, now in the calendar name column, you type here IST in capital letters to represent Indian Standard Time calendar. You write here IST. First you delete the entire text, then you write here IST. And then you press enter to save the name. Now, once you save the name, so this will get automatically sorted alphabetically, right? So it is coming into its own sorted position alphabetically, right guys? Now, since we are going to use this calendar more frequently, you can set and make it as the default calendar. Right guys? Is this clear? Make it as the default calendar.
Yes, sir.
Now, the default calendar is a calendar which will be used more frequently, right? Okay. So once it becomes the default, so in the future, this will be applied by default on new project. But since it is a copy, we got to modify this. It is a copy of the corporate. So we will click on the modify button and go inside the calendar and modify it to match the Indian Standard Time. So once you are here, let me know. So guys, make sure that you are clicking this radio button on the left side. Right? If it is already selected, just do nothing. And after you have done that, the first thing that we are going to do, we are going to set and define the working time periods. What is the man hour for the day? What is the man hour for the week? So man hour for the day will be 8, which is there in the corporate. So now we are having Indian Standard Time, man hours for the week will be how much? 48, because we
48.
work 6 days a week, right? Since we are going to work 6 days a week, so it is going to be 48. And how many man hours will be there in the month?
192.
192. So you make the man hours per month as 192. And how many man hours we decided for the year?
24.
2400. We say that, okay, the year will be consisting of 2400 man hours. Now you make it 2400. Correct. Now click on the OK button to store these values. Okay, now we are going to tell Primavera which weekdays are working and which are non-working. So click on the work week. Click on the work week. And since it is a 5-day week 6-day week organization, so it means that we will make the Saturday as also 8 hours, right? So you guys make sure that all these 6 days are having 8 hours, right? And Sunday will be the non-working day. So it will make the structure of the week as 6-day working from Monday to Saturday. Guys, please have a look at the demo screen and make sure that you have understood and done the same thing. So please confirm that you have done the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Now you click on the OK to store and set these values. Okay. Set these values. So once you have set this value, you will observe that your 6 days from Monday to Saturday, they are in the light gray color. So they are called standard working days, and the rest of the week is only the Sunday. So Sunday will be the non-work day, right? So Sunday has become a non-work day. Now we are going to tell Primavera how are we going to utilize the 8 hours. every day we have got 8 hours of the work, but we have to tell Primavera what is the details. How are we going to start with, at what time we are going to start, at what time we are going to have a break, and what time we are going to finish the second hour. So guys, you click on the detailed work hour per day. Now, after that, we will click on the work week. So to set the structure of the day, individual day, since we are going to set the same structure for 6 days a week, so guys, it will be useful to set them at once. So you select these 6 days, Monday to Saturday, you press the shift button, then you press the down arrow, so that one by one, the entire 6 days will be selected as a bunch, right? Correct. Very good. So guys, please look at the demo screen. So you will select these 6 days.
Done.
Done? Everybody is synchronized? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
We
sir.
are going to tell
No, sir.
Primavera how do we plan to utilize the 8 hours.
Sir.
See, our business starting time is 9 a.m. So entire 8 a.m. should be marked as non-work. Just see that what I'm going to do. I will select the first 30 minutes, mark it as non-work. Then I will select the next 30 minutes, mark it as non-work, right? Because 8 a.m. is non-working time. So organization is starting at 9 a.m. Then the organization is having a lunch time at 1 p.m. guys. So guys, you mark the entire 13 hour as non-work. You select the first half, mark it as non-work. You select the second half, mark it as non-work. Okay? Yeah. Go ahead. So place your cursor on the first half. So go ahead, Mesbah, click on the non-work. Then click on the second half and then mark it as non-work. Correct. Now, we have basically told the Primavera that we have the first shift working from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Between 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. is lunchtime. Then there is 4 hours of work. So 16 means 4 p.m. is work time. So you select the 16 both half and make them as work time. Click on the work button. No. What are you doing? Come to the 16. No. Misbah, please don't do it.
Come to 16.
Don't do the small things. It becomes a very difficult to teach them. See, select the 16. I'm clearly asking you to select the 16. Then click on the work. Yeah. So be conscious. Click on the work. This is going to be the working time. Yeah. Then you select the next half. This is also a working time. So 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. is the working time. Right? Then you come to the 17. 17 means 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. So the entire 5, that is the 1 hour, will be the work time. No, it's not non-work, Baba. Working time. Okay, hold it. So guys, please look at the demo screen. So, all these 6 days, they will be having this structure, daily structure. So every day the work hours will start at 9 a.m. So 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Between 1 to 2 p.m. it will be non-work time. And between 2 to 6 p.m. it will be the working time for the second half of the day. Right? Is it clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So this structure will be set for all 6 days at once. Right? Okay. Now to do this, so we click on the OK button to set this structure or set these values, or right? Okay. Now we can do some kind of a cross check. So what do? We just scroll to the next one. Do you see the same structure? See, do you see that? All the 6 days are working. See, Monday is working. Till Saturday it is working. But if you click on any of the Sundays, it will show you this non-work, right?
Yes, sir.
This will be basically a perpetual setting, right? If you go 1,000 years ahead, you will see the same setting, right? So it is a software. Software can calculate the structure of a calendar for thousands of years, right? Okay. So after the structure of the calendar has been completed, so you click on the OK to save and store these values, or save and store this structure. So the calendar Indian Standard Time has been created and stored in the global category. So guys, what is the global category? Global category is the category which is visible to all Primavera users in the organization, right? So it is a public category. And what is the default? Default means the calendar which will be most frequently used. And setting that up as a default means that if you create a new project, it will be applied by default. It will be applied automatically by the system. Okay, so that is the meaning of the default. So this is the new default. Now close this box. Click on the close button and close this box. Now, since the current project is using the corporate, we will first change the calendar. Then we will see that how the new activities are getting scheduled. So guys, to change the calendar of the existing project, go into the project details. So first of all, go into the project tab. Now in the project tab, in the detailed window, you will select the default tab. Guys, make sure that you have clicked on the default tab. In the default tab, you will see the calendar attribute. I'm pausing here. Everybody will first come here. Everybody, please confirm you are here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in this, you are going to change the calendar to Indian Standard Time. So guys, you select Indian Standard Time and click on the green plus button. Okay, just wait here, wait here. So guys, everybody please confirm that you have changed the calendar.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so after you have changed the calendar, so guys, in this calendar, our starting time is 9 a.m. So the default starting time has to be synchronized with the default starting time of the calendar, because in the calendar, every day starts at 9 a.m. So what we'll have to do, we'll have to go into the general tab. No, not sorry, no, in the dates tab. So guys, please come to the dates tab, date tab, dates tab, and you change the timing to 9 a.m. You see the timing is 8 a.m. Previously it was 8 a.m. No, you can't change it from here. You will have to go into the, see, Misbah, what is the use of me putting the arrow there, right? So basically I'm asking you to point, I'm pointing to something for you to do, right? So you don't jump that, okay? So now you select 9 a.m. then click on the select button. So guys, you will see that the timing has changed to the 9 a.m. So I'm waiting for you to confirm that you are here and you are synchronized and you are having the same thing. And guys, any doubt you should ask me right away. We are not going to move ahead with any doubt. So are you clear? Why are we doing that? Okay, so let me tell you once again. We are doing that because the new calendar, it has the daily schedule starting at 9 a.m. So that's why I'm resetting the start time of the project to 9 a.m. Right? I'm making sure that from the start date, the timing of the project is synchronized with the calendar. Because in the calendar, the starting time is 9 a.m. Right? Okay, so after we have done that, we click on the activities tab.
सर मेरा इधर नहीं चेंज हुआ सर.
क्या नहीं चेंज हुआ?
ये अपना LA7 जो प्रोजेक्ट है उसका जो इधर अपना है सर उसका 8 AM ही दिखा रहा है. इधर मैंने चेंज किया है डेट्स में.
यहाँ पे सिलेक्ट करो, ये प्रोजेक्ट सिलेक्ट करो, इसमें जाओ प्रोजेक्ट्स में करो सिलेक्ट, यहाँ पर आओ. कैसे नहीं चेंज होगा? वहां पे कोई दूसरी कंपनी का थोड़ी ना प्राइमावेरा चल रहा है. किया इसमें सिलेक्ट प्रोजेक्ट?
यस सर.
अच्छा, फिर ये प्रोजेक्ट में है तुम्हारा कर्सर?
यस सर, यस सर.
ओके, अच्छा, फिर डेट्स में है तुम्हारा कर्सर? डेट्स किया सिलेक्ट?
यस, डेट्स भी किया.
अच्छा, अब इसमें जो है ये कैलेंडर लाओ, इसमें कैलेंडर लाओ, इसमें स्क्रॉल करके करो इसको, आप स्क्रॉल करो एक स्टेप, इसमें 9 AM हो जाएगा.
कर दिया सर, वो मैं किया.
करो इसमें सिलेक्ट. अब यहाँ पे ये आया 9 AM.
हाँ, वहां पे आ गया सर.
ठीक है ना?
बट ये इधर नहीं आ रहा सर, जो अपना प्रोजेक्ट में उसका स्टार्ट 8 AM ही दिखा रहा.
अरे बाबा, अभी तो जाएंगे ना उधर, हम करेंगे ना चेंज. यार क्यों कंफ्यूज हो रहे हो?
ये इधर दिख रहा सर, इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ स्क्रीन में.
यहाँ पे आ जाओ, अब यहाँ आ जाओ, एक्टिविटीज में आओ. प्लीज कम टू द एक्टिविटीज, राइट?
Yes,
Okay.
आगे।
Sir, I have one question, sir.
Yes, sure.
सर प्रोजेक्ट्स में हम जो है टाइमिंग चेंज कर रहे हैं, ये
हम्म।
एक प्रोजेक्ट के लिए हो रहा है क्या पूरे प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए हो रहा है सर?
No,
नहीं,
no,
ये
no.
एक individual project. Individual
Okay, sir.
project setting, right? Individual project. So every project can start at a different time. Okay, every project can use a different calendar, right?
Okay, sir.
Different default calendar can be used. That is why, in the list of the calendar, you will see that there are many calendars to choose from, whatever is the suitable timing for you. If you look at 5 by 10, you know what is the meaning of 5 by 10? 5 by 10 means that 5 days a week, 10 hours per day of working. You know what is the meaning of 6 by 24? 6 days a week, 24 hours, 3 shifts. Okay, so 7 by 24 means, so 7 days a week and 24 hours a working shift. Right? Is it clear? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So that you can use a different calendar for different projects. Now, guys, everybody confirm that you are in the activities tab. Now, in the activities, you click on the plus button. Click and add a new activity by clicking on the plus button. Okay. So, and press enter. So whenever you are on the last activity, you should press the enter button. So after you press the enter button, the data is created. And guys, you will notice that the new activity is having the Indian Standard Time calendar. Guys, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And the
Yes, sir.
is also according to Indian Standard Time. So every day, the work is starting at 9 a.m. and it is finishing at 6 p.m. And you should also notice that in the Gantt chart, the Gantt bar for the 6 days is starting on Monday and finishing on Friday. You see that? It is no finishing
sir.
on Saturday. Sorry, Saturday, not Friday, because it is 6 days a week. So sixth day of the work is finishing on Saturday. It is not going to the Monday. Why it is not going to the Monday? Because it is a 6 days week working. So in the previous corporate calendar, 6 days of activity is finishing on the Monday, because in the corporate calendars, the Saturday is also a non-working day. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I think I did something wrong
Okay.
because the new activity
So you
that I
just show, quickly share your screen. So I'll try to fix it.
all right, so thank you. Share my screen. Yes.
Just give me the remote control.
Okay.
So guys, you look here, see her. If you look at her new calendar, it is IST and it is starting at the 11:30 a.m. So let me check that what is the project starting time. So I'll first look there. So the project starting time for this project is given as the 9 a.m., which is correct. So in this case, then I will check the calendar. I'll have to check the calendar structure, that what is the starting time. So I will go into the calendar. Then I will open the details of the calendar to check how it has been configured. So if you look at this, basically 19, so basically it is having 8 hours. So I click on the standard. Then I will see that what is the structure of the day. So I'll go into the details, and if you look at the work week, do you see that the work week is not properly structured? Do you see the wrong structure here? Basically, what should
Yes,
be
sir.
the structure of the 6 days? So structure of the 6 days should be like this. See, this is the non-work time. So 8 a.m. is the entirely non-work time, and the person will start working at 9 a.m. So he will work 4 hours, 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 a.m., and at the end of the 1 p.m. there is lunch time. So lunch time is correctly marked. Then there are 4 hours of the work to be done after the lunch time. So I select these 4 slabs and click on the work. Right, guys? This is
Yes,
the
sir.
structure, right? Now I click on the
Right,
OK,
sir.
and I will do a check. I will select Monday. So guys, please look. Does the Monday structure look okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll check the Tuesday. Check Tuesday. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Wednesday.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thursday. Okay.
Right.
Friday.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right.
Saturday, okay. Sunday, okay. Because the Sunday will not having any work schedule. So it is all dark. So then I close this. After that, I delete this activity. After deleting the activity, I'm going to insert the activity once again and then observe that is it corrected. So guys, does it look correct?
No, sir.
No, it does not look correct because if you look at the Monday is starting at 6 p.m., which is wrong. So I delete this activity. I have to go into the calendar one again.
Sir, but it is means column
Now,
is wrong.
just a moment. I'll have to look at the Monday individually. I'll go into the details. So what I will do, I will select the Monday and I will look at the work week. So what is the structure of the Monday? Monday is starting at 9 a.m., which is correct. Tuesday is correct.
Sir.
Wednesday is correct.
Sir,
Yes.
It is correct only, sir. Only column is disaligned.
No, sir, correct, sir.
Yes. Guys, I also
See the
did
year.
look at that. So basically, I just have to just move the column from here to there, right? I just drag the column, I can move it toward the left side, and now it is aligned. Now I'll insert a new activity and have a look. So does it look right now? Yes, it does. Right?
Yeah.
So I will give some reasonable space to each of the column. I'll balance the screen like this so that you can see the full name of the calendar, and then I will save the layout, right? Because I just updated the structure. So you can see Indian Standard Time is creating the timing from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and the 6-day activity is starting on Monday and finishing on the Saturday the same week. It is finishing Saturday the same week, right guys? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think you will be synchronized from this point onwards. So Misbah, please share your screen quickly. Okay, guys. Now, I would like you to create a new activity. So go ahead and create a new activity. Click on the plus button. Okay. Now, guys, you enter the duration as 4 hour. 4 hour can be entered like 4H, small letter, 4H. You enter 4H, you write 4H in the duration column. No, 4H. No, you write there 4H. Yeah, you will write 4H and press enter. I told you small h. Listen. Small.
Okay. Enter.
Yes, sure. Every time you should enter. So guys, once you do the enter, I want you to notice the finish time. So guys, what is the finish time here?
1 p.m. sir.
1 p.m.
1
So
p.m.
from 9 a.m., the 4 hour of the schedule, it finishes at 1 p.m. So guys, tell me one thing. If I create an activity for 5 hours, then what will be the finish time?
3 o'clock, sir.
3 p.m. 3 p.m.
3 o'clock.
12 p.m.
No, 3 o'clock. Okay, let's do this. So add one more activity and you enter 5 hours in the duration column. Because you guess why it is 3 p.m. I'll not tell you the answer. Right?
Because of break.
1 to 2 is lunch break, sir.
Intelligent, you are intelligent. We have natural intelligence. We don't need to be programmed. There are a lot of things we can understand we can deduce by logical observation. So enter here 5H. Misbah, please quick respond quickly on the screen. Yeah, please enter 5 hours promptly. Be brisk. Yeah. So guys, please look at the time. It's not 2 p.m. It is 3 p.m. So now use your intelligence and tell me why it is 3 p.m. Why it is not 2 p.m.
Because
lunch
of break time.
Correct, because of the break time. Because what the scheduling engine does, that it is creating the schedule from using the structure of the calendar. Now, guys, it is the right time. I told you how the scheduling works. See, I am going to draw this rectangle on the original duration. See, this is representing the input. So this is representing input. So where does the input comes from? The input comes from the users expert judgment. So where does the expert judgment comes from? Expert judgment comes from your experience, and it also comes from your qualification, right? In the particular domain. So you use a combination of these two, and then what happens that after you have entered the data goes here. I'll show you another rectangle here. Guys, do you see another rectangle here?
Yes.
So in this rectangle, there are two things. One is the calendar. One is the calendar, and plus it has got a scheduling algorithm. So there is a combination of calendar plus the scheduling algorithm. Then the output comes in the form of the blue rectangle. So what is the blue rectangle called? Blue rectangle is called the schedule. Now what the Primavera does, it processes it according to the calendar and the scheduling algorithm and provides the output here. So what does the schedule consist of? Schedule is consisting of start and finish date. The combination of the start and the finish date is calculated by the calendar. It is calculated by the scheduling algorithm according to the structure of the calendar provided by the user. So you provide the calendar, you provide the duration, right? So it combines the duration with the calendar, and the scheduling algorithm processes them, and then it creates the schedule, right? Is it clear? Clear or not clear? Say not clear.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
if you change the calendar, the scheduling structure will change. It can become 5 days a week. It can become 7 days a week. It can become 4 days a week, or maybe you can reduce the man hours. In the Netherlands, they are working 5 days a week, but 6 hours per day. They have reduced the man hours because what the Netherlands government is saying, that we do not need to work 8 hours per day because our country has become enough industrialized. We need not produce more wealth. If we produce more wealth, it will not make people any more happier, but it will damage our environment. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
They are using different man hours per day, but the man hours per day all over the world, it is acceptable at 8 man hours. So that goes into the calendar. You can create different combinations. You can create 8 man hours per day for 4 days, for 5 days, for 6 days, for 7 days, and then you can create your own calendar structure. You store it inside the Primavera and you apply it onto the project, and according to the calendar plus the scheduling algorithm, the schedule will be calculated and presented to you in the start and finish columns. Is it clear, guys? And now let us come to the original duration. Now, how do you get the duration? You get the duration by your work experience. So guys, tell me one thing. Did you become a project manager on day one of the joining of your company?
No.
Is it possible for one to expertly judge that what should be the duration for each activity in the beginning of the career? No. In the beginning of the career, we are all in the technical roles. Okay, we could be civil engineer, electrical engineer, mechanical engineer, software engineer, IT engineer. We are different kind of engineers. We are doing the work which is cut out for us by our project managers. Our project managers, they provide us the weekly schedule, monthly schedule, and the activities are listed out there, and we have to finish those activities within the given time schedule. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So later, after 5 or 6 years, when we get the idea of a multiple project life cycle, when we run through the life cycles of multiple projects, then we gain some knowledge, we gain some experience, and which lets us expertly judge that if I have to do this activity, then how much duration should we assign to get this done. That is called expert judgment. And of course, our qualification is also behind us. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Judgment is a combination of your experience and qualification, domain knowledge, industry knowledge, and any advice from subject matter expert. So that lets you create the activity along with the schedule. No, you don't create the schedule. Actually, you input the duration. The schedule is created by the software, right? Okay.
Yes.
So keep this diagram in mind. Now let us explore this further. Now, going ahead, you add another activity here. Click on the new activity, click add. So after you clicked on the add, so now you write here 1W, small w. So what is the W? W is a shortcut for week. So guys, did you notice that once you press enter, it is converting 1 week into 6 days, 6 man days. What the Primavera is saying that 1 week is 6 man days, right? It is
Yes, sir.
it is converting. Now you add another new activity and you write here 1 MO. You write here 1 month. 1 month, 1 MO. I told you
Taking
small
24
letters,
days.
this one. Small letters, please. Okay. So guys, did you note that when you write 1 month, it is converting it into 24 man days?
Yes,
Right?
sir.
Because what Primavera says that 1 month is a collection of 24 man days. Okay. Now guys, look at the finish date. I want you to look at the finish date. So you are entering 24 here, but the finish date is 27th of January. Why is it not 24? Why is it 27? Can you tell me? Can you look at the Gantt chart and tell me? You can.
These are Sundays.
Correct.
Sunday
There are
days.
3 non-working days intervening. So there are 3 Sundays. Do you see the cross signs, guys? These are the 3 non-working days. So the calendar duration is inclusive of the non-working days. So the input, that is the original duration, it is called the input duration, or it is called the engineering duration, or it is called the working duration, or it is called the process duration. So process duration is not concerned about the Sundays or any non-working days. So guys, when you're in a meeting, never ever respond by calculating the finish date mentally. If someone is asking you, Ms. Ba, please tell me the finish date, when you are going to finish, just tell politely, it is not possible to calculate the finish date without using the software, because the finish date could be different in a different month. Like for example, in the month of October in India, this month is marked with lot of holidays, and I'm sure that if you put 1 month there, the 1st of October, if you put 1 month, the work will be finishing in the first week of the November. There are so many holidays in the month of October all over India, right? So different months will give you different schedules for the same duration. Is it clear, guys?
Yes, sir. A quick
So whenever
question.
you are in a team meeting or you're in a project meeting, just say that please tell me the start date. I will put all these durations into the software and I will send you the PDF version of the schedule. Okay. I will use the software to make the calculation of the schedule, and I will send you the correct schedule in the PDF format. Okay. Or in any other format. Right? But verbally don't try to, or mentally don't try to calculate or commit a date, because then you could be getting stuck in a undesirable situation, right? Okay. Now add another activity and enter the duration as 22 hours, 22H. and in the duration you write 22H, 22 hours. Now guys, immediately you will notice that it is subdividing the 22 hours into 2 whole days and the fraction in 6 hours, right? How it is doing that? So I think we have done this in the school. So this is how it does. So guys, 6 hours is the remainder and 2 days is the dividend. Right guys? Is it clear?
Yes.
That's how it does. So every time you enter anything there, it will divide by 8. Whether you enter the hour, whether you enter the week, whether you enter the months. Now guys, let's see that what about the year? So you create a new activity here and you write here 1Y. 1Y. Right here 1Y. Small y.
300 days.
So you are getting 300 days. Now let me show it to you. In fact, you programmed it into the calendar, right? So guys, let me show it to you. See, if you go into this Indian Standard Time calendar, if you remember the time periods, so you can clearly see, right? Right?
Yes, sir.
Right? Is it clear now? You divide the man hours with 8 week. So 48 divided by 8, guys, how much is that? 6. 192 divided by 8, how much is that, guys? 24. 2400 divided by 8, how much is that, guys? 2400
days.
divided by 8, how much is that?
300 days.
Divided by 8.
Right? So divided by 8, so you clearly get you are getting 300 days, right? Okay. Now guys, you cancel this. And cancel this, close it here, click on this close button here. So this is the calendar which is working, right? So basically it is the Indian Standard Time calendar which is controlling the schedule right now because it is the default calendar, right? So what about the previous? Suppose if you don't want the previous activities to be scheduled by the IST calendar, you can change it. How do you change the calendar of an activity? So guys, to change the calendar of an activity, you can double click into this column and a pop-up will come up and you can change the calendar. Double click here. Okay, select the IST and click on the selection green plus button. Okay, so instantly you will see that the scheduling is changed according to IST calendar. Do you see that? And you will see that this activity is starting on Monday and it is finishing on the Saturday, right guys?
How can we change whole column, sir?
Yes. So for that, we will learn something called global change. Okay, we will learn that. Yeah, that is the next step, global change. So guys, have you done any Excel training? Have you heard about macros? Do you know about something called macros?
I've heard about it, but I don't know what it is.
Okay, so you tell me that what it does.
I said I've heard about it, but I do not know what
Okay,
it
so
means.
let me tell you what the macro does. Basically, the macros are small little programs which you write for your convenience. Macro does a repetitive task at the press of a button, and it can update the data in a matter of seconds. It can update thousands of rows of data in a matter of seconds. Right, guys? Is it clear? So here the equivalent of the macro is global change. Guys, look at this button. It looks like a globe, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And you over the cursor, it will tell its name. So it's saying I'm global change. Do you see the global change? The global change label which comes up?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Global change. Now we are going to learn the global change. In the global change, what we will do, that we will create a global change which will basically change the data of the calendar column. I want to create a global change which will go through all the columns, all the rows, and it will change the corporate into the Indian Standard Time, right? At the press of button. It is a one-time job. You just create it and you store it, and whenever you run it, it will automatically do the job for thousands of columns in a matter of a fraction of a second, right? Okay, so we will learn the global change. Now, we click on the global change button, and the global change toolbox comes up. So global change has got various applications. You can use it to change text, you can use it to change numbers, you can use it to change units. But we are going to create a new one, so in which we are going to change the calendar value in the calendar column. So to create a new global change, we'll have to click on the new button. Okay. Okay, guys. Okay, I'm pausing for a moment. Guys, everybody please confirm that you are having the toolbox modify global change in front of you. Modify global change.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now, guys, we will go very normally, I mean, not very fast, so that you can understand each and every bit of it, right? See, first of all, you know, the global change should be given a meaningful name, because this global change thing is useful and dangerous at the same time. Because if you fire the wrong one, it will do the wrong thing, right?
Yes.
So you must understand that what a global change does before you use it. So this one we are creating for the purposes of applying IST calendar. So guys, you write here a proper name, apply IST calendar. So in the future, when we use it, so we know what it does before we use it. Apply IST calendar, right? Correct. Now let me explain to you. There are two boxes here. One is called the condition box, which is the red box here. And then another is called the execution box, which is the green box. Guys, do you see these two boxes here?
Yes, sir.
See, in the condition box, the condition is checked with if. If this condition is true, which is indicated by the where, then you do this action. Actually, the new row is to be created, right? That is called the action block. So that is the condition block, that is called the action block. Okay.
Okay.
Now we are going to work in the condition block. So we click in the middle of this box. Just click here so that the focus is here. Just click in the middle of this box. Okay. Now we will go and set the parameter. So guys, come to the parameter box and you select calendar, C for calendar. Select C for calendar here, press the C and select the calendar. Correct. Then we will set the condition. So you select the condition as not equal to. You select the condition here,
Ashwani,
not
I
equal
have a
to
question.
system.
Ashwani, sir, it's not coming.
Why? What is not coming?
Sir, that in parameter, the calendar is not coming, sir.
Calendar will come if you click here. First of
I
all,
see it, sir.
click here on the row. Then you click here, then the parameter will come. Look at the demo screen.
Done, sir. Sorry. Done, sir. Done, sir. Done, sir.
Done? Yeah. Okay. So look at the
No,
demo
I've
screen
not done
first.
it. Sorry.
Yeah, tell me.
See, yeah, when I click on the parameter, I have all of the following.
So you have to click on this cell in front of the where here. Just look at the demo screen carefully.
Oh, okay. Where's C calendar? Oh, thank you. I got it.
Okay. Yeah, here. So C for calendar, because it's a long list. If you press the button C, it will take you to the calendar, right? And
Yes, sir.
now you click on this cell and you select not equal to. Select is not equal to.
Not equal to. Okay.
Click it. Misbah, click. Select not equal to. Yes. And then you go to the value cell and click here and select the calendar IST. And click on the green plus button. So guys, please make sure that your condition check looks like this. So basically what you are doing, you are going to each and every activity and you're checking if the calendar is not equal to IST, then do something. So guys, please make sure that your condition is looking like this. Please confirm.
Yes, sir.
It looks like this.
Yes, mine look like this.
Okay. Aditya, Ashwini, please confirm.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Okay, great. Okay. Now, guys, you click here so that the focus is shifted here. You click in the middle of this box. So once
Yes.
you're here, so guys, you will notice now the thin outline is shifting here. You see, a thin outline
Yes.
is shifted. So that it means that now you're inside this box. Now inside this box, we have to write an execution line. To write the execution line, we have to click on the add button. So click on the add button here.
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you have added, you will see a blank row. Now select the parameter calendar. C for calendar. Correct. Now you select the parameter Indian Standard Time. IST. Indian Standard Time.
Yes.
Okay. So let us understand it in the plain English, that what we have exactly done, right? So we selected the IST here. So what we are saying is that you first go to the activity. If the calendar is not equal to IST, then what do? You set the calendar parameter to IST. Now, what does the
Yes.
equal sign does, guys? Equal to sign is basically transferring the value. Okay. The equal to sign is going to transfer the value IST into the calendar parameter. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After that, you click on the OK. So that will be stored. So this, this global change will be stored into the list of the global changes. So you can see that you have created the new one. So just for the sake of clarity, so what do? We move it toward the right side so that we can see the result. When we execute the global change, we can see the effect on the calendar column, right? Okay. Now, to run this global change, there is a button here called apply change. Okay. So guys, so you click on the apply change here. Now this will run the macro. So once you run macro, basically what the macro is saying that, look, the old value is corporate, the new value is the IST. Do you confirm? Actually, it has not yet done the change unless and until you confirm it, right? Okay.
Okay.
To confirm it, you will have to click on the button commit changes.
Commit changes. Would you like to save the log file?
So click on the commit changes. No. There is no need to save the log. So log file will basically occupy the hard disk and that will not be useful. So you just ignore the log file. And once you click on the confirm or commit changes, you will see that all the rows are instantly updated. You see that?
A quick
Yeah.
question, sir.
All the activities are now being scheduled according to the IST calendar. You will notice that all the activities which are having 6 days duration, they are finishing within the same week. Right, guys? Do you see that? They are finishing within the same week. It is doing a sort of mass updation, right?
Yeah. A quick question, please.
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
After I click commit to changes and the dialog box asks, would you like to save the log file? Do
No,
I select no?
no.
Thank you.
Why do we select no? Because it is insignificant. We don't need that. Okay. We select the yes only in real life. Because in real life, I want to, it's like a CCTV recording, right? Who came, who did what, right? It is just like that. Here I don't need, because here I'm practicing, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now guys, we will do the opposite macro. We'll create a global change which is doing the opposite, but this time we will be a little bit smarter. We are not going to create it from scratch, rather we will use the copy paste method. So what we will do, we will take the copy of the apply IST calendar and we will change the macro to apply the corporate calendar. Right, guys? Okay. So let us do it. It will give us a very good learning for a long time, right? Okay. Come to the global change. So everyone, please confirm you are here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Make sure that apply IST calendar is selected. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you click on the copy button. Once you click on the copy, you will notice that the paste button will become active. Do you see the paste is active now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now click on the paste. Click on the paste button. So guys, after you click on the paste button, you will see a copy has been created. It says apply IST calendar 1. Now we are going to, first of all, we are going to rename it. So you just double click and you can get into the name here and you change the name to apply corporate calendar. Okay, change the name to apply corporate calendar. Okay, no, remove, no, with a space, with a space. Please observe. Apply space, corporate calendar. Corporate calendar. Correct, and press enter to save the name. Okay, everybody please tell me and confirm that you have renamed.
Yes, sir.
You have renamed?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ashwini, Atasham?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You three guys
Yes,
are
sir.
synchronized? Okay, guys.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
since it is a copy, we got to
Yes, sir.
modify this. So after changing the name, we will change the working. So get in, click on the modify button to get inside the macro. So further inside the macro, you change the value IST to corporate in both places.
Okay.
Yes. Select corporate. Correct. Select corporate and click on the plus button. Okay, guys. Now look at the demo screen and please make sure that you have done the same thing. So what we are trying to tell in this macro, we are saying that go to activity. If the calendar is not equal to corporate, then you set the calendar to corporate, right? If the value of the calendar is not corporate, then change the value of the calendar to the corporate calendar. So it looks okay logically. Then you click on the OK and it is ready to fire and use. Okay. Okay. Now you take it a little bit to the side so that you can see the result in the calendar column, right? Okay, now, okay, sorry, let me set the width to the normal. So let me grab this and increase the width because the width has got shrunken, right? So let me grab this from the side. Okay, guys. Now make sure that your selection is on the apply corporate calendar, and then you click on the button apply change. Click on the button apply change.
Yeah.
So it will ask you that, okay, do you want these changes? Do you want the IST to be changed to the corporate? Okay. Okay, fine. So you confirm, yes, I do want it. So that is called the commit. But I don't want to save the log file. I don't want to keep a record for this. Click no. Log file you will need in real life, but not here. So do you see that, guys, all the rows are updated due to this? And click
Yes,
on the rows and we will see the impact. So we can see the impact in the finish dates. Okay. So you close this global change box. So after you have closed it, you can see that impact on the Gantt chart. Do you see the Gantt charts are extended into the next week? Right?
Yeah.
So because of the effect of the corporate calendar. Now guys, tell me, if I ask you that I want all the activities to be scheduled by the IST calendar, then what you are going to do?
Global change.
Of course, you have the global change ready and waiting for you. You just have to select them and execute them. Okay. So go ahead and change all the activities to be scheduled by IST calendar. Close it. Close this. Close this. Do you see how convenient it is? Global change. So just imagine that you joined a company and your boss says, look, here is the previous guy. He made a mistake in 1000 activities. So what you are going to do? You are going to observe that what is the mistake and what is the correction, and you will create the global change and you will run it. So it will take some time, but you know, it will be much less than the time taken to do each row manually, right guys? Is it clear? That is the benefit of the global change. So in the Excel, it is called macros. So here it is called global change, right?
Okay.
So in the future, if you
I have one question.
training, you should demand that teach me macros. I want to learn macros as well. Okay, make sure that macros are
I
there.
have one question.
So this is the global change. There it will be macros. Okay. So the global change can work upon calendar. It can work upon text. It can work upon numbers to update them, right? But there is something more also. Yes. You have any questions?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Quickly.
सर ग्लोबल चेंज में सिर्फ हम ड्यूरेशन टाइम यही चेंज कर सकते हैं क्या कुछ और भी कर सकते हैं सर उसमें?
Just I'm told you, na guys, I'm telling you, you don't listen to me. Global change can change text, it can change numbers, it can update the units, right? The samples and examples are there. You got to observe them, right?
Okay.
Okay, do you get the point? What do you do after the training? You explore the samples, right? How it is created, right? I've explained to you the logic, right? So I've explained to you one application and reinforced your learning, because you know a lot of people, they are not able to change the calendar. So I teach you the most difficult ones. The easy ones are already there, which will be easy for you to read and understand, right?
Okay, sir.
Because you know a lot of people, they make mistake in the calendars. I've got many requests from my clients that look, I've got these two guys, and you know these two guys, they added the calendar like this, and they have created activities 2000 activities having the wrong calendar, right? So I tell my client, okay, it will take me 24 hours. Okay, after that. So now guys, do you understand my business secret, how I'm surviving?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So keep it a secret. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
trade secrets.
Trade secrets. Okay. I do it using the global change and I deliver the result to him after 24 hours. Then I tell
Yeah.
him, oh, how hard I worked. You know, I just, my back is aching, my shoulders are aching. You got to pay me some good money, right?
Oh, yes. Have some money.
Yeah. So, so for the consulting work I get paid, that's how I'm able to do the training work. So training work, I don't make any money, but I make a lot of friends, right?
And you change lives and families.
Yeah. Okay, great guys. So guys, where do I get the business? I will get business from you only. In the future, you will be a brand ambassador, right? So you will get
Yes.
business to work and maybe you will get me some other students also.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so you learn well. Okay, so basically the global change will be useful, but there is something more than global change which are not substitute for each other, but they somewhat they work similar way. Okay, now I'll show you what. I will go to the first activity and rename this as task. I'm renaming this as task. Now guys watch. So Mizba, what do? You listen to me carefully, right? Press the shift button with your left hand. With your left hand, press the shift button.
Shift button, okay.
Now
And after
with your right hand, use the mouse and click on the arrow within the same column. Look at the arrow and click there. Okay. Now you click on this button. This is called fill down. Look at the right panel. Look at the arrow and click that button. Look towards your right. Now guys, tell me that what happened here. What happened?
Change everything.
Yeah, so you know what it did? Basically, this is called a fill down button. So you know what the fill down does? It looks at the first row and it fills down the value from the first row of the selection to the rows below it. That's why it is called the fill down, right? And fill down
Make
can
life.
work from top to the bottom, and fill down can work from the middle up. So it can work in the duration column. Suppose you want all the activities to have the 6 days duration. So what you do? First, you select the first row from where you want to pick up the value, then press the shift button, then click on the last row. So Mesbah, this time listen to me carefully, press the shift button and click on the last row only. Don't click on the rows in between. Correct. Right? Now you click on the fill down button, you will see the 6 day will be picked up from the first column, first row, and it will be filled in. Guys, you see that?
Yes.
The values are coming from the first row and it is filling up the rows below it. So this is fill down. And fill down can work upon the calendar column also. Okay, so Mezwa, listen to me very carefully. Go to this cell, cell and change it to corporate calendar. Double click and you change it to corporate calendar. Now press the shift button. Press the shift key. Then you click on the last row here. Yes, click on the last row here. Now you click on the fill down button. No, I only asked you to select, not poke into it. Don't stab it. You stabbed it. I'm not asking you to stab it. See, this is called a selection, right? See, Ms. Just hold on. I'll want to show you what is the difference between selecting and stabbing. This is selecting and this is stabbing, right? Do you understand? Right? I told you to select, not stab it. So go ahead and press the shift button and select the last row. Select it, but don't stab it. Correct. So this time you selected. Okay. Now you click on this button. So what do you see? You see that it basically changed the calendar, right?
Yes.
Sir, I am stuck, sir.
Okay. Now we will change it back to the IST. Hold it. So we will change it back to the IST. So you select the IST on the first row. Go to the first row, select IST. Select the, no, yes, select IST, yes. Select IST. Correct. Now, you keep the cursor on the first row and you select the last row. Select it. No, you didn't press the shift key, Baba. Why do I have to tell you again?
No, I did.
Select this one first. Press the shift. Then you select the last row here. No, don't stab it, Baba. Don't stab it. Don't stab it. Don't you understand the difference between selection and stabbing? No, you didn't select anything. Yeah. Now you click on the fill down button. Click on the fill down. No, let me do it. Just hold your mouse. 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 See, I'll just show it to you. First, I selected this. Okay. I placed my cursor on this column. Then I press the shift button with my left hand. With my right hand, I clicked on the last row on the same column. So once I click on the last row, this is called selection. This is selection, not stabbing. So stabbing means you're poking it. You're just tearing it apart and getting into it. Now you click on this button. Go ahead and click this button. Fill down. So you will see that all the rows will have the IST calendar. Okay, is it clear?
Sir, I am stuck, sir.
Okay, so guys, is the concept clear? Now you guys must be wondering that if something can be done by the fill down, then why create a macro? So guys, let me tell you what is the difference between fill down and macro. See, fill down is like a paintbrush. It will not check any row conditionally, but in the macro, in the global change, we can add some condition and it can change the value selectively. It might change the value here or here or here, right? Selectively based upon certain pattern or a condition of the data. But in the fill down, it is basically going to fill down like a paintbrush. It will fill from top to the bottom like this. So use the fill down or use the global change as per the situation. Is it clear, guys?
Sir.
Guys, is this clear? And guys, let me tell you where the fill down does not work. Fill down will not work here. Okay, and it will not work on the start or the finish. Even the global change won't work here. So basically, what you need to do, you need to basically avoid changing these columns using the global change because these columns are computed by the Primavera, right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay, so basically you can apply the global change or the fill down here and on some numeric columns, right? Okay, so these are the places. Now you please share your screen. Who is that having some problem? Please share your screen. Let me look.
Sir.
Yeah, share your screen. Share it. I'll help you. Okay, tell me what is the problem? Yeah, tell me.
Concept clear nahi.
So let me show it to you. Yeah. Okay, see. So what is the fill down? Basically, fill down is used to fill the value from the top row. Suppose I go to the top row and I type the task here, right? So what do I select the first row then press the shift key and I click on the last row within the same column. Now, the concept of the fill down is that what the fill down does, it will look at the first selection, right? And then it will take the value and fill down in all the bottom rows, all the below rows, right? Okay, now you click here and see the change. You see that?
So I'll write first task, then shift control down, no, sir?
Yeah, so that is the concept. Now, if you already have a value, suppose you want this value, the 6 days, to be filled into these rows which are marked in the brown. Okay. So now you listen to me step by step. Press the shift button with your left hand. Done?
Yes, sir.
Now you click on the last row in the same column. Last row within the same column. Now you click on the fill down. So what the fill down will do, it will take the value from the first row and fill down. Right? Is it? See, you can see it once again. You write your name here in the first activity name. You write your name here. I'll just tell you what. Do this thing. You write your name here. Press enter. And you press the shift button with your left hand. And with your right hand, you click the last row in the same column. And then click on the fill down. Now, is it clear? What is the concept?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So fill down means that fill down, it is like a paintbrush. It will take the value from whichever is the first row you have selected, and all the below rows will be replicated with the same value. So now you select, write here task. For once more, you do the practice. You write here task,
Sir,
and then
I
you
have
do
one
the same thing. Yeah, just wait. Yeah, now do the same thing. I'm sure now it is reinforced, right? So you are going to retain it for whole life?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Now, someone has a question. Please go ahead and ask your question.
I am Atisha. Sir, activity name and calendar both can change in one step.
No, one by one column, only one column at a time. Okay, if you want to change the calendar column, so you select only the calendar column because the selection can be on only one column at a time, right? So if you want if you want all the rows to be filled with the corporate, so what you do? Press the shift and then go ahead. So press the shift button. Now you click on the last row. Click on the last row. And then click on the fill down. So the fill down will basically replicate all the values. It will not be doing any discrimination. It will not be doing any kind of the condition check. It doesn't have any logic. But if I'm using a global change, the global change has a logic. Okay, it can basically check according to the logic. Right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, change it to IST. So you select the IST in the first row and replicate it. And click on the fill down. Right, guys? Is it clear? So
Yes, sir.
you can use the fill down. You can use the global change. So global change can be conditional, but fill down cannot be conditional. Fill down will fill the values like a paintbrush, right? In the global change, you can build some logic. You can put multiple conditions to check according to the task, according to certain pattern, and then you can selectively change the values, right, guys? So that is the scheduling with calendars. So guys, do you agree with the statement that schedule is created by calendars? Schedule is created by calendars, right or wrong?
Yes, that's right.
So here is the calendar and here is the schedule. So schedule is in the red rectangle and calendar is in the blue rectangle. The calendar, if you change it, it will change the schedule, right? So it means that the calendar is creating this schedule. So what is a calendar? Calendar is sort of a huge template for 365 days, right? So which day is a Sunday or Monday, or which day is a holiday or not holiday? You know, that is a sort of a template which we use for the entire year. right? So 365 days, we know it comes from the revolution of Earth around the sun. Actually, it's not 365, we all know. Actually, it is a 365 and a quarter days, right? So every 4 years, to compensate for the loss of the quarter day, we count the leap year. Leap year, we have 29 days in the month of the February to make sure that we remain synchronized with nature. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So the concept of the calendar is clear. So we need calendar to be starting on time, to be finishing on time for each and every activity, right? That is called punctuality. So here we call it schedule management, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, before closing this lesson, before going for the lunch, I would like to answer your questions if you have any. Do you have any questions, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, tell me. Very good.
Yeah, sir. Actually, suppose in India, company is working like 24-hour shift, sir.
Hmm.
Then in calendar setting, we have to write 8 hours per shift.
No, we will use a different calendar. See, if you want to make this activity 24 hours, just go into the calendar column.
Yes.
So, there is a calendar. Do you see this 24? 7 by 24.
Yes.
You select it. And you will see immediately the duration will change. You see the 6 days duration is now reduced to 2 days and 4 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you can see that what is the structure of this calendar. So you can use this as the calendar, right? You click on the modify, you will see that every day they are having 22 hours of the work with 2 hours of the break time. Do you see that? 22.
Yes, sir.
See this details. Do you see that? So they are having a break time at the 0 hours. They are having a break time in the mid afternoon, right? You see that the break time here. So they are having 22 hours, 1 hour break in the midnight and 1 hour break in the midday. And rest of it is 22 hours working, right?
But sir,
So
हम लोग
you
का
can
suppose
create a
BOQ
calendar
में
like this, you can
टेंडर
use it.
सर अगर टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट में लिखा है कि 20 घंटे का ही वर्क होगा तो 2 घंटे नॉन वर्किंग किधर दिखाएंगे सर?
So we can change it. We can create our own calendars. That's not a problem. Okay, we can make a copy from this, and according to the requirement of the client, we can change it, right?
Okay, sir.
A calendar can be changed from the calendar column, and the calendar for a task can be also changed from the task details. So guys, if you look at the details in the general tab, there is a calendar field. Do you see that activity calendar here? You see that? You can change the calendar from here also, right? But why are we using the calendar column? We are using the calendar column for training purposes, right?
Yes.
So that we can instantly see that what is the calendar for this activity. It is for the training purposes because it will unnecessarily occupy the screen in real life. So when we work professionally, so we will use the attributes. We will use this column to change, or we will use the macro, or we will use the fill down. So we can see the calendar attribute from here also, but we are here using it here for the purposes of training, so that in the training you can see the calendar of an activity side by side, right? Is it clear? Okay, so after the lunch time we will do more work on the scheduling. Okay, so just park your questions right now. Park your questions right now. You can ask the question immediately when we start post lunch, right? Okay, so right now the time is 1:50 Indian Standard Time. Let us meet at 2:50. I'm going to send a time marking message in the WhatsApp group. So you can basically, once the message is on your is
Okay. Yeah. Share my screen.
okay, you have to switch off the time component. Okay, so to switch off the time component, so you go to the user preferences, click here.
Okay. User preferences.
Then you select dates option here. Then you select do not show time option here below. So, so many times during the training, we will switch on and off the time. Okay. So at this point, we don't need it. So we switch it off. Maybe later we can switch off the time once again, and if we need it. And we also want to remove this calendar column. Now to remove the calendar column, you right click here. You right click there. And then select columns. And then you select the column calendar and click on the remove from list. Click this button, remove. And then click on the OK. So after you clicked on the OK, you are then having a lot of space. So what you can do that you can start to adjust the start column and the finish column there, right? You see this finish column, and
Yes,
then
sir.
you can basically bring the divider here. Okay, screen divider, you can bring it here so that it is now giving you the maximum utilization of the screen space, right? So since you
Yes,
made
sir.
a change in the layout, so what you can do that till this point, whatever is the layout, you can save this layout. So it will keep it preserved. Okay, till this point. Okay, save the layout. Okay. Now we are going to trying to understand the critical path, right? Many people might be knowing that what is a critical path. So I will not be talking about the definition. I will be basically relying on observation, right? Rather from the definition, from the observation, we will create the definition for us. Okay. So I will not even tell you what is the critical path. I will not even mention, but I will let you observe and discover it for yourself, and then you will be able to define it. Okay. Now, if you look at your screen carefully, so what you have, there are various components. So guys, what is this bar called? This one, this dark bar. So let me remind you once again. So this is the project timeline.
Project timeline.
Okay, so this is showing you the timeline of the project, and that shows you the total duration of the project. And what are these bar?
Activity timelines.
Actual timeline.
Activity timelines, activity, because these green bars are activity. So activity timelines are many and project timeline is only one, right? So basically the project timeline will derive from the activity timeline, right? Now we will observe them closely. So what we do, you go to the last activity here and change the duration to 12 days for the last one. Go to the last row and change the duration to 12 days and see what happens here. Okay. So guys, do you observe that the project timeline expands to match the longer activity timeline, the longest one, right? Longest of the bunch. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Matching that. Okay. Now you go to some activity like say 1100, you change the duration to 18 days. For the activity number 1100, you make it 18 days, 18. So once again, you are seeing that the project timeline is actually expanding and it is staying equal to the longer one. Out of all these, there are activities having the duration 6 days, 12 days, and 18 days. So 18 is the longest one, right?
Yes, sir.
So the project finish date is actually deriving from the longest activity, right?
Yes.
You see that? So whatever is the finish date, no, actually, it is this way, right? So the finish date from the longest activity is being transferred. Basically, it is like this. So the finish date of the longest activity becomes the finish date of the project. So basically, we can say that the finish date of the project, so the project is not considered as finished unless and until the last activity is finished, right, guys? So which is the last one? So last or the latest one is the activity number 1100. So this is the longest one. Now, what the project manager in earlier times would do, so since they were using the drafter, they will take out a red pen and they will use a red pen to mark it and they will call it the critical path. So guys, why they would call it the critical path? I'll just tell you why. See, let me draw this line, guys. This is the finish date of the project, right? Thus, this red line is the boundary limit of the project, right? And
Yes,
if you
sir.
look at this activity, this activity which is at the bottom, it has some duration gap from the finish date, right?
Yes.
See this dark line? So these dark lines are basically representing certain duration gap which this activity does not have. Do you see this critical activity? It doesn't have any gap. But whereas all the other activities which are far away from the finish date, they do have some gap which is represented by the darker bar. So these are called floats, right? But this one critical part doesn't have any float. So critical path is physically the longest. Now guys, tell me one thing. So suppose if a person was working on the critical path and it took a day's leave in the middle of the project, is it going to delay the finish date or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So if he takes 1 day leave, so what will be the new finish date of the project? If that person who is working on critical path, right now the finish date is 20th of January. Suddenly he takes a 1 day leave in the middle of the project, and then what will be the new finish date of the project?
22nd. 22nd.
Correct, 22nd. Why, guys? Look at it carefully. If he takes 1 day leaves, because the 21st is a Sunday, it's a non-working day, the finish date will jump over the Sunday and it will reach Monday. So he took 1 day's leave. But from the client's point of view, what is the delay? The client would say, you delayed my project by 2 days, right? You delayed the delivery, you're late by 2 days, right? From the client's point of view, guys, look at it. The finish date is shifting from 20. Earlier the
Correct,
date,
sir. Correct.
it is shifting to 22. So from the client point of view, the delay is about 2 days, right? So basically, you know what we do.
Correct.
See, you are PM. PM means promise manager. What is the first promise? The first and the foremost promise that any project manager makes, I will deliver your product in time. So product is the final outcome of the project, right? So I will
Yes.
deliver the product on time. So that promise is broken. So every project manager is concerned about the timely delivery of the product, timely delivery of the result, timely delivery of the objective, right? So that is why for the project manager, knowing the critical path in advance is very, very important, so that they can plan some redundancy of resources on the critical path. So the definition of the critical path says critical path is physically the longest. Guys, do you agree with this observation? Is the critical path is the longest out of all the
Yes,
paths?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the second definition says the critical path has zero gap or zero float. Is that definition true?
That's true.
Correct. So it has zero float. Now, the duration of the project cannot be shorter than the duration of the critical path. So guys, look at this. Is it physically possible for the project to finish earlier than the critical path?
No, sir.
Not at all, because the project has to be at least equal to the critical path, right? So
That's
basically,
right.
you just created the definition from the observation. You observed, you created the definition. So you observed three things. Critical path is physically the longest, critical path has zero float, and critical path represents minimum duration required for completing the project. Right, guys?
Yes, sir.
And this is the real definition also, right? Okay. Now, you might be wondering that why the software is not marking it with the red color. Yes, guys, that is the thing that I'm going to tell you. So, guys, if you look at the year when Primavera was released, see, Primavera was released in the year 1983. Okay. In 1983, I was in the 10th standard. I had no idea about computers. I had read about computers in science fictions only, right? Okay. Now, coming back to the present, now what happened in when I used a computer for the first time, that was in the year 1988 when I graduated and I basically joined my computer applications graduation. So in those days, the computers did not have real-time response. So, only one software could run. So Mesbah can relate to those times. Mesbah, you remember working on DOS computers, disk operating systems? Mesbah, you are here. Can you switch on your mic and tell me, did you work upon the DOS computers, disk operating system? It used to have a floppy disk. Okay. So, guys, we used to have a floppy disk which looked like this, and they were like the 5 inches. Do you see this disk here? Do you see this on the left side? So basically one program could run at a time. So we used to enter the data as a batch process. Suppose if you wanted to you wanted to type some letters, so only one program would run. That was called word star. If you wanted to work upon the the worksheet, so you had a program called Lotus 123. It was not Excel. Excel came much later, right? So you had to exit from the word star to work upon the Lotus 123. So the computers, the programs were designed to have the data read first, and they will do a batch process, then they will give us the result. So basically, in the initial stages, the data was first entered by the project managers, like say 2000 rows of activities. It was not graphical. Basically, it will give the output in a sort of a character-based screen or connector-based printer, right? So the data will be entered first, and then the process will be run. The program will process the data. Then it will tell that which path were having the zero flow. Okay, so that is why, this software by default, it is set in the manual mode. So manual mode. So how do we calculate the critical path? So we click on this button. So guys, look carefully on the panel one. There is a button which you look carefully. It looks like a clock. So read the name of that button. It is called the scheduling button. Okay. What happened? So go to that button. If you are having the Zoom panel, you can drag it down. So
Okay.
yeah. So you should first close this. Just close the task monitor. Yeah. Close this. Close this in task manager. Yeah. You can close this. Okay. Okay. Now you look at this button here. Yeah. Click it. Now, so everyone's here. Mesbah, you are here.
Yes.
Mesbah, you are following.
No, sir, I did not follow nothing.
Why?
The critical path, I did not understand what is this, and I did not put what is the time I have to put here. I'm sorry,
Okay.
I was.
Okay, so you share your screen, okay? Yeah, share your screen, please.
Oh, share screen.
Okay. So just go to the activity number 1100 and put the duration
Where?
as 18 days here. Look at the arrow.
Here?
Look at the
Here?
arrow. Look at the arrow.
Okay.
Yeah, put here 18 days.
Why I'll put 18 days, sir?
So once you do that, you will see that the project timeline has become to the longest path. Now, the longest path is called the critical. And in the earlier days, the project manager will take a red pen and mark it as critical path. Why that is critical, that I will tell you later. But let us compute the critical path in a manual way. So now click on this. Click on the scheduling button here.
The last one you did something, last one? No.
So last one you can put here as 12 days. Yeah, you put here 12 days. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, now you click on this scheduling button. And then after you click on the scheduling button, click on the schedule. So, that is going to compute for one time. So it will do a one-time computation, right? You see that it has marked this one as the critical, and rest of the activities, they are having some float here. Guys, do you see that it is saying 6 days, right? 6 days float, but this one is having zero float. Why the zero float? Because if I draw the finish date line here, Do you see that there is a zero gap from the finish date? Right, guys? And these activities are having the 12 days float. You see that this is showing you 12 days each. So where is the float? Basically, the float is the gap between the activities which are shorter than the critical path, right, guys? Do you see that? So critical path doesn't have any gap. It has no room for delay. If the critical path is delayed, then the finish date of the project will be also delayed, right? Okay, that's why this path is called the critical path. Okay, now guys, let's do this thing.
Why 6 days is not the critical path?
Yeah, it is not the critical because it is far away from the finish date. So this is the finish line. Okay, do you see this finish line, this red line? So
Yeah.
it has some amount of the float. Do you see this dark line here? Okay. Now, let us do this thing. Once again, let us go to the last activity and make it as 18 days. So this also becomes equal to the critical, but it will not be immediately marked as critical. You see that it is still green. Why it is green? Because the software is working in the manual mode, right? So when the software is working in the manual mode, each time you are making some changes, so you got to basically update it yourself. So you got to tell the computer to process the data. So now, why this was there? Because I'm talking about the year 1983. So in the year 1983, the CPUs were not so powerful. So all the programs were running in batch mode. So first you enter all the data, then you do the computation, right? So later, as the CPUs became more and more powerful, the Windows came, and all the programs, they became real time. So in the real time, they could do the processing. You enter the data, instantly they will calculate the critical path, right, guys? Now let us switch the software to the automatic mode, because then the Primavera gave the facility that if you have a powerful computer, you set your program to the automatic mode. If you're not, then you continue to work in the manual mode. Now you have to set, since you have a powerful computer, so you have to set it into the automatic mode. So how to use the automatic mode, guys? Okay, so let me show it to you. First of all, you click on the scheduling button here. Click on this. Okay, just hold your screen. Everybody, please confirm that you are in the schedule box. Schedule. Everybody,
Yes,
please
sir.
for once.
Yes, sir.
You're here. Ashwini,
Yes, sir.
Aditya, Atesham, you're here.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay, guys, you will see that there is an options here. Options button. So click on the options. So once you click on the options, you will get another bigger box called schedule options. So in the schedule options, there is an option here. I want you to read this. Read the text. What does it say?
Schedule automatically when a change affects dates.
Now, what kind of change will affect? See, there are two changes which can affect a date: duration and relation. If you're changing the duration, it will automatically recalculate at that instant. If you're changing the relation between the activities, then once again it will recalculate, right? Okay, guys, now you select this checkbox. Select this checkbox. So, guys, you have selected this checkbox.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now you click on the close button. Close this. And click yes. And then click on the schedule button to implement this new setting. You must click on the schedule. Now you will see that it is showing you the red color, but you have to understand that whether it is automatic or not. So to understand whether it is automatic or not, what we will do, we will make some changes by relating three activities. So you select the first three activities, 1000, 1010 and 1020. You select three of them by using the shift down arrow method. You select these three. Now you right click here. After the selection, you right click on the selected. No, you don't have to basically uncheck them. So let me show it to you. It is not a very big deal, right? Okay, now you right click here. After the right click, you will see an option here. It is called link activities. So guys, do you see this link activities here? Link. So click on the link activities. So click this. So instantly you will see that after you link this activity, a simple relationship of finish to start is established. And since these three activities, they add up to the duration of 18 days, they are also being marked as critical activities, right? Instantly you will see them in the red color. So guys, please confirm you are having the same scenario on your screen.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay. Now we will see
No, sir.
that dynamic change, how it is changing dynamically, because we have basically set it into the automatic mode. So guys, do this thing, go to the last activity and change the duration to 19.
Sir,
Change
not
the duration
that,
to 19.
sir.
Yes, tell me what happened.
I'm not there, sir.
Who is that I?
Adisham.
What happened?
Can I share my screen, sir?
What is not happening? You describe. No, you describe. Describe what is not happening.
एक्टिविटी आईडी के बाजू एक कॉलम आ गया सर.
Which column?
नंबर कॉलम सर.
Number column. So ignore that. So continue to work. Don't look at that column.
सर ये ग्राफ नहीं शो कर रहा सर यहाँ पे.
So you select. So you click on this button. Click on the Gantt chart.
No sir, this line graph sir. Link line.
So link line.
Graph.
Yeah. So just do this thing. Sometimes there is a bug here. So you just basically you just switch off the Gantt chart and then switch it back on again. So this line will come.
Okay, just a second.
It has a bug. It has a small little bug. Sometimes these lines, the link line will not appear. If it doesn't appear, to get it back, you just switch off the Gantt chart, then you switch on the Gantt chart like this.
Right sir, right sir.
Now it has come.
Right, sir, right, sir.
Okay,
Right,
fine.
sir.
Okay.
But it is red in color, sir.
Yeah, so you go to the last activity and you change it to 19. You will see it is the longest one. So it is the critical path, right? The longest activity will show you in red color. Right, guys?
Right, sir. Right, sir. Right, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Now, the rest of the activities, they have become non-critical, right? So basically, what is the critical activity? Critical activity is defining the finish date of the project like this, right? So this is the finish date line, and rest of the activities, they're having some gap. So this gap is called the float. So guys, did you note the float here? How much float is there? 1 day. This is the 1 day. This activity is having how much float? 1 day. So this is the 1 day float. And how much float is there on the critical path?
0.
0. It doesn't have any gap from the finish date. In fact, it is the basically the longest path. That's why it doesn't have any gap. It is in fact defining the finish date. So if this activity is delayed, so the project will be delayed. In rest of the activities, there is some room for delay. If a person is taking a leave on the activity number 1170, 1 day leave, so it will delay the activity by 1 day, but at least it not delay the project finish date, because the project finish date is far away, right guys? Is it clear? The project finish date is far away, so it will not delay the project. Now, the float line has to be displayed by the software automatically, right? So guys, let us do this thing. Let us introduce the float line also. So guys, you right click here to get the float line setting. And after that, you select bars. So after you select the bars, so you scroll down to the bottom. Scroll down to the bottom.
Sir, where it is?
So now in the bars, right? So are you in the bars setting box?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm in bar settings.
Okay, fine. So from the right hand side, you will see a scroller. You scroll to the bottom. Scroll
Okay.
down to the bottom. Okay.
Right.
Go to the end of the list. Now at the end, you will see, there is a float bar checkbox. You click on, you select it twice, then it will get selected. Click on it 2 times, then it will get selected. Right? Okay. Then you also select the negative float bar. You click on it 2 times. 1, 2. Right. So first it will select the row, then it will select the checkbox. So guys, do you see the selections made here on the demo screen?
Yes,
Please.
sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So
Yes, sir.
now we will select the float bar and the negative float bar. After that, we will click on the OK. So immediately the first thing that you will see is the negative float bar appear on the screen. So guys, do you see this float bar?
Yes, sir.
So basically what the float bar is telling you, that these activities are at a certain distance from the finish date. But whereas there is no float bar in the critical path. You see that on this activity there is no float because this is the longest one, right? Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
guys, let us do this thing. Go to the last activity and change the duration to 18 and then see how many critical paths are there. Mesva, change it to 18. What are you waiting for?
3 critical paths.
Correct observation. 3 critical paths. See, guys, let me tell you, a project will always have at least one critical path and multiple critical paths are also possible. Actually, you didn't plan for it. It is due to mathematical coincidence, right? It is possible that there can be, by coincidence, there can be more critical paths, more than one, right? So one critical path will be always there, but there can be, more critical paths, right? Okay. Now, on the last activity, you change the duration to 70, then you observe and tell me how many critical paths are there.
2, sir.
2 critical paths are there because this one has been reduced and now the remaining 2, they are the critical ones, right? So it means
Yes, sir.
that at least one critical path will be always there, okay? But there can be more than one also, right? If I reduce any of the existing critical path, the longer one will remain as the critical, right? So it
Yes.
means that the critical path is the path which is the path having zero duration of the float. Zero, not zero duration, but zero float duration. See, this is the float. This is the float. So what is the float? Float is basically the gap between the finish date and the activity end of the activity or the edge of the activity. And you will see that the critical path is critical because it doesn't have any gap. So it is very, very critical for the project managers to know and plan about it. Okay. Now, knowledge
Yes,
of
sir.
critical path is good. Now, what to do with that knowledge? That I will tell you. That is the real knowledge about the critical path. So, guys, let us do this thing. Let us also make this as the critical. Go to the last one and also make it as 18. Okay, then
18.
this is the real knowledge, what you need to do with the Primavera. Okay, so guys, how many critical paths are there?
3.
3, sir.
3. Now, what you are going to do after your project plan is complete and completed and corrected. So, first of all, you will put in all the activities. You will check for duration. You will check for the relation. Okay, if this data is correct, you will make sure that all activities are entered into the Primavera, their durations, their relations, and their data is correct. After that, you will call for the critical path meeting, CPM. You must have heard of it, CPM. Now, what is the CPM? It is basically a meeting called by the project manager for the people, those who are the activity owners on the critical path. Now for that, to call for this meeting, you will first set up a filter to display only the critical activities. So this is your filter. So guys, look at the top. So click on the filter. So guys, are you in the filter box?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the filter box, you will notice that there is a filter, okay, pre-assigned filter, critical. So you select the checkbox next to this, critical. Okay.
Critical.
Everybody please observe the demo screen and confirm that you have selected the critical checkbox.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I have.
Yes, sir.
You have selected.
Yes, sir.
Now
Yes.
click on the OK. Click on the OK. So after you have clicked on the OK, only the critical activity will be delayed. Now guys, tell me from the left hand side, how many activities are there? Count it. Count the number of the rows.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Five.
Okay. So basically what you will do that in the critical path meeting. So let me name this meeting. Okay. Critical path meeting. So because many of the people, those who are teaching the Primavera, they'll show, oh, this is the critical path, but they don't tell you what to do with that. The story begins here, guys, right? Knowing the
Yes, sir.
critical path is good, but what to do with that? So in the critical path meeting, you are going to call 5 activity owners. 5 guys will come into the meeting room. And just imagine, just guys visualize this. Visualize the
Okay.
The setting is like this. So this data is being displayed on the projector. And 5 people, they come, they are seated in the meeting room and you are asking them questions one by one. So these 5 guys are the activity owners, right? Each of them have been assigned. Now, what is your first question to them? I'm going to write the question. You read them. You read the questions. So, guys, read the first question.
Are you planning to take any leave during the activity?
So, do you understand the consequence if they suddenly take a leave without any pre-planning? They suddenly say, "Sir, ma'am, I'm going for some vacation." Okay. So, guys, do you know what is the impact on the finish date?
Yes, gonna push
The
it
finish,
forward.
yes, the
later than.
finish date will be delayed. You are going to look bad on your promise, guys. Every finish date, every milestone is a promise to the client. I am going to deliver this deliverable by this date, this date. A project has multiple finish dates. Okay, I'm using a small set of data to understand the big picture, right? If any of
Yes.
the person he takes a leave during this activity, it's going to push the finish date. Now, so you will, if he says yes, now what you are going to do, how you are going to handle this thing. So basically, I'm including the elements of the project management because basically what exactly we're trying to do with the Primavera. I'm not using the Primavera as a video game. It's not a video game, right? Primavera
Yes,
is
sir.
real project management software. You have to do project management process with this. So you ask that, guys, please tell me that what is the purpose. If he says vacation, so you ask him, can you shift the dates of the vacation? Can you take it after your activity is completed? So definitely there are certain things which are negotiable, but there are certain things in a person's life which are not negotiable. If he says that, sir, I'm going to get engaged, or I'm going to get married, or my wife is going to have a baby, all these things are predictable, right? So
That's
these
right.
are calculated, right? Medical science can predict the arrival of a baby, and you can basically plan your engagement day or your marriage day. So you tell your boss or the boss, that's you should ask that guy. So these are non-negotiable dates. The person has to be present on those dates, right, guys?
Yes, sir.
So if he says yes, then what you do? You still have the time. Guys, look, what is the start date of the project? 1st of January, right? And
Yes,
what
sir.
is today's date? Today's date is 19th of the August. So we have good 4 months, right? We have
Yeah.
good 4 months, September, October, November, December. That's what I'm trying to sensitize you. So you have good 4 months to find a substitute resource. Do you get my point? Now, what is
That's
the
right.
remedy? If he says yes, the remedy is this. I'm going to write it. You are going to read it back to me. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So guys, you read the answer. Find an, you can ignore this D. Find an equally skilled human resource. It makes sense, guys?
Yes, sir.
So you know that substitute human resource will fill in for the days on which your main resource might not be there, right? So it will fill in for the days on which your main resource is absent. So you know this way your activity will not be delayed, right? Because
Yes, sir.
you know that in advance, because it takes some time to find a skilled person, right? It takes time, right? Skilled person, they are not kept on the shelves to be taken whenever you need them, right? You have to find them. So is
Yes,
this
sir.
clear? Huh? Right?
Yes, it is clear.
Yes. Now, if this point is clear, now there is a second point which have to be asked. The second question is like this. Guys, read the question.
Is there any equipment which can be possibly failed during your activity?
So guys, can you just imagine if the equipment fails during his activity, the activity will be delayed, right?
Yes.
Okay, if he says yes, then what is your remedy? So the remedy is like this. Guys, read this.
If yes, get a standby or get this one serviced.
In advance, right? This is called
Yeah.
preventive maintenance. So standby, if the equipment is small, so it's okay to have a standby because that won't cost you a lot of money. But you know, if that is a big one, so if you just imagine it's a 100-ton crane or a 100-ton earth mover, so you can't have a standby for that big equipment. You know, that standby will cost you a lot of money. So, you know, for a bigger equipment, what we do preventive maintenance. So, guys, I will give you a very good example of preventive maintenance. So, guys, after you got down from an aircraft, did you see that it is surrounded by many people and they are checking it thoroughly?
Yes.
So, guys, do you know that why they are doing it? They are actually doing it for the next flight.
That's right.
So, you know, when you are getting down from the aircraft, if you look towards the airport seating lounge, you will see there are people waiting for the return flight, right? How do the airlines make money? They make money by making the aircraft work hard, up, down. Okay, right? So in between, you know, while you are getting down, other people are waiting to get in. So get this, so they get this poor aircraft checked that it should not fall sick in midair, right?
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
Can you give me a minute to use the restroom, please?
Yeah, sure, definitely. Everybody should take it. So what is that for? So that's for if on the road, if you have a flat tire, you can use that to replace the bad one, right? And you
That's
can
right.
continue your journey so that your journey is not delayed and you are not stuck in the middle of somewhere, right?
That's
Okay.
That's
So
right.
that is why you know you should find out that which activity are critical and which of the equipment might have a chances of failure. So either you arrange for a standby or you get this one serviced, right? So that
Yes,
is
sir.
the benefit of knowing the critical paths. Now there is a third question. Third question I'm going to write. So guys, you read this question.
Is there any material which can run short supply during your activity?
So guys, can you just imagine, man is there, machine is there, but there is no material to work upon. So can you do the activity without the material? Is it possible? No.
It's not possible.
The activity would still be stuck. It will still be delayed. So if he says, yes, boss, yes, there is the possibility of a material which I'm basically needing on my activity. Yes, there is a possibility of it getting delayed. So what do you do? So you just tell him this thing. Okay. So this is the remedy in advance. So guys, read this answer.
Call the supplier and try to know the lead times to supply the bulk quantity.
So guys, what is the lead time? Lead time is the time which is taken to supply quantities in bulk, because the suppliers are keeping some stock. But if you're needing some more quantity which is beyond his stock, so that will take some lead time. Lead means you will have to place the lead means leading. Leading means early. Early means that you have to place the order much earlier before the start of your activity or your project, so that the time taken to supply can be taken care of. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Suppose he says that this particular oh no, why are you trying to exit from here? Don't click anything. Hold the mouse. Okay. Okay, guys. Now, is there any material? Now, what do you do if he says that, okay, so this material is going to take 45 days? Now, guys, tell me one thing. If there is a material X which you need on the critical path, and it takes around 45 days, and your project is going to start on 1st of the January. So, guys, on which date you are going to place the order? By which date you are going to place the order? Count 45 days, or how many days you are going to count backward to place the order? On which date you are going to place the order for this material?
November
16 November,
25,
sir.
sir.
So you are going to place it on 15th of the November, right?
Yes.
But I would suggest that you place the order on 31st of the October. You know, guys, why? I'll tell you.
That's true.
See, I'll just tell you. See, I'm going to draw this timeline here. Okay, just wait. So, guys,
Okay.
this is the timeline, right? This is the timeline. Now, this is the 1st of the January, right? I'm going to
Yes.
write the 1st of the January here. So I'll write the 1st January 2024, your project is going to start. Now, I'm going to just imagine, as per your advice, I place the order on the 15th of the November. Now, see that what is going to happen. I place the order on the 15th of the November 2023, right, guys? Now,
Yes, sir.
now my material is going to arrive on the 31st of the December, right?
Okay.
Right or wrong? It will arrive on 31st of December 23. Now, I discover in the midnight, after the shipment arrived, in the midnight, I go and check that out of the 10,000 pieces, 500 pieces are defective. So, guys, does that look good?
No.
No. So what I'm suggesting is that on top of the lead time, if he says that lead time is 45 days, you add 15 days more. You should be smart enough to place the order. What I'm saying is that you place the order on the 31st of October. So guys, if you place the order on the 31st of October, then when you are going to get your material? So you will get your material delivered on 15th of the December here. Right, guys? Do you see this green?
Yes, sir.
So that will give you 15 days buffer time to check and get it replaced, get the defective ones replaced. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So that is what is called the transfer of experience. I'm transferring my experience to you, right? I might have made some mistake, which makes me wiser. So guys, I want you not to make any mistake. Okay. So basically what happens in the, So, in a traditional, family business, the elders will tell the youngers, guys, don't do that in this business, So, the younger generation gets better and better and better. So here, transferring my experience to, I tell if the supplier says 45 days, you order the material 60 days prior. You get my point? So you
Yes,
got
sir.
15 days to check for the defect. So guys, let me tell you one thing. If any of the inputs is defective, can you get a acceptance criteria? Can you get acceptance criteria satisfied by the client? Can you get the acceptance criteria okayed by the client? No, it will not pass the acceptance criteria. It means that the quality should be controlled from all the angles, from material, from time, from man, from machine, everything, right?
Yes,
Is it
sir.
clear? So you need some time to check the material, to test it, to make sure that it fits in. So maybe your supplier might be good, but there are still chances, 1 in a million chances, that something can go wrong. Okay, so you should have some time for you to replace it, because the bulk quantity cannot be replaced. But of course, the small quantity can be replaced from the stock, from the suppliers. All the suppliers are able to do this, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So that is the benefit of knowing the critical path. Now there is a fourth question here. So let me make some room to ask you the fourth question. I'm going to just wind this up first of all. Okay, the fourth question is like this. So guys, read this question.
Is there any subcontracted work that requires large cash approval?
Suppose you are getting something done by the subcontractor, and he is doing a very large portion of the work inside the activity, and you need to pay him large amounts of money. So guys, I hope you understand that when the large payment has to be made, it has to be approved by multiple managers, and this can delay the payment. And if the payment for the subcontractor is delayed, you have to understand one thing: the subcontractors do not have deep pockets, means they don't have large amount of money to pay the workers. They will just wind up the work and go away, right? It has happened in many places. So
That's
if
right.
the answer is yes, if you have any subcontracted work which requires large cash payment, so what you should do, what is the remedy? The remedy is that start the approval process now. Okay, so if you get the approvals in advance, it's okay, so you can take the cash later, because the dispensation of the cash won't take much time. It is the approval which takes time, right guys?
That's right.
Misbah, is that right? Do you agree with this? Can you unmute your mic and say something on this, because you have done lots of projects, big ones, okay, all these years.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes.
So is the critical path clear to you now? Why the path is called critical? You said you
Yes,
have
sir.
not heard of the critical path. So basically, critical path is the path which is not having any room for delay. Because if you look at the float column, you will see it says 0. So what it is saying, no room for delay. And if you look at the finish boundary line, it is touching, right? So if any of the
Yes.
activities on the critical path is delayed, it is going to make you look bad on the promise. You are the PM, you are the promise manager. What are the things which are promised in the contract at the top level? Three things. Every industry, every domain. I will deliver the product on time, right guys? That is the first promise. I will deliver the I will deliver the product within your given within your the quoted price, or the fixed price, or the given budget, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
And third
Sir,
promise
one,
that I will
sir, one
deliver
question.
the promised quality of the product. The performance of the product will be delivered as per your satisfaction criteria, right guys? You know, in
Yes, sir.
every contract, these are the three big meanings. And who is carrying the promise on whose shoulder? It is your shoulder. You are the promise manager. So it is very important for you to ensure that no activity on the critical path is delayed. Guys, now do you understand what is the critical path? So pressing the
Yes, sir.
buttons on
Yes,
the
sir. One
Primavera is
thing.
good, but you should, once you have pressed all the buttons and the Primavera has calculated the critical path for you, you should call for the critical path meeting, and you should make sure that every person who is the activity owner should understand the criticality of the critical path, and he should respond, and you should ensure that at least something which is calculable, right? It is called a known risk. Known risk is a risk which we can foresee and we can prevent it, right? Like if I am having a pandemic in a particular area, I will go there wearing a mask because I know it, that there is a risk of catching some virus. So I'll wear a mask, I will sanitize my hands, I will try to touch minimum objects, right? Do you understand that?
Mhm.
Because
Yes.
it's a known risk now. So some risks are known, some risks are unknown. So what is an unknown risk? Like scientists still don't have a way to predict the earthquakes. If they could, you know, so many people wouldn't be killed in Turkey, right? Is it clear?
Mhm.
So
Yes.
still there are certain risks which are unpredictable. We cannot predict the tsunami. We cannot predict earthquakes. We cannot predict, like the pandemics. I don't know if there is any new virus, waiting somewhere on some corner of the world and waiting to be released and causing the next lockdown, right? You just don't know, right? So, but what you can know that if any activity on the critical path can be delayed. So, if you know that, then you should ensure at least it should not be delayed due to the unavailability of the resource. Now, how to remember this point? So, for that, you have a shortcut here. I told you also 3M plus C. So, guys, what is the 3M? What is the
Man,
Man,
material.
material, power.
Yes, man, machine, material, and C is cash, right?
Yes, yes.
So you just make sure that on the critical path, any of the activity should not be missing, man, machine, material, or the cash, and at least the project should not be delayed due to some known risk. This is a known risk. Known risk should be 100% prevented because they are preventable, right? So
Mhm.
that is your responsibility, right? So PM means problem manager. So you are preventing the problems, right? The
Yes,
known
sir.
problems at least, right? Okay, guys. So is this clear? Critical path is clear, guys?
Yeah,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
One thing only. Task 1, task 2. Why it will be critical path? Because task 3 is the last one.
See, they are critical
Task.
because if this is delayed, it will push 2 and 2 will push the 3 and the effect will be delay because they are connected, because they are related. They are in the finish to start relationship, right?
Okay. Okay.
That is why, because they are like a chain. They're like a domino. If you push the first domino, so the next one drops down. Have you gone to the bowling alley? So you hit the right pin, and it pulls and it pushes the subsequent pins, and all the pins may fall. And that also explains the effect of the critical path, right?
Okay.
Right, guys?
Yes.
So that is why all these activities are shown to be critical, because if any of these related activities they are delayed, if any of the activities they are delayed, it is going to push the finish date of the project. That is why this is being depicted in red color in critical path. And if any of the critical path is to be taken care of, so you must set the filter and call for the critical path meeting. Right, guys? Is it clear? So
Yes.
Yes, sir.
now, if the critical path is clear, I will tell you another concept which builds upon this knowledge, that is called near critical path. So, is there any person here who has heard of the near critical path? Guys,
Yeah, I have a
you have a question? Yes, please go ahead.
yes. My question is, during the time we are considering risk, do we put into consideration any of these natural disasters?
Yes, absolutely. Natural disasters. See, when we write a contract with a client, there is a section called the force majeure. Force majeure means acts of God. So what is included there? So any climatic condition which is beyond the control of man, earthquake,
Okay.
floods,
Yeah, hurricane.
so
Yeah.
drastic turn of the climatic conditions which can prevent the people from working in
Yeah.
a safe condition. So that is called the force majeure. So force majeure clause is written in the contract. So it is mentioned that in case of force majeure, then who are going to take the share of loss? It could be sometimes 50-50, right? Between the both the parties, between the client and the buyer, right?
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Client and the provider, right?
Yes.
So it is dependent upon what is the agreement for the force majeure. But there are certain risks which has to be taken care of the service provider, that is you. So if there is any delay due to the known risk, so that is on your account. You will have to pay the penalty amount for that, right?
Okay.
Do you get that point? So
Yes,
that
sir.
Yes.
so that is also noted in the contract. So what is predictable? Schedule, I mean the critical path schedule is predictable, right? So any
Yeah.
delay of the resource on the critical path is predictable. So that should be taken care of by you. Okay. And falling of the equipment, that should be taken care of by you. So you can impose many safety measures on the site. You will barricade the construction site so that any unwanted person should not enter. Only the people, those who are expert at handling big equipments, huge amounts of the power cables, only those people should enter the construction site or the fabrication site, right? People should be
Yes.
wearing safety gears, and there should be one safety officer posted on the site to check if people are doing the right thing or not, right? So that
Yes,
is your
sir.
responsibility. If anything goes wrong, then you are liable to pay, right? You are liable for any kind of the damages to the environment or to anybody's life or limbs, right? So that is basically taken care of by all good and process-based engineering companies, right? Okay,
Yeah.
they're following the processes and they define their risk management policy before they start the project work. That what we should be doing, what kind of risk prevention methodology we will use, what will be the checklist for the people going to the site, what is the equipment, what is the protective gear, and what is the prevention training. Okay, fire prevention training, accident prevention training should be provided, right? You must have seen very good companies, they are having a medical team and an ambulance stationed on the site itself, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
that if any person is injured, so they can immediately provide the medical support so that there is no huge loss, right? So that is
Yeah.
the prevention, that is the risk management. So a project manager has to take care of the schedule management, cost management, resource management, quality management, risk management, communication management, stakeholder management, procurement management. You have to plan your procurements. Can you put all the stuff on the site? You have to construct 100 stories building. Can you put up that huge amount of cement and steel on the site? No. You will bring them phase by phase, right? Is it clear?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
So you have to do your procurement management planning using the Primavera only. In the Primavera, certain procurement activities will be also included, that what we will start procuring at what point of time, so that it arrives on the site and it gets consumed. It arrives on the site, it gets consumed. You can't keep lot of raw materials or lot of your construction material on the site, because that will get damaged. The material can get damaged. It can, if you put lot of cement, the cement can absorb moisture and it can become hard and useless, right? So you got to
Yes, sir.
understand this thing. So you got to procure the right stuff at the right thing at the right time. So all these areas of the project management have to be applied. So we are focusing on what can Primavera do for us. Primavera can help in scope management, schedule management, resource management, risk management also, right? Okay.
Yes,
Now
sir.
I'm going to teach you the near critical path. So guys, so just remove the filter. First of all, you go here and in the filter you select remove all filters, all activities. Select all activities, because this is one checkbox which will remove. Suppose you have selected multiple filters here, So this one checkbox will remove all the filters, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All activities. Now click on the OK.
A quick question.
Yes, yes.
Removing this filter, what's the difference between clicking OK and clicking apply?
Clicking OK. So just a moment. So let me try to understand. So I go to the filter. I click, apply means you stay here. OK means you apply and close.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, you said that earlier. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, great. So now, what is the near critical path? I'll show it to you, because near critical path, very few textbooks have it yet, and not many project managers, they take care of it and they get into trouble. So guys, just do this thing. You change the duration of this activity 1150 to 15 days. Make it 15.
1150.
Yeah, make it 15.
So 150.
And then you go to this activity 1050 and make it as 16 days.
1050.
Yeah, make it as 16 days. Okay, guys, you would note, let me point out very specifically, if you look at these activities, they are very much near to the finish date, but they are not marked as critical. Now, what happens with these activities? These activities are called near critical paths. Near, because they're very near to the critical path, right? Near the path. Now, I'll tell you that I'm sharing my experience here, guys. So listen carefully. You may not read about this in any training or any book. Maybe someone has mentioned. Now, near critical path, what happens about these activities? I'm not prepared. Okay. I ignore that during the planning. Okay. There is no 3M plus C policy applied. Now, what happens? I'm doing my project. What happens? My critical activities are stable, and these activities which are near critical path activities, they suddenly start expanding and they jump beyond the finish date of the project. Now these become the bad guys, right? And they jump the line. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Right? So now I tell my team member, guys, I'm setting up a policy. The policy is like that: if there is any activity which comes within the 3 days range of the finish date of the project, we are going to mark them as critical as well, right? So guys, do you see that there are two activities which are touching the 3 days policy boundary, right? Do you see the shaded portion? So what I'm saying that if any activity is within the 3 days of the finish date, I'm going to mark them as critical path as well. So what do I do? So I just pull out a red sketch pen and mark them on my monitor. So guys, do you think that is the solution? No, that is not the solution. I'm joking. Okay, we don't work like that. So what we will do, that in the Primavera, there is a provision to mark the near critical path as per your policy, right? So you can set a policy for 3 days or 10 days. That depends upon your size of the project and the nature of the project. So for this project, I'm setting a policy for 3 days. Any activity coming within the 3 days of the finish date will be marked as critical as well. So I'm going to implement this policy. Okay, guys, let us step by step, let us go and implement this. So before we go there, is there any doubt? Everybody is synchronized till this point?
Yes.
Right? Critical path is clear to you. What to do with the critical path? You have to call for critical path meeting, right? In the critical path meeting, what you have to ensure? 3M plus C. Man, machine, material plus cash should be in abundant and good quantity on the critical path. So at least any of the critical activity should not be delayed due to your miscalculation of resources, right, guys? Due to lack of resources, because lack of resources is your fault, right? Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, earthquake is not your fault. If earthquake happens or pandemic happens, or if the political situation changes on the site due to which you can't work, that is another thing. So so that will be taken care of by the senior management, right? Okay. Now, guys, let us implement the near critical path. To implement the near critical path, I once again go into the scheduling toolbox. So click on this button. Now, after you click on the scheduling toolbox, click on the options. Click on the options. Okay, so guys, in the options, I want you to read something. So read this text, read it and feel it.
Define critical activities as total float less than or equal to
0 hours, right?
yes,
So
sir.
the policy is set to 0. You set the policy to 3 days. You write here 3 days. 3D. Just only 3D is good enough. So you're changing the policy from 0 to the 3 days, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, click on the close button. Now click on the yes. Now click on the schedule button to implement. No. Click on the schedule button. Otherwise, it will not get implemented. So guys, do you see that these two activities are also being marked as critical, right?
Okay.
Why they are being marked as critical? Because they are falling within the policy boundary. Your policy boundary starts 3 days before the finish date. So they are touching it or they are intersecting it, right? So that is why. Now let's see if they would appear in the critical path list or not.
7 days will be better, sir.
Yeah, no, that's okay. We can talk about that later. So just go into the filter. Go into the filter and you select a critical. Now click on the OK. So guys, now tell me that how many critical activities are listed? What is the total number of the activities listed as critical?
7.
7. So how many activity owners will you call into the meeting?
7.
Correct. Absolutely correct, guys. So you will call these 7 activity owners to come. You will call this 7 activity owners, okay, to come and join your meeting and basically discuss the 3M+C policy, right? So that will ensure that not only the critical but the near critical activities or near critical path activities are also given an insurance policy of 3M+1C, right? It will ensure that even they are not delayed. Is this clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay, now guys, let us remove the filter. So how to remove the filter? Go to the filter and select all activities from the top left, right? So that removes all filters and then click on the OK, right? Now we will remove the policy also, right? The near critical path policy. So how to remove the policy? So first of all, you go into the scheduling tool here. In the scheduling tool, go to the options. Now in the options, you set the total float equal to 0 again. It was originally 0. You set it back to 0 again. Okay, just hold your screen. Hold it. Let your friends also have a look. So guys, please have a look at the demo screen. Okay. And make sure that you have understood what we are doing. We are setting the policy back to 0. Right? So are you here? Everybody has put 0 here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now, after you have set it back to 0, you click on the close button. And you click on the yes. And then you click on the schedule button. No, always you have to click on the schedule button to implement. Otherwise, this will not be implemented. Okay, do not press the cross button. Never. Always press the schedule button, because whatever is setting you have done, it will be applied into the software. Do you understand?
Sorry, I click on cancel.
So no, not to worry. You just open this tool. Okay. So you get back into the scheduling tool. After you get back into the scheduling tool, go into the options. So make sure that the option is 0. First you come here. Is it 0 now?
Yes, I'm gonna say.
Now click on the close. Now you click on the schedule button once again. I mean, you didn't click it last time. You click on the schedule button. If you click on the schedule button, you know that setting which you changed, that will get applied. People don't know the secret. They think that they have put the 0 and it will get applied. No, it will not get applied unless and until you click on the schedule button. Schedule button applies the setting and keeps it implemented for the rest of the life. Right? Is it clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
It is now implemented forever. So you will see that after you remove the policy, these two activities are now also back to the normal color, right? So guys, the critical path is clear, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
And
Yes.
what to do with that? Is it clear?
Yes.
And what is the near critical path? Is it clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Now let us come to the policy. So guys, let me tell you a thumb rule. So guys, in every industry, in every domain, you can lose 1 day per month. Suppose you are having a 1-year project. If I say that, okay, you can lose 1 day per month, so what will be the near critical path distance? Tell me, how many days you will keep the margin?
1 day.
14 days.
1 day.
12 days, 12 days.
12
So you can start with 12, you observe it keenly at the end of the project. If you feel you want to reduce it, because you know, if you increase the margin, you know, unnecessarily you will create a lot of critical activities. Your list of the critical activities will increase if you increase the margin. You see that more and more activity will appear in the net of near critical path. You know, that will create a huge burden on the resources. Do you get my point? You should be having the near critical path activities that should be optimal, which is just right to cover the risk, and at the same time it doesn't take a lot of resources. Right? Is it clear?
Yes.
Can you
sir.
explain again?
No, I've explained it. Near critical path. So you have to determine a policy which is optimally right for your organization. I'm only suggesting to start with 1 day per month. Right? Is it clear?
Mhm.
Suppose you have a 3 months project. So you can put 3 days gap, right? For the near critical path. If you have a 1 year project, you can put 12 days. But if you have 3-year project, then also I think that 12 days is good enough. Right? Is it clear? Okay.
Yeah.
So you have to observe and you have to fine tune the policy, right? The policy will differ from project to project. It will differ from, suppose if the project is very high risk, so definitely you will need more margin to be set, right, guys? Is it clear? Okay.
Yeah.
So now, so I hope you will remember what is 3M plus C. So 3M is man, machine, material, and C is the cash part, cash component, right? So you will have to take care of this. Okay. Now, guys, look carefully. What is the finish date of the project? What is the finish date of the project?
20th January 24.
Okay, now the finish date of the project you know is 20th of the January. Now your boss comes up, he says that look, I'm declaring the 3rd of January as the holiday. He says that the Wednesday 3rd of January, I'm declaring it as the holiday. So guys, do you see a gray patch on that?
Yes.
On the Wednesday, he says that now the Wednesday will be a holiday. So guys, can you tell me that what will be the new finish date of the project if the Wednesday is included?
21 January
21.
21. You
No,
want to work on
22.
Sundays? It will be
22.
22 because 21 is a non-working day. If the project is expanding and it is intersecting with the non-working day, it will jump over that, right? You have to understand
Right.
that. So it will jump over the Sunday, it will move to the Monday. So the new finish date of the project will be 22 January. So keep that in mind, right? Now guys, now let us implement holiday. How to implement holiday inside a calendar. That's what we are going to learn, right? So everyone please confirm that you are fit and fine here. You have understood what we are about to do. We are about to set 3rd of the January as a holiday. So now everybody please follow me. So please click on the calendar button. Everybody please look at the demo screen and click on the calendar button. No, not this calendar button. So your mouse is misfiring. Okay. Yeah.
No.
Mouse is misfiring. So you give a cup of coffee to your mouse. Okay.
Sir, which one?
Here.
No. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Just wait. Just wait. Yes. Now this time, the mouse is right. Okay. Now do this thing. So you will select the calendar IST. So guys, you are here in the calendar toolbox.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
it's already selected. If it is, it's okay. Now click on the button modify. Click on the modify button. Okay. Now after that, you scroll to the month of the January 2024 because our plan starts from January, right? So we have to go to that month. Okay, now you select 3rd of January. Place your cursor here on 3rd January. No, I asked you to place your cursor on 3rd January. Only 3rd January. Now you want to make this day as non-work. So you click on the non-work button. So you will see the duration of the 3rd January will become 0 and the color will change to non-work. Do you see that it has changed into non-work color, right?
Yeah.
And the
Yes, sir.
duration is also 0, right?
Yes, sir.
So it has become a holiday. Now guys, let me tell you one thing. In the Primavera, in this version of the Primavera, there is no provision to write the name of the holiday along with the dates, but I will tell you where to put the dates of the holidays, right? Holiday list
Okay.
can be put into the notebook that I will tell you in a moment. First of all, why are we marking this as a non-work? Because it's a holiday in the organization. Now click on the OK. Click on the OK button.
Should I close?
Okay, so after that, you click on the modify. Oh, you have already implemented, right? Okay, now click on
Yeah.
the close button. Click on the close button. Yeah. Click on the close.
Sir, I have one question, sir.
Just wait. First, you look at the result. Guys, do you see the Wednesday is marked in the gray color here?
That's right.
And you will see the finish date is updated to the 22 January, right?
Yes, sir.
It is because one day has been consumed or one day has been assigned to the holiday. So that is why to maintain the total working time, so the finish date of the project is shifted by 1 working day. So which is the next working day next to the Saturday is Monday, right guys? So that
Yes,
is
sir.
why the finish date is changing from Saturday to the Monday because the non-working days will be jumped. It will jump over the non-working day to arrive at the next working day. So the next working day from Saturday is the Monday. So it is jumping to the Monday, right guys? So that is why
Yeah.
the finish date is 22 and not 21. 21 can't be the working day. Okay, your question please.
Sir, it will take to all years, sir, or it is take only 1 year, this setting?
Oh yes, so this setting will be for 1 year only. In Primavera, in this version, you do not have a recurring holiday setting, right? Because there are certain days which are fixed every year, like 25th of the December. 25th of the December is fixed in the Christian era calendar, right? So 25th of December, you can mark it for the next 100 years, you are fine, right? But the Primavera does
Yes,
not
sir.
have this, at least this version. There is another version of the Primavera, which is called the Primavera Online. It has copied that facility from Microsoft project. Yes, Microsoft project has the provision to write the name as well as mark it as a repetitive every year, right? So yes, that has the provision. Here it does not have. Now guys, let me tell you, if you want to write the holiday in the project, so what you can do, it has a basically it is not a direct provision, but it is something that you can do. So guys, come to the project. Come to the project tab. If you look at the project tab, you will notice that there is a detail window. It has a notebook. Do you see a notebook here?
Yes, sir.
So click on the notebook. So now in the notebook, you select add. Click on the add. So guys, if you click on the ad, you will see that there is a category. I believe you remember you created the general notes, right? You select the general notes because Primavera is a very disciplined software. It will ask you what kind of notes. You say, okay, I want to put general notes. Now you click on the selection button, click on the green plus button. Click it. And now you close it. Okay, close it. Now you click on the modify button here. Click on the modify, a notebook will pop up. So here guys, so what you can do, so in this notebook, you can write list of the holidays like this. So what you do, you write here, just one moment, list of holidays for 2024, right? So you can write the list, right? So you can write here holiday 1, holiday 2, and so on. You can write holiday up to n, right? Is it clear, guys?
Yes,
So
sir.
you can do it like that. So at least you would know the dates which you have assigned as holidays in the calendar. What is the purpose of those, right? So you can mark as Independence Day or Christmas Day, or basically there are many holidays. I think the holidays in the US is less as compared to India. In India, we are entitled to 10 holidays, right? We have lots of them, 10 or 11, right? Okay, so you can basically list them here. And if you want to correlate, you can correlate with the calendar, right? Is it clear now?
Yes, sir.
Right, sir.
Okay, that looks good. Okay, now let us come back to the activities. Now I'm going to teach you that how to properly remove the holiday. If by chance you want to change the date, or if you want to remove it, actually, many of the trainers, they do not teach it and people end up clicking the wrong button. Okay, I'll just tell you. Okay, so guys, what we are going to do, we are going to remove this. If I remove this holiday, my project finish date will come back to 20th of January, right? Okay, so let us go ahead and remove the holiday. We will remove it with a proper procedure. Now, first of all, you click on the calendar. Now, you click on the modify button and go to the month of January. Now, you select the 3rd of the January. Okay, now guys, look carefully. I'm going to tell you the wrong button. Okay, so this is the wrong button. So click on the detail first. Click on the detail. Select the detail tab here. Okay, you can see what is the detailing of the hours. Now this is the wrong button. First, I will tell you the wrong button. So click this one. Click on the work, because you might instinctively feel that, okay, I have to. Now guys, you look at the structure of the day. Does it look like yours?
Yes.
No.
Correct. It doesn't look like your organizational structure, right?
Yes.
Because it is not having the structure of the day. Now, what is the correct button to click upon to restore it to working? Click on the standard. So click on the standard button here.
Oh, okay, that's true.
So once you click on the standard, you will see that it restores the day to the working, but the structure belongs to your organization, right, guys? Is it clear? Do you see that? So it has got the proper structure of the day. So you are having 4 man hours of work, then one hour of lunch, then again 4 man hours of work. So guys, so what is the correct button to restore? Standard, right? Keep that in mind. Okay. Now
Yes,
you
sir.
click on the OK button and the holiday will be removed. And click on the close button. Close. So
Oh, yeah.
instantly you will see that holiday is removed and you will see the finish date again comes back to the 20th of January, right?
Mhm.
Okay, is this clear guys?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the way you implement the critical path. This is the way you implement the holiday. This is the way you remove the holiday. So near critical path is clear, and holidays implementation is clear, removal is clear. So you can remove the holiday from one day and implement on another date, right? Because sometimes it has happened that either the company policy changed or people basically mistook one day for another, one date for another one, so they could not select the correct date, and that led to the basically the twisting of the schedule. So that can happen. So you
Yeah.
should know the proper way to implement and proper way to remove the holiday or change it to another date. So guys, I'm pausing for any questions on the critical path, on the holidays, and near critical path. Do you have any questions?
No.
I have a
Path
question.
meeting. Yes, good.
You said for the critical path meeting, we have 5 questions to ask.
4 questions, 3M plus C. Man,
Oh,
machine,
good.
material, right?
Okay, plus. Okay, yeah. So that makes it 5. Good.
Man,
Yes,
machine,
sir.
material, and the cash, right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now let us close this lesson. So how do we close this? Control W. So press the control.
Sir, one question.
Good.
Suppose all the activities come up to 20 January, and the client gave you time till February 28 to finish the project. So there will be no critical path, right?
Yeah, of course. I will basically put that project into the Guinness Book of World Records.
No, it's
No, I
some
haven't seen it
project.
yet. I haven't seen it yet because during my career, I worked in the IT industry. In IT industry, what is the biggest constraint? The biggest constraint is the time. So
Yeah,
what is the saying? How soon the client wants, guys? I talk to the marketing guy. Oh, a project is coming my way. Yes, sir. You are going to get a project next week. The boss will give you this project. Okay. So the project is in the pipeline. So how soon the client wants the project? As soon as yesterday, right? This is what you get to hear from the marketing guys, right, guys?
right.
Okay. So I've not heard of such a thing yet. So if that happens, so I might be dead in heaven. Okay. So basically, if you have such projects, so basically you guys should party. You should enjoy your days off. Okay, you finish it, you keep the stuff in your premises, tell the client we are working hard. Okay, and you
Of
just
course.
make some extra quality checks and deliver a perfect product on the time.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Is it clear?
Sir, I have one
Yeah.
question.
Okay, yes. Next question, please.
Sir, manager PM can how can he promise to client exact that time we can complete the project?
No, he will not make any promise to the. Basically, the contract is signed by the senior management. So basically, in some good organizations, process-based organizations, they do have the inclusion of the purported project manager. So suppose if the project is to be assigned to you and some project is being negotiated with the client, they will include you in the negotiations so that you understand the data of the project, so that you can tell in advance that how much time and how much budget should be basically put across the table to the client. You get my point? So that there is not a big mismatch. Okay. So there are small little things which you can adjust using the Primavera. Okay. You can work upon the critical path, the schedule compression, which we will learn in the later lessons, that how to apply the schedule compression so that you can have the perfect dates of the finish, and the client is happy, and your project can meet all the quality standards by using the right amount of time. Because if the time is compromised, definitely the quality and safety of the product will be compromised as well. You won't get all the time to implement the quality processes. Quality processes, they need time as well, besides the fabrication process, right?
Yep.
So is that clear?
Yes.
Right, sir.
So contract is signed by the boss, but the contract is basically implemented or carried on the shoulders of project manager. Okay. So you got to make sure that if you have an organization which is process based, so use the Primavera, use the level one. So you put some work breakdown structure at the level one and give them certain durations from your experience, and then calculate and give a rough estimate. Then you make a fine estimate at the time of execution. Before the execution, you have to do the planning. Okay, during the initiation phase, so you can rely upon your past data and your past experience to create the perfect or nearly perfect project duration, which is acceptable to the client, right? Otherwise, normally clients are not having an idea about the engineering process. They want everything yesterday. You get my point?
Right, sir.
Yes.
Okay, great. Now let us close this lesson and let us move to the next lesson. And next lesson will be based upon the next rule. So to close this lesson data, so what do you do? Control W. Press Control W and it will ask you to close if you want to close. And then you click on the yes. Okay. Now let's have a look at the next rule. So what is the third rule saying? Third rule says schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead and lag time, right? So dependencies and relationships will be the lesson 3. So now how to create the lesson 3? You place your cursor on the lesson 1, press Control C and then press Control V. You can do it using the shortcut. You don't have to do this. See, I'm doing it. I press Control C, then I'm pressing Control V like this. You get a pop-up and you click on the OK 3 times. And your lesson 3 data will be created. Do you see that lesson 3 data has been created as a copy from the lesson number 1? Now,
Yes, sir.
you rename this as, okay, so you rename this, you go into this and you rename this as dependencies and relationships. You write the name.
Sir, in the real world, all this what you are teaching us, it should be in one project, no?
Yeah, slowly and slowly, you are building upon the bits of the knowledge and you will put them all together. Tomorrow, you are going to work upon the one small project, then another big project, then your real life project. So step by step, you are moving there, right?
Okay, very nice, sir.
So step by
It's
step,
really,
you are going
really,
there.
it's a very good way
Yeah.
to teach.
Not keeping the duration
Sir,
long. Because what happens if you spread this training over 15 days, you know what happens. At the end of the 15th day, when I give you the project, you forget what you learned on the first day. So
Right.
the learning remains hot on the third day. So you can use that learning to assemble an entire project with your own capability, right? So that gives you
Yeah.
the confidence, that gives you the faith in yourself that, okay, yes, I can do it. Because that is the biggest thing which I want in this training. I want in this training everybody to feel I can do it, right?
Yeah.
I can use the Primavera to control the project. So that is the feeling which I want. And that should be a demonstrable skill. So which will happen tomorrow, right? Okay. Now
Thank you.
let us focus on the dependencies. Now you open this project, that is the lesson number 3. You right click and open.
little bit, sir, problem, sir. Just see my screen, sir.
Yeah, sure. You share your screen. Yeah,
This
not
one,
a
sir, this
problem.
one.
You actually copy pasted the portfolio. Not a problem. Just wait. Just wait. You just watch. Let me show you what happened here. Basically, what has happened that your lesson number 2 basically has been copied. So I cut it. Just wait. Okay, just wait. Wait. So I cut the data from here. Okay, I do a control X. After that, I paste it into the main group V. Okay, so
Okay.
now it goes into the main group, right? Now this
Yes.
is extra program, so I will go into the EPS tool and remove this extra program, which is not required. Actually, it came due to the copy, right? Now, after you have removed it, so you can refresh the screen. You just close this box, and then you can refresh the screen, refresh the data, and then you open the lesson number 3. And lesson number 3, let us summarize. No, just a moment. Summarize data. No, why is it going there? We don't want any summary, right? Open project.
Yes.
So this is the sample data. I mean, this is the starting point for the lesson number 3, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Yes, sir.
I hope everybody is synchronized. Everybody is fine.
Sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, Misbah, you share your screen. Okay, so after you share your screen, now we are going to learn about the dependencies. So there are 4 kind of dependency. I'm going to my whiteboard. So here is my whiteboard. So, I will go to the Primavera notes, and this is the relationships. So guys, you please look at the demo screen. So to set up a relationship, we need minimum 2 activities. So one activity will assume the role of predecessor, who is the boss, and the other activity will assume the role of the successor, which is the subordinate. Right, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, every activity it has a start date. Every activity has a finish date. It means that every activity has 2 dates. Now, if you're trying to relate or trying to combine 2 activities, as per the permutation and combinations, how many combinations are possible? It is 2 multiplied by 2, right? So guys, what is the possible combinations which we can have?
4.
So we can have 4 possible combinations. So now guys, before I start talking about the combination, please read what is the definition of predecessor. Who is predecessor?
The parents.
Read the
boss.
red color text. Read the red color text.
Oh, predecessor
Predecessor.
task is the one which controls the start and or finish date of the successor task.
Correct. So keep that fact in mind. So it is the boss. So predecessor is going to control either the start or the finish date of the successor task. Now, what is the first and most common combination? You read the name here. What is the name here?
Finish.
That.
To start.
Finish to start. Now, what is the boss saying to the subordinate? What is the boss saying in this?
When I finish, you can start.
Correct. So, on the Gantt chart, it will be represented like this. The arrow will start from the finish of the predecessor. Okay. And
Successor.
now it is going to control the start date of the successor. So that is why it is called the finish to start relationship, right?
Yeah.
So is this clear?
Yes.
So this is the
Is
first and the foremost. It is a very common, it is very common relationship. So that's why it is the number one relationship. And on the interface, this is programmed by default. When you set up the relationship, so finish to start will be applied by default. Then if you don't need that, so you can change it. So it will be, first of all, it will be applied by default. So finish to start is very, very common. Okay, do you get the point? So finish to
Yes, sir.
start means that the finish date of the predecessor is controlling the start date. So on the Gantt chart, the arrow will start from, see guys, remember one thing, in all the four relationship, the arrow will always start from the predecessor and the tip of the arrow will always touch the successor, right? So keep that in mind. So the predecessor, the boss is shooting the arrow and the successor is receiving the arrow, right? Just keep that in mind. Now you read what is the second type of the relationship.
Start to start.
Okay, so what is the boss saying to the subordinate?
When I start, then you also start.
Correct. So it says that when I start, you also start. And on the Gantt chart, it will be represented like this. Like this. Right, guys? Okay.
So the start date will be the same, right?
Yeah. So basically, you know, when the predecessor start, almost at the same time, the successor will also start almost at the same time. There can be a time lag adjustment. So that we will talk about later, right? So right now you understand that, okay, the start date of the predecessor is controlling the start date of the successor, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now you read the third possible combination. Read it. What is this?
Finish to finish.
Now, what is
When I
the
finish, then you also finish.
so on the Gantt chart, it will be represented like this. It will be represented like this. The arrow will start from the finish side of the predecessor. The arrow will touch and control the finish date of the successor, right? Okay, so
Yeah.
just keep that. We'll implement it. Now, what is the fourth possible combination?
Start to finish. Before I start, you should be finished.
Okay, so it says before I start, you should be finished. And you know, it will be represented like the arrow will start from the start date and it will go to the finish date of the successor and it will control the finish date of the successor. But you know, there is a condition there. Read this condition. What is this condition?
Start date is predetermined.
Yes, it is predetermined. It is a little bit advanced on the timeline. It is on the basically a little bit away from the start date and it is a predetermined date, right? Predetermined date and
Yeah.
date. So keep these four possibilities in mind. So we will explore the first one. So I go into the Primavera. So in the Primavera, I'm going to create four WBS. So I will first group the activities so that you can understand the WBS also, so that you can understand the dependencies also. Now, how to create the WBS grouping? So first of all, you click on the WBS icon or the button. So it will start a WBS tab here. So guys, did you get the WBS tab? Did you
Yes,
get?
sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
now you just do this thing. You move the vertical divider a little bit toward the right so that you have some space here. So we are going to add more columns here, right? We need some more columns. We need columns like the duration, we need start date, we need the finish date. We need these three columns, right? Okay, now how to get the columns here? So you can right click here on the
Sir,
blank area. You right
we done the before the same kind of things, no? The
Yeah.
project
So
started
basically, it is
created.
a different screen. It is a, we did that on the project on activities. Now this is the WBS. Every tab has its own set of columns and settings, right?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay. Now you right click here.
Column.
Now you select customize. Okay. Now to have a clarity, what I'm going to do, I'm going to increase the length and width a little bit more. So now place your cursor after the WBS name, and guys, after you place the cursor on the WBS name, you go and expand the duration. Go and expand the duration group. Now you select the BL project duration and you take it to the right side. Okay. Is this clear? Now you close the duration group. Now you expand the dates. Okay, now you select the start date and you take it to the right side. And then you select the finish date and take it to the right side. Okay, so guys, have you selected these three columns? Baseline, project duration, start and finish. Now click on the OK. Okay, so you have these columns here. Okay, now what you need to do, you need to create and add certain groups, right? Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Now to add a new group, you click on the add button, because this add button creates something new in every screen. Okay, it works in the same way. It helps you create something new. So you are going to create a new WBS element. Now you don't change the number. No, why are you doing this? Yeah, why are you doing this? Hold your mouse. Okay. Now you go into the WBS name and you write here finish to start. You write finish to start in the first one, and capital F and capital S. Capital F and capital S. Finish to start. Okay. Now place your cursor back on the parent. We will create another child, because if I click on the plus sign from the child, it's going to create a child of the child, which is not desirable. I want all the child to be coming from the main parent, right? So that's why I'm taking the cursor back there. Then once again, I will click on the add button. So click on the add button, guys. Now go into the name column and you write here start to start. Start to start.
Like all
Now
four
again go back to the parent. Again go back to the parent. Again, please go back to the parent. Now, where are you clicking? Yeah, where are you going? Where are you floating away? This is the parent.
Oh, okay.
Now click on the add button. Click on the add button. Now you write here in the third, you write here finish to finish. Okay. In the third one, you write finish to finish. Finish to finish. And press enter. Okay. Then once again, you go to the parent here. 3. and click on the add button here, and you write here start to finish. Start to finish. Okay, and press enter. So guys, please look at the demo screen and please ensure that you are having the same structure of the WBS. You see that?
Yes.
Work
Yes,
breakdown structure. Now, in Primavera, the WBS has to be created in a separate screen, just like the EPS or the OBS. Then, once we go to the Activities tab, we will find that the WBS is there, and it is used to logically group the activities. Okay, WBS is used for logical grouping of the activities. Now, go back to the Activities tab. Please come back to the Activities tab here. So after you come back to the Activities tab, you will find them at the bottom, right?
Oh,
You see them there at the bottom.
yes.
So guys, you have the same thing on your screen also. If not, you can click on the refresh button. It will look the same. So basically, these are the groups under which we are going to bunch up the activities, right? So I want you to select the first four activities and cut them using Control X and move them inside the 3.1. So press Control X. Control X to cut X. X for Xmas. Control X.
Okay.
Now you select 3.1. Come down. And press Control V. V for victory. V. Correct. Now you select next to activity 2 only. Okay, 40 and 50. And you cut them and you move them into 3.2. 40 and 50 you select. 40 and 50. Control X. And you move them into 3.2. Okay. Then you select the next two, that is 60 and 70. You select the next two, 60 and 70. And then you cut and move these two into 3.3. So we are creating logical groupings of activities. Okay, now you select the next two, that is 80 and 90. You select 80 and 90. Cut them and move them into 3.4. 3.4. Right. And remaining activities you can delete. Okay, we don't need these remaining activities. So these activities you select and you can delete them by clicking on the delete button. Okay, you please delete these activities. You can select all of them, then you click on the delete button. Yes. Now click on the cross button on the right side. And you click on the yes. Okay. So guys, you will see the screen like this, right? You see that screen like this?
Yes, sir.
So you have basically created 4 logical groups. Now, our purpose is to understand the different dependencies and relationships, right? Now,
Yes.
the first one is finish to start. Now, I will take an example from civil engineering, right? So, civil engineering, let me tell you guys, is the first engineering of mankind, and civil engineering is the progenitor of project management. Civil engineering gave us the wonderful subject of the project management. So, all the engineerings, they use the project management. Civil engineering gave us the engineering drawing, right? Right or wrong? Because
Yes, sir.
being the first engineering, it gave us engineering drawing, it gave us the art, gave us the project management. So we use these two different knowledge or these two different skills to manage our projects. So every kind of engineering requires the engineer to produce a diagram. So we use our knowledge of engineering drawing to produce those diagrams. Then to make those diagrams real, we have to sequence our activities, for which we use the project management, right? So project management is required in all engineering, and we will use the example from civil engineering. I asked one of my civil engineering friends in the circle. I've got lots of friends, those who come from different engineering backgrounds. So I asked him that, how do you construct a building? He says that first we do the excavation. So you write here excavation. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Excavation. Excavation means digging out the earth, right? They do the excavation as a first activity. So then I asked him, what do you do next? He says, once the excavation is finished, then we do the PCC. You write here PCC in the capital letter. You don't have to write the full form. The full form, as he told me, is plain cementing and concreting. That is the next activity done. He says, after we finish excavation, then we do PCC. So you write PCC in the next activity. Now I asked him, what do you do next? He says that after PCC is finished, he is emphasizing that after PCC is finished, then we start reinforcement. Reinforcement. Press enter. So after the reinforcement is finished, then we do shuttering. So I think Mr. Mezba knows about all these things, right? He knows how to do all this, right?
Yeah.
And press enter. So these four activities are done one after the other. Their relationship is finished to start. Now let us go to the first one, excavation. Okay. Now I have to set up the successor, but to set up that I need to look at the activity details. So guys, you click on the details button to open up the details window at the bottom. So guys, once you open up the details window, you will see that there are two tabs here. It says predecessor and successor. Every activity can have a predecessor or a successor, right? Now, the problem with the predecessor and successor tab is that you can see only one thing at a time. Either you can see the predecessor or you can see the successor. Now I'm transferring my experience to you. As per my experience, we should first reconfigure the tabs. We have a better tab which is called relationships, right? It can show both of these, predecessor and successor, in one screen. You know, it will partition the screen in half. It will show the predecessor this side. It will show you the successor this side. That is a better experience, right? Okay. So guys, you right click here and we will start doing the configuration. Right click here on the place where I did the tick mark. Right click here. Yeah, right click. Yeah, right click. So guys, do you see there is a small little menu? Just hold it, let your friends have a look. So guys, do you see this customize activity details? Do you see that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you click that, select customize activity details. Okay. So you will see that it gives you a choice of selection of the tabs, right? Now, first of all, guys, you remove the predecessor and the successor and you send it back, right? So you should be having 3 tabs here. You send it back. Have you done?
Yes, sir.
So everybody please confirm.
Yes, sir.
Ashwini, Aditya.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Only?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Now, guys, from the left-hand side, we are going to select certain columns and we will take it to the right side. So first of all, you select expenses and you take it to the right side. Then you select notebook and take it to the right side. Done? Then you select relationship. Guys, this is the main thing for which we came here, right? So relationship is the main tab for which we came, but we do need the other tabs also during the course of our work. So that's why I'm asking you to select them as well. So you select the relationships Then at last you select the WPs and docs. WPs and docs means working procedure and documentation. I told you guys in Primavera we can upload the documents, right? So that is
Yes,
the
sir.
column to attach a document to an activity. I will show you later, right? So guys, just do one thing. You select the notebook tab and you bring it one step down, only one step. Okay, it should appear after the relationship. Done that?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So guys, please check the sequence. I'm dictating to you: general, status, resources, expenses, relationships, notebook, WPs and docs, finish. Do you have the same set of the tabs?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
sir.
Good, very good. Now click on the OK button.
Yes, sir.
So Misbah, now click on the OK. So these tabs will get implemented on your screen. So once these tabs are implemented, let us go to the relationship. So we will see what is the value of having the relationship. So guys, if you look at the relationship tab, you can see that it is having both the information in one shot. It can show you the predecessor as well as the successor for the activity, right guys? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, because an activity which is in the middle of a network path, which is in the middle, it will have a predecessor and successor both. So you can see both of them at the same time, and you can assign both at the same time as well, right? Okay.
Mhm.
Now we are going to assign the successor for excavation. So guys, tell me, who is the successor? Which activity is the successor for excavation? Which
PCC.
PCC, right? So to assign the PCC, since the PCC is a successor, so we will be using the successor box. So we will go to the assign button in the successor box, right? And then select the PCC from the list. So guys, you click on the assign button inside the successor box. A pop-up will come up. Misbah, be quick. You are the demo guy. People are looking at your screen. Click
Sir.
here. Click here quickly. It's your learning,
Sir.
not mine. Click on the assign button on the successor box.
Assign button. Sir, it's under something.
Oh, you just drag. I understand. It is so. You just do one thing. It might be the zoom panel. Just do one thing. You bring the zoom panel to the top. Okay, you drag it. There is an empty space here. You can bring it here into this empty space on the top. Okay, so that will be good. Yes. I remember you had, yeah, exact fit. Yes, correct. Yes, keep it there. Okay. So it's not going to interfere. Now, guys, when you click on this button, the assign successor pop-up box, it comes up for the first time. So when it comes up for the first time, it needs to be tuned up, right? You needs to be aligned. So what do? You stretch it at a 45-degree angle, which will increase the width as well as the height. Now, first thing that you will do after setting the dimensions is you will set the font to Vardhana 9. So click on this triangle here, and then you will select table font and row option and set the dimensions. Set the font. You select the font Vardhana 9, right? Vardhana regular 9, and click OK. And click OK. Now you will select the activity PCC, right? Select 1010 PCC and click on the plus button carefully only once. Okay. Now you close the box by clicking on this cross button. Okay. So guys, you will see that PCC has been assigned in the successor, right? And what is the relationship type? FS. Do you see that? Finish to start. Right, guys? So finish to start has been assigned by default, right? Now you might be wondering that if it is not finished to start, then how do I change the relationship type? So guys, let me tell you one thing. Actually, this column is not just relations. Actually, this column full name is relationship type. Guys, expand this column. Expand this column
So
in
it is not taking.
both the boxes. Expand this. So guys, you should be able to see the full name. And guys, let me tell you, this is not a fixed box. Actually, it is a drop down. So if you are not needing finish to start, you can change it. Just click here. It will turn into a drop down. It will give you all the options.
Sir, it is not taking PCC.
So basically what I am trying to tell you is that you should basically remember that this relationship type box is a drop down. So in the later exercise, if you need to select any other relationship type, you can select it. Okay. So guys, give me a moment. I'll be back. Okay, guys, I'm back. See, guys, you have to understand one thing, because many of the people, when they look at this relationship type column, they are not able to perceive. Why? Because it does not display any drop down like symbol. Like if you go to this,
Excuse me, sir.
so you will notice that, the options are basically very clear that it is having a drop down, right? You see this drop down. You see this drop down button here. It tells you that, okay, you have got multiple options. But if you look at the relationship column here, it doesn't show you the drop down button in the beginning. But in case in the future, if you want to use a different kind of a relationship, you can just click here and get the FS. So guys, please expand the column to display the full name, relationship type.
Sir.
Right? Is it clear?
Sir.
No, first of all, you acknowledge if this is clear or not.
No, sir. PCC is not coming.
PCC will come if you select it. If you didn't select it, it will not come. Okay, so let me have a look at your screen.
Selecting only.
Yeah, you share your screen. I'll show you. I will show it to you. Just don't worry. Okay. So you might not have selected it. Okay. So PCC will come if you select it. So basically, if you look here, so what you have done, that you have selected the PCC as the predecessor. How you can relate PCC to the PCC? Is that possible, guys? No. You see that? Your selection is where? Look below here.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand what is the mistake? You cannot relate a task to itself. Basically, you have to relate a task to its predecessor. Select the excavation here. Select excavation. Now click on the excavation. Okay. Yes. Now you can select the PCC. Okay. Now click on the green plus button and select.
All right, sir.
And the assign. Then you close the box. Close the box. Okay. Now you will expand the size of this this column, that is to display its full name. Its full name is relationship type. Okay. From this side also, and from on the predecessor box also, right? Relationship type, right? So that you know that it has got multiple types of relation, because many people don't even know it is relationship type. People think it is relationship. It is not relationship. It is relationship type. And guys, remember, it is a drop down, right? Okay. Now you also got to switch off the time component. Okay. Just go into this. Go into the user preferences. We don't need the time. So click on the user preferences. So, okay, let me click this for you. So let me help you. Okay. Okay. In the user preferences, you have to go to the dates and do not show time. We don't want the time to be displayed because we don't need it, right? We don't need the time. So then you should be displaying the Gantt chart, because without the Gantt chart, you won't be able to understand the implementation of the relationship, right, guys? Now you can save some space and you can give some more space to the other columns so that they are also visible at the same time along with the Gantt chart, right? You have to now look at the column called predecessor detail, right? Okay, I'm going back to Mr. Mezba's screen, and you just
Okay, sir.
weightage, right? Okay.
Okay.
Now you can save the layout. Okay. Always, if you're making some good changes, I think you should change it as a best practice. Okay. Now, Misbah, you please share your screen.
Oh, where is? Oh my God.
You share your screen, please.
Sorry, sir. I'm checking. Where it goes, sir?
No, you bring your cursor to the bottom of the screen and it will automatically be visible. Share screen is a up arrow. You can see beside the chat box. I mean beside the chat button, participants, chat, share screen is there.
Mm.
You do it just like before. How did you do it last time?
Yeah,
Recall.
same.
Do the same thing right now also. So that works. Locate
सर
it.
वो कहीं ऊपर तो नहीं चला गया है?
No.
Oh, ऊपर चला गया, हाँ?
Oh, yeah, if it has gone up, you just check because normally it stays on the bottom part only, right? Because these buttons, when you are not displaying any screen, so they are at the bottom only. They are at the bottom of the screen. So guys, let me send you a screenshot, what it looks like, right? So that you can get an idea. Okay, so I'm sending a screenshot in the group. So you can see the share screen button is at the bottom. Misbah, can you please look at the screenshot which I sent into the group?
Mm.
Can you please look at the screenshot and then you can see in my screenshot that where is the share screen button. So that is, we are having a great challenge here. Each time I unshare, okay, tell me. Predecessor means boss. Successor means subordinate. Show me your screen quickly.
Parents and child.
No, not parent and child. Actually, he messed up the relationship. Guys, have a look. See, why he messed up? Because first of all, you did not sort the screen. So when the screen was unsorted, he set up the relationship. He set up the wrong relationship with the wrong predecessor. Now he sorted it later. Now it looks like upside down. No? Don't you see that? Okay, first what we will do, first of all, we will break up the relationship, the existing one, then we will fix it. So I remove the relationship here. Okay. Then I go to the excavation. So, and then excavation has a successor, which is PCC. PCC has a successor, which is reinforcement. So I'll click on the assign and I will select the reinforcement as the successor, right? Assign successor. So let me resize the box so that, you know, it is reasonable. So it should not be taking too much space. Okay. And it should be using the space in a reasonable way. So we can reduce this a little bit. We can still read the names. We can place the box somewhere here. And then I think the boxes should appear on the right side, right? And we can make it a little bit smaller. Maybe I don't know. Maybe on your screen we can do with the Vardhana 8 font. I think the Vardhana 8 would still be readable on your screen because you are using a low resolution monitor, right? So let me try this. Let me switch it to Vardhana 8. Okay, Vardhana 8 and click on the OK. So that should be fine. I think then we are able to squeeze out more space and have the box. Yeah, I think you can still read it. So I can read it. So you can also read it, right? So we have to assign the reinforcement. So I click on the assign button, then I close it, right? You see the reinforcement has been assigned as the successor, right? Okay. Now I go to the shuttering. Now tell me who is the predecessor for shuttering? Shuttering से पहले कौन सा होगा? Reinforcement,
Reinforcement, sir.
right? So now
Reinforcement.
click on the assign button here. And from here, you select the reinforcement. Select the reinforcement and click on the assign button here, the green plus button. And then you click on the close button. And then you can see the finish to start relationship has been established here, right? Is it fine? So what we were saying that we were seeing the effect of the predecessor on the successor. Now go to the excavation and increase the duration to 10 days and see what is the impact on the successor. Okay. You see that the predecessor finish date is pushing the start date of the successor, right? You see that?
All right. Yes, sir.
Okay. So it is saying that if I'm finishing later, you can start later, right? This is what it is saying. Now
Right,
we will do the opposite effect. Now in the opposite, we are going to reduce the duration of the predecessor to 4 days. So you enter here 4 and see what is the impact on the Gantt chart. Did you notice that if the predecessor date is finishing earlier, it is pulling the start date of the successor as well, right? Okay,
Right, sir.
right? But finish says, look, I'm finishing earlier, so you can start earlier, right? Okay, now you set it back to 6 days and see what is the effect on the Gantt chart. Do you see that? So that is why it is called finish to start, because the finish date of the predecessor is pushing and pulling the start date of the successor, right, guys? So
Yes.
the scheduling of the successor is changing, dates of the successor is changing due to the push and pull from the finish date of the predecessor. That is the very simple relationship finish to start. Now we will learn about the rest of the 3 relationships. Okay, guys. Guys, can we take a break for 20 minutes? I think evening tea time is due. Start your recording if it is not on. Okay. Now in the start to start type of the relationship, basically it is the start date of the predecessor which controls the start date of the successors. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use my example to stimulate your thought process. Okay, just to give you an idea that how it works. So after that, I would expect you to think of some example which you might have done in your kind of the projects. Okay. So here in the start to start, I will take an example from IT industry. I'm doing the software testing. So I write it like this, software testing. Now, normally what happens when a product is tested, after the testing is completed, so what do you do? After the product is completed testing, so you do the defect fixing, you fix the defects, right? So I write here the activity defects fixing. Okay, and this activity is also 12 days. Now, normally, whenever a person, he will start the project management. So normally he has a tendency to put the relationship in the finish to start. So that's what I did. So what do? I set up the relationship in the finish to start. I set the software testing as a predecessor and I set up the defect fixing as a successor. So what does it mean? It means that first the testing will be completed and then we will start doing the defect fixing, which seems fine. Now guys, please look at the combined duration. So what is the combined duration of these 2 activities?
24 days.
36 days.
24 days, right? Look at that rectangle.
Yeah, 24 days. Yeah.
24 days. So basically they are in the finish to start relationship and their total duration is 24 days. Now what happens? There is a team member. Now what happens that a team member, he observed it. He says that, boss, we can do the defect fixing in parallel to the software testing, because it's a software, it's not a physical product. So if the
Right.
developer is testing, he can tell the developer that, look, there is a defect on this line number, so he can fix it side by side. There is no need for us to complete the testing before we can start fixing the defects. Right, guys?
Right.
Okay. So what we need to do that we change the relationship. So how to change the relationship? You go into the relationship type and change it to SS. Change it to SS. Now, once you change it to the start to start, you will notice something, that the duration has reduced from 24 days to 12 days, right? You see the total duration. Now, let me do some logical check. Okay, so this is about dependency. I'm going to ask you a very logical question, that suppose if I cancel the software testing activity, can I still do the defect fixing? Can I still do the defect fixing?
Yeah, you can do.
No, if I'm not testing, how do I know the defects? And if I don't know the defects, how do I fix something?
Right.
It depends on the software testing.
Yes, it is dependent. So guys, so we are talking about dependencies and relationship. So the defect fixing is dependent on software testing, and that is why we establish a relationship. Now, do you understand what is the meaning of the dependency? Dependency is determined by your technical knowledge, and relationship is determined and established by your project management knowledge, right? So you determine that the appropriate relationship should be start to start. That's your project management knowledge. And your technical knowledge says that there is a dependency. Defect fixing is dependent upon the software testing to happen. If the software testing happens, only then the defect fixing can be done. If I cancel the software testing, then I can't do any defect fixing at all. Right, guys? Is this clear? And since they're dependent, and that is why we establish the relationship. Now, guys, we will see the dynamics of the start to start. Now, what happens that I postpone the date of the software testing to the next week. So I go into the date and I change it to the next week. I put here 8. So once I put here 8 and see that what happens. Okay. So when the predecessor is moved, the successor is also automatically moved along. Guys, do you note that? Did you see? So when I move the predecessor and the successor also moved along. Okay, see it once again. I'll repeat this. I'll do it once again. Okay. See, I moved it to the next week and then the defect fixing also moved. I didn't touch the defect fixing at all. Right, guys?
That's right.
Yeah.
Right? Basically, it is the successor which is pulling, it is the predecessor which is taking the successor along with it. See, once again. So I am basically going to push the software testing date to a later date. So if you are not testing, how can you fix the defects? So that is why the successor moves along. Because what does the predecessor say here? Look, in the start to start, what does the predecessor say? Read this.
Predecessor controlling the start date of successor.
Yeah, and what does it say? When I start, then you
start, then you also start.
This is exactly what is happening here. Now, if I suppose if I bring back the predecessor, okay, I bring back the predecessor. Now see that what happens. Do you see the successor also comes back along? Do you see that? So who is the boss? The software testing is the predecessor. It is the boss. So it is the software testing is controlling the start time of the software testing is controlling the start time of the defect fixing. Right, please? Is it clear? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, guys, you read this defect fixing in the predecessor detail column. What does it say? This is a number, right? 1040. Who is 1040?
Software testing.
Software testing. And what is the full expansion of this abbreviation?
Start to start.
Start to start, correct. So this is the complete information about the relationship. So basically, what is the relationship? The relationship is with the 1040, and the relationship is predecessor, the start to start. So in the predecessor detail column, for every activity, the predecessor will be mentioned like this. It will mention the ID of the predecessor, and it will mention the relationship type. So the relationship type is SS. SS means start to start. So what is the full sentence? The full sentence says like this: defect fixing, your predecessor is software testing, and your relationship with your predecessor is start to start. This is the full interpretation of this column, right, guys? Is this clear? Okay. So I believe that the start to start is clear, but then I'm going to basically ask you to think of an example from your end and present it here. So Miss By, it's your call. So I believe that you have got lots of example of start to start. So we
Yes, sir.
with us.
Like you can do framing, and then you can do the plumbing, electrical, roughing.
So please go ahead and write it. Please write a short and sweet
Plumbing
predecessor name,
Plumbing
and
wrapping.
then you write the successor name, so that we are able to understand and we are able to basically have a mental grip on that and use it for a long time. Okay. So please show us some good example and explain to us.
Okay, plumbing roughing and electric roughing. So
Now let me
actually,
ask you. Let me ask you the dependency question. Suppose if I cancel the plumbing roughing, can I still do the electric roughing?
yes, you can do.
Then they are not
It's
related.
two
There is no
different.
dependency.
It's
See,
not
when there is
related.
no dependency, there is no relationship, right? So get the
You
activity
then,
which
sir,
are related.
framing and then plumbing.
So you write it. You write it with activities. They must have the dependency. Without the dependency,
Okay.
there can't be any relationship. No dependency,
Okay.
no relationship. Okay.
Okay, sir. How you take out the cut? Okay, sir. Framing. After shuttering, then you do. Actually, after shuttering, you do the concrete pouring. But now I am going inside of the house, doing the framing and then plumbing and roughing. Plumbing roughing. The like just pipe installation inside the frame.
Okay. So please explain that how it will be done.
Done, sir. Framing. Once you start framing, also at the same time you can do the plumbing roughing also.
Okay, fine. Now let me ask you a simple dependency question. Suppose if I cancel the framing, can I still do the plumbing roughing?
You can do.
Once again, I would
No,
say there is no
you cannot
dependency here.
do because
Okay, then
no, you cannot do because you have to do the plumbing roughing inside the framing.
okay, correct. So then you can basically have a start to start relationship. In fact, I would suggest now I will introduce you to the concept of lag time, because some part of the framing should be done to start the plumbing roughing. So I'm putting a lag time of, I would suggest you to put a lag time of 2 days here. So put here
Right,
2 days in the lag time. So what is the lag time, guys? Lag time means useful delay, because some part of the framing has to be ready before you can do the plumbing roughing. You cannot
right,
exactly have at the same time, because if there is no framing, how do you do plumbing and roughing? So put the lag time
right.
here. Put a 2 days or 3 days, which is reasonable. So once a part of the plumbing and the roughing is completed, so then once a part of the framing is completed, then you can start doing the then after that you can start doing the plumbing and roughing, right?
Plumbing roughing, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, 2 days. Oh, leg time. Very good.
Okay. Now the lag time lets you have some part of the framing completed. Then now guys, let me show you. Suppose if I add up these two durations. So guys, what is 12 plus 12?
24.
24. Now what is the current total duration?
14 days.
Okay, now I will show you the time saved. So instead of using FS, if I do 24 minus 14, it says 10 days saved. Right, guys? 10 days is saved. Right or wrong?
Yeah, 10 days saved, yes.
10 days is saved, right? Okay, now I'll show you that how the 10 days is saved. See, if you look at the overlapped part, okay. Now let's have a look. Let me highlight that. Okay, just wait. Now, if you look here carefully, you are saving 4 days here in the first week, and in the second week, you are saving 6 days. Do you see the overlapped?
Yeah, 2 days and 4 days.
So you are basically saving 4 days here, and you are saving 6 days here. So guys, what is 4 plus 6 equal to 10 days? So 10 days is saved. So let me show you the equation once again. 24 minus 14, okay, 24 minus 14 is equal to 10 days. So 10 days saved. Right, guys? Is this clear? 10 days is saved. And where is the 10 days saved? The 10 days is saved here. 4 plus 6, right? See, guys, look at the overlapping. See, this is the 4 days saving, and this is the 6 days saving. So 6 plus 4 equal to 10. So is this clear? Is this clear, guys? So guys, say yes or no. Is it clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Because when we overlap two activities, then we save the time. See, in the finish to start, the activities, they add up in a sequential manner. So if you look at the top, in the finish to start, the total for the 4 activities is 6 multiplied by 4 is equal to 24 days. But whereas it is not like this. If you look at here carefully, 12 plus 12 should be equal to 24 days, but instead of that we are having a total of 14 days. That is why Henry Gantt created the Gantt chart, because people were not able to understand, right? Because they could not visualize it. So Gantt chart makes it easy for you to understand. Right or wrong, guys? Now you can clearly see that the activities are overlapping, and as a consequence we are saving the duration, right?
Yes.
So is it clear to you from the Gantt chart, right? How we are saving the 10 days? So I agree with this example. So guys, anyone needs further conviction for this? Okay, or are you convinced?
Because this is the separate group.
Yeah, definitely. So we can see
we are working on the same day. Yeah, that's why you are saving.
Yeah, so we are basically saving the days by the overlapping. See, what used to happen when I was a new project manager, I had no idea about the remaining 3. So I used to put all the activities in finish to start. Technically, it is fine. Even if you put them into the finish to start, technically it will not cause any problem. But the thing is that you will not be able to finish your project in the time constraints, right, guys? Is it clear?
Right. Agree. Yes.
You won't be able to finish the project within time constraint. So you must act smart with time, because time is very precious, and time is the most perishable item in the universe. Each moment, if you are not using the time productively, you say the time is perishing, right? Do you get my point?
Sir.
Okay. So basically you must act smartly with time, and you should manage the time by planning it well. Now, guys, if the start to start is clear, then I will give you an example of finish to finish. So how does if tell me.
Sorry, I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Tell once again, please speak near the mic. Actually, your voice is not clear.
Oh, sorry, I don't understand that.
Which one?
How did sorry, it's on my iPad, so I have to use magnifying glass to see it very well. The start to start, how come the date end up being 14?
Because 2 days is lacking. No?
Okay, see,
Lack 2 days.
look at this. See, look at the entire group. Look at the rectangle. So
Okay.
basically, look at what is the start and look at where it is finishing. So the total area which is enclosed by this group summary timeline, it is total. It is 14 days. 14 days duration.
Okay.
Because framing, plumbing,
yeah.
roughing start after 2 days.
Yeah. Now I see. Thank you.
So why
That
are
2
we
days.
putting this 2 days of the delay? See, if there is no framing, how will the guy who's doing the plumbing roughing, where he is going to work upon? So he needs some part of the framing to be ready. So that what we are saying is that we are not waiting for the entire framing to be completed before we start plumbing roughing. So what we are saying that when 2 days of the framing has been done, so I think it is good enough to start the plumbing roughing activity as well. Right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Can you visualize that? Okay.
Yes.
So,
No.
Bunmi, do you have any engineering background? Are you from any particular engineering branch?
No. I'm in a management field.
Okay, fine. So just don't worry. So you know what you can do? You can be a Primavera expert and helping the engineers create a plan. So basically, I am an IT engineer. I used to study when I started to teach the Primavera. I would study the civil engineering, mechanical engineering books, and I would also go and look at the YouTube. So to understand these fields better, now I understand these things. Basically, understand to the point where I can basically sit down with the other engineers and create a plan, right?
Okay.
If I have to do any planning for a data center or a software, I can do it all by myself, almost. Everything I can do all by myself because all those activities are now ingrained in my mind. But if I have to include some civil engineering into my plan, if I'm creating a data center, I need help from civil engineer, I need help from electrical engineer, I also need help from mechanical engineers. I need their help to set up a data center. So what I would do, I would just bring them in and I will tell them this is what I want. So first they will create a drawing and I will tell them this is what should be changed in the drawing. We'll do first iteration, second iteration, of course in the computer, not on the paper these days, right? We will use the AutoCAD software. So I will tell them, look, what kind of structure I want. So the civil engineer will draw a structure for me based upon my description. Then I will ask him to change certain parts of the structure. Then I will bring in the mechanical and the electrical, and then I will put in my activities. So we'll take a printout, and those guys will, from the printout, they can work out the work breakdown structure. So if any engineer looks at a drawing, he can work out the work breakdown structure. Right, guys? Is it clear? So I think you agree with this. If I give you the drawing of your domain, if someone gives me the drawing of a data center, so I can write down the activities by looking at that. What should be done to make this drawing real, right? How to convert this drawing into a working product, right? You must have also done something if you got any custom built furniture made in the house. I'm sure you described something to the carpenter, right? You must have done this sometimes in your lifetime. Okay, I've done this many times. When I moved into a new apartment, I just called in the carpenter and I used my engineering drawing skills to give him the drawings. And he was shocked that the drawings are so real and so accurate. So he says, boss, now I have to be very careful. Okay, the dimensions are so clearly mentioned and the views are so real. So basically, he could work out the steps because I showed him the drawing. Okay. So basically, all engineers, they use project management. All engineers, they use engineering drawing to explain their structures, right? And do the planning. So you got to learn a little bit background about the engineering. You can watch the YouTube videos to update yourself on what happens in civil, mechanical, electrical. You can learn certain terms, common terms. Now, I will tell you about the finish to finish. So in the finish to finish, what is happening? I am doing
one question, sir.
software development.
Sir.
Okay, please hold on.
Sir.
Please. Let me explain this example. Software development. So this software development will go on for 4 weeks. So I write here 4 weeks, it will automatically convert into 24 days. Now, along with the software development, I need is the user manual. So I create an activity called write user manual. Now, there is a guy whose role is technical writing. So this guy is sitting in front of me, and then he is asking me, boss, when
No, user manual comes after that.
yeah,
You can put architecture of software development.
yeah. So just wait. Okay, just wait for me to explain. Okay. So, so he's asking me, boss, when I should start writing the user manual. So, guys, you listen carefully what I told him. I told him that it is not important when you start, but it is very important that your manual should be ready and finished when my software is ready and finished. Why, guys? Because software is the main product and the manual is the accessory. So, guys, tell me one thing. If I gave the client the software but not the manual, will the client be able to use the software?
No, very hard.
Not at all. Because you just imagine yourself, you bought a smart TV, you unboxed it, you got all accessories except the user manual. Will that be useful?
No.
No, you won't be able to use all the features of the product you paid for. So that's why I tell my team member that when you are writing the user manual, please finish the user manual when the software development is finished. So how is going? See, normally, what people will have the tendency to put all the activities in the finish to start. Even if you put it into the finish to start, it is technically okay. See, I'm going to set the finish to start relationship. So when I set the finish to start relationship, guys, please notice what is the duration.
34 days.
24 days.
34 days. Okay. So keep the 34 days in mind, right? So then I tell him that when the software is ready, the user manual should be ready. So Mezwa, please go ahead and you change it to finish to finish. Change this relationship here to finish to finish. FF. Do you see now what is the total? 24 days.
24 days.
So guys, tell me what is 34 minus 24? What is 34 minus 24? How many days are saved?
10 days.
So do you want to see 10 days? 4 days are saved here and 6 days are saved here. Do you see the shaded blue portion? So 4 days plus 6 days, 10 days are saved, right? Now this is the benefit. Now what is the benefit? Another benefit is that whenever the software is ready, the user manual should be also ready. Now what does the technical writer needs to do? He can start somewhere in the middle of the software development. He can continue to write and he will catch up with all the screens. And on the last day, he will catch up with the last screen and he will include that into the manual. Right, guys? It makes sense? He will include the instruction to handle the last screen on the last day into the manual, and the manual can be packaged along with the software, which is the main product, and it can be provided to the client. Okay, now guys, I want you to do some experiment and see the impact. So guys, if you change the duration, you will see that only the start date will change, not the finish date. Just go ahead and change it. Change the duration. Change the duration of the write user manual. Okay, change the duration. Either
How much?
You increase or decrease. You increase it to 14 days, 1/4. Increase it to 14 days. So guys, do you see that the start date has been preponed? So what the Primavera is saying that, okay, if you need more days, please start earlier, right? So is this the
Right.
It says that, okay, you need 4 more days. You start 4 more days earlier. Now you change it back to 10. So if you need 4 less days, so you can start 4 days later. Okay, so the plan says that the technical writer should start on 17th. Guys, let me tell you, in real life, if you start a day earlier, it will not hurt you, right? Is it clear? But definitely you must start by the 17th, right? Is this clear? See, guys, if you're trying to stay ahead of the plan, it's welcome, but never fall behind the plan.
Right, it's finish to finish means both work has to be finished at the same time.
Okay, now I will tell you the dependency check. So, guys, think logically. Tell me, if I cancel the software development activity, if I'm not developing the software, would I still need the user manual?
No.
Not at all. So who is the boss? Software development is the boss. It says that when I finish, you also finish. So the right user manual is dependent. That is why there is a relationship. So guys, there is a saying, where there is a dependency, there is a relationship, right? It somewhat applies in our lives also, right? Where there is a dependency, there is a relationship, right? Right?
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
that's right.
That's right. So especially with the kids, as long as they're dependent, they are relating to you. If they are not dependent, if they earn their own money, so they might move away, and we are left with empty nest, right? Okay,
Right.
so this is the thing here also, dependency in relationship. So right user manual is dependent, and that is why we need this relationship to show that it must finish in synchronization with the software development. So software development finish date is basically controlling the finish date of right user manual. So if the software development says, look, when I finish, then you finish. Now guys, have a look at the finish date of the, I want you to point this out. Now go ahead and change the duration of the software development, change it to 20 days. Change it to 20. So guys, did you note something? If the date of the predecessor changes, only then the date of the successor will change, or otherwise not. Did you note that?
Yes.
So change it back to 24 and see, and notice the change. Do it once again so that you can remember it. Okay. So guys, is this clear? So basically the finish date of the successor will change only if the finish date of the predecessor changes, or otherwise not. But if the duration of the successor changes, only the start date of the successor will be affected and updated. Right guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. So guys, now this is my example. This is not yours. I want you to think and bring your example. So I'm going to remove this from here.
Sheetrock and paint.
So you just a moment. Let me remove the example. Okay, just wait. First, let me remove the example. Now, first you tell us that what you are planning in finish to finish. Please explain to us. Then you write it.
They're like a sheetrock you have to do, and then paint.
Okay, so
After
the paint
forming
finish with the predecessor. Is there a dependency there?
yeah, if you don't put sheetrock, then you cannot put paint.
Okay, so that sounds good. Please write it. Please write a name for the predecessor and write a name for the successor. So, so the paint has to finish along with the sheetrock, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, guys, I cannot visualize this, but since he's saying that it has to be finished to finish, so I agree with this, because if you are installing some sheet or board or something, so you can start painting somewhere in the middle of the installation, and as soon as the installation of that particular item is finished, so basically you can finish the painting, and both of them are ready, and you can save the time, and you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deliver the item to the customer. And you can quickly deli outcome of the project to the client. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yeah,
So,
you can do like a lag time 2 days. Yeah.
okay, so you can put a lag time in the paint, so you can finish the painting 2 days later. Yes, of course you can. You can always do it. So put here
No,
a lag
the
time of 2 days. You say that,
days.
okay,
Okay.
we will finish the painting 2 days after the sheet rock is completely installed. But they will still be
Yeah.
in the finish to finish relationship, right? Now tell me one thing.
Yeah.
If I cancel the sheet rock, would I can I still do the painting?
No.
No, because the painting has to be done upon the sheet rock, right?
Yeah.
Then I agree with this. I agree with this. So it means that painting is dependent, and that is why it has a relationship with the sheet rock, installation of sheet rock, right?
Yeah.
So, guys, do you agree with this example?
Mhm.
Is that agreeable to you? Is it making logical sense?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So I think then we can move to the next one. So next one is interesting. It is rare, but it is there. But it cannot be understood here directly. It has to be understood with a situation. So I'm going to my whiteboard. Okay, so guys, this is my whiteboard in the classroom. So that we can understand certain concepts and come back here. So just a moment, because I have a certain lag time to New York. Okay. So guys, here is the situation. The situation is like this. Okay. So the situation is that I have to catch a train that departs at 5 p.m. So read this and tell me that what is your take on this? At what time you are going to start, right?
I have to catch a train. There's a class at 5 p.m. consultation. It takes 1 hour from home.
Yeah. 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
Okay, so what you are suggesting that I should start at 4 p.m. Okay, so I write
Really?
here the start time. So I write here 4 p.m. Right? Okay. So I write here 4 p.m. That is my start time. Now, what happens that on the way as I'm going, so 10 minutes are utilized in changing the flat tires. Okay, flat tires to fix the flat tires. Okay. So guys, tell me, can I still catch the train? If I
No.
utilize 10 minutes, no. I'll be reaching 10 minutes after the departure of the train. Because the train is not
Yeah.
going to wait for me. Because the train says that, look, if the train is a person, what it says? It says that before I start, you please finish your activity of reaching the railway station or the railway platform. Right? Is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Because if I know the station master, can I call him and tell him, man, please hold the train for me for 10 minutes? Will he do it? No, he won't be able to do it.
No.
It says that, look, it's a public utility vehicle. It cannot depart earlier. I mean, it cannot depart later than its scheduled time. Suppose if I reach the railway station at 4:30 p.m., can I ask the station master to depart the train?
No.
No, because he will say the same answer. He will say, look, it's a public utility vehicle. It cannot be departed earlier or later. So its start time is fixed. So basically, the train is the boss. The train says, look, before I start, you got to finish your activity of reaching the railway station. So guys, just imagine that it's not a train and it's a flight, international flight. And international flights, they cost you a lot of money, right? Right?
Mhm.
Suppose you have a flight from New York to Dhaka, okay, at 5 p.m. So I think you will prepare or target to reach the boarding gate much earlier than 5 p.m. Right, guys? Right or wrong?
Yes.
As well. Suppose your flight
2
is
hours only.
off at 5, you will target to reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m. Right? So you will go through all the COVID check, protocol, passport, visa. So you will calculate time for those. Maybe you will start from home at 1 p.m. So you will put 3 hours for all these things. And then you say that, if I start at 1, some time for the road and some time for the COVID protocol, security check, passport control, then I would be able to reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m. So, guys, is it a problem if you wait for the flight for 1 hour? Is that a problem or missing the flight is a problem? Tell me, which is a problem? Tell me,
Missing the
guys.
flight is the problem.
Missing the flight. So guys, tell me one thing. Did you ever miss any exam in your lifetime? In your school, in your college or somewhere else? Did you miss any interview? Did you arrive late?
No.
No. Because,
Yes, interview.
oh, what did you miss? Did you miss an interview or an exam?
I missed an interview.
So did you get that job?
They were so nice. I think they liked me on the phone. It was my first time of getting a job in America, so I had to drive there. So I don't understand GPS, so I'll keep missing my routes.
Okay, it happened to me also. In those days, we didn't have the GPS. We used to go to the Yahoo Maps, okay, maps.yahoo.com. We used to take a printout and we used to hang the printout in front of us and we used to drive. And
Wow.
I missed an exit and I went off by 10 miles. Okay, I missed an exit. Okay, but I did not get that job, right? Because I missed.
Wow.
It was not acceptable. Okay, guys, so it happens. So, okay. So you have to understand one thing. There are certain things in life which are having predetermined date and time, right, guys? So, guys, when you book your airline ticket, you can book it 1 month in advance, right? You can select your
Yeah.
date and time, but the date and time is not determined by you, but it is selected by you from the listing, right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So the airlines is the one to determine the date and time of each and every flight. You only choose the one which is suitable for you, but you don't determine. You are not the one to determine your date and time for interview. You are not the one to determine the date and time for your exam. So the exam time says that, look, before I start, you be finished with your studies and reach the examination hall. Right, guys? Is it clear? So there are certain events of life like catching a flight, catching a train, appearing for an interview, and appearing for an exam. So their start time is finished. You have to finish everything before the event starts. Right, guys? Do you agree now? Agree? Yes or no? Say no if you don't agree or if you do not understand. Ashwini, tell me, is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so all three of you agree, Ashwini, Aditya, Atisham,
Yes, sir.
certain times are fixed, you cannot miss them. You cannot tell your interviewing company that, oh, okay, I'll be late by 10 minutes, please wait for me. So, the secretary will say, no, interview will be taken directly by the boss. And boss is going to for an interview, another important meeting after your interview is concluded. He can't just wait for you. His time is precious, right? You got to understand these things in life. So that is the meaning of start to finish. The start time of an event is controlling and determine the finish time of the successor, right? So, guys, there is one place where you can enter late. It's okay, but definitely it will not be useful. See, suppose you have a movie starting at 5 p.m., right? So you reach your seat at 5:30 p.m. So half an hour of the movie is gone. So you are seeing a lot of action on the screen, but can you understand the story? Can you enjoy the story? If you have missed the background, if you don't know what happened between these two guys, why they are fighting, so do you think the story will make sense? The rest of the movie will make sense to you? No. Right or wrong, guys?
Right. Correct, sir.
So there are a lot of situations in the project where you got to follow the start to finish. So the start time and date is predetermined. So start time and date is predetermined for flight, yes or no? It is predetermined for exam, yes or no? It is predetermined for an interview, yes or no?
Yes.
It is predetermined for a movie, yes or no?
Yes.
So you have to basically finish reaching the venue before the event start, right? That is why it is called start to finish relationship. Here, the start time is controlling the finish time of the successor. Now, how to put this in the Primavera, that I will show you. I'm not asking you for any example because you might not have any, I'm sure. So I'm going to tell you, and with it from my real life projects, I'm going to share this. Now it is like this. See, I'm having a project in which we are upgrading the 3 and 4G mobile towers to the 5G technology, right? So one of the activity which needs to be done is activate 5G frequency in the newly installed tower. After the tower installation is complete, we have to do this activity. Now, when I'm looking at the resource which needs to do that resource is a constraint resource, means he is a subject matter expert, and you know that subject matter expert is one subject matter expert has been assigned for 5 projects. So the ratio is like this. So one subject matter expert is going to provide the services to 5 projects, right guys? Do you see the box on the top? One SME in a ratio to 5 projects, right? So it means that I have to basically seek an appointment. So I call up this guy and I ask him, so sir, I want you to activate the 5G frequency on my mobile tower, which I'm doing. So when can you come? He says, look, I can come on this day. So guys, can you read the date on the time scale? I'm sure you can. Read the date. What is the appointment he gives me? Look at
1st
the
January.
hmm?
Started 1st January.
No, look at time scale, Baba. Look at the
19.
time scale.
January 19.
Correct. See, you count from here, right? 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, or you count backwards, right? 22, 21, 20, 19, right? So guys, if you can read an inch tape, you can read the time scale also, right? It's not a big deal, right? Is it clear? You are all engineers. You can read the measuring tape, right? Or have you stopped using the measuring tape completely?
No, we do.
You still do, okay? Still use that, okay? Because some guys they are using the laser measurement more often, so they will very soon lose the use of the inch tape. Okay, so never mind. So this is the time scale. He says that he's going to come on the 19th of January. So you know guys, what I need to do, I need to shift this task using the date constraint to the 19th of January. I need to shift it here, right? Okay, so let me do it first. So I go into the date constraint. So date constraint will be my next topic. So just don't worry. I'm using the date constraint as a matter of convenience, just to illustrate my example. So I shift this activity to the 19th of January. Okay, so let me set it as mandatory start. Compulsory. Mandatory means compulsory. So compulsorily this activity must start on 19. It cannot be started earlier or later, because earlier he's not coming, later it will not be useful for him. Okay. So I put this. Now I ask him, sir, what inputs should be ready before you come? So he says that before I come, you should ensure that the 3 things should be installed. Installation of hardware, firmware, and software. Firmware means the chips. Install hardware, then firmware. I mean, the chips should be installed and they should be programmed as well. And of course, the software, right? Software for the billing purpose and all that. So that is controlled through the software. So this is the activity, and this activity, I call my team members, guys, how many days you need? They say, boss, we are okay with the 6 days. Then I tell them that guys, your activity 1090 should be finished. Target to finish it 3 days before the arrival of subject matter expert. So guys, tell me that what is the date if I say 19 January minus 3 days? So what date would that be?
16th,
16th, right?
maybe 15th.
Yes,
15th is
16th of
better.
January. So keep that in mind. Now, Ms. Bhai, you grab the mouse and click on the relationship tab. Click on the relationship tab. After you click on the relationship tab, you click on the assign predecessor. Click on the assign button on this side. And after that, you select the activate 5G frequency. You select 1080 and click on the assign button here, green plus button. So after clicking on the green plus button, you close the box. You click here and close the box. and then you change the relationship type to SF, start to finish, right? Because FS will be applied by default, but you have to choose the appropriate one, SF. Then you want this activity to finish 3 days earlier. So in the lag column, you put here -3. So when you put a minus, it becomes lead. Lead means leading. Leading means earlier. So it becomes a lead time. You put here -3. Okay. -3. So guys, do you see the finish date of this install hardware, software and firmware is now targeted at 16 January. So now let's have a look at the Gantt chart. So this is your first target. Okay. Then if you can't finish it on the 16th, then this is your second opportunity to finish it on the 17th. And this is your third opportunity to finish it on the evening of the 18th, because on the morning of the 19th, the subject matter expert will be here. So guys, do you see the green? Do you see the green arrow? So before the green arrow, that is the start of the event, you have 3 days buffer. So, practically speaking, I'm providing my team members a total of 9 days, right? 6 days included in the task duration and 3 days I'm providing as a lead time, right guys? 9 days. Okay, I'm providing them 9 days to finish their activity, right? So what is the 9 days? 6 plus 3. 6 plus 3. Guys, is it clear? 6 plus 3?
Yeah.
Okay. Now guys, you tell me, is the example clear to you? Okay. So basically, you will be having certain situation by which you will be able to determine. Now let me tell you that when you will have the start to finish will be for these reasons. Okay, so let me write the reasons for you so that it will be easier for you to detect it and utilize it. Okay, now the reason is like this. This activity, this start to finish relationship will happen mostly due to 2 reasons as per my observation in real life. So the first reason is so guys, read the first reason, due to high value resource constraint, and the second reason is read this guys. There might be a special request from a client to finish a part or a component earlier than your engineering duration, right? Okay, is this clear guys? So this relationship, it is rare, but it is there, but you should not miss it. Okay, will you keep this in mind? Okay, now what about the top 3? So these 3 can be determined by your engineering process, right? So they are easy to determined by your engineering process or steps. Right guys, is it clear? Will you be keeping these facts in mind? So if you have any kind of request, the request will be mentioned. So guys, I am not getting any feedback. Someone say yes or no, because I feel that I'm disconnected from the net.
I'm trying
No,
to
sir.
process my brain.
So you're here. So the special request could be mentioned as part of contract. The special request you might find in some email or in some chat box, or maybe you had a face-to-face meeting with the client, right? Is this thing clear? So this could be due to the special request from the client to finish a part earlier. So if you have any such kind of a request, then you should set up it in the start to finish manner, because you will have to have a fixed start date so as to finish within the expected date of the client, and then you will have to plan and schedule all your successor activities in the backward way, in the backward fashion. Okay, is this clear?
Sir,
Yeah, tell me what happened.
Start to finish, sir, activate 5G frequencies, sir, unable to do that constraint issue, sir. Constraint
Ah.
dollar, sir.
So let me explain this to you on your screen. Yeah, share your screen. I will explain.
Yes.
So basically, you should keep it in mind, because this example you have not yet used. Maybe it was there in some of your past project, but you did not notice it, right? Okay, so this time you should be very much conscious and you should not miss it at all. Basically, first of all, we got to fix the dates. So what we do, we go to the status, which is having the facility for constraint. Constraint means date limitation. So what is the limitation? It must start on the 19th of January, right? So I said it's fixed date to happen at, because you know the date and time of a flight is fixed. Similarly, the date and time of this activity is also fixed, right, guys? Is it clear? So
Yes, sir.
this activity has to compulsorily or mandatory must start on 19, and before it can start, certain inputs should be ready. So those inputs should be ready. So we are targeting to finish it by 16, right? So this is my first
Yes.
target date. If that doesn't happen, I can finish on 17. If that doesn't happen, I can finish on the evening of 18. And then I ask my subject matter experts, sir, if we are not able to provide you the inputs on the morning of 18, then what is the next appointment you can give us? He says at least after 1 month. So guys, tell me one thing, would you like your project to be delayed by 1 month? Guys, tell me one thing, would you like to miss your international flight? Just tell me yes or no for this.
No, sir.
If you don't want to miss your international flight, it is for the same reason you will not miss this activity either, right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So you should make sure that all the inputs are ready before he comes. So you can keep some time buffer. You can increase or decrease the time buffer according to your judgment. According to your expert judgment, right, guys?
Yes, sir. Sir, one thing, this line, what is the significance of this line, sir?
Yeah, this is the float line. So float line says that, look, there is a gap from this
Okay,
activity
okay.
to the finish date of the
Okay.
project.
Got,
Because the
got,
finish
got.
date of the project is here. Okay, it is here. It is the finish date is basically being determined by the longest path. So this is
Yes,
the
sir. Yes,
longest.
sir.
This is setting the finish date. Since this activity is far away from the finish date, so this activity has a little bit of float. This has a float. This activity has,
Understood, sir. Understood.
right? Because they
Right,
are
right, sir.
at a distance from the finish date, but this activity, it does not have a float. If you look at the column here for this activity, you'll find that it is mentioned as zero float, right? You see that? Zero, no
Yes,
gap.
sir.
All these four activities, they are all critical, because if any of the activities is delayed, it's going to push the finish date, which is basically you announced it to the whole world. I'm going to finish the project on 27th of January. So that date will be pushed ahead, right? So you are going to look bad on the promise you made on the contract, right? Is it clear?
Yes, yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, guys. Now I'm pausing for questions. So anybody has any questions on the dependency and relationships? Okay, so if you don't have any question, so you close
Sir,
this.
my question is, sir, in realistic construction industry, sir, which one of the most likely to be used dependency, sir?
Yeah.
Finish to start.
Finish to start is very common in all projects, finish to start. So you can say, regardless of the domain, 80% of the dependency is finish to start in every project.
Yes, sir. And rarely used, sir, rarely used start to finish.
Start to finish is rare, but it is there. Do you catch an international flight every day?
No, sir.
But every day you might be driving to work. That's okay. But
Yeah.
if you miss an international flight, so isn't it a problem? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it a problem? You're driving to work every day, there must be some variance. You start at fixed time from home. On the road, there might be such certain conditions. Okay. So if you reach late, you can tell your boss. So, boss, I was late because of the traffic. So your boss might say, oh, just don't worry. I was driving next to you. Okay. Do you understand? But on an international flight, there is no excuse. If you are reaching the board, if flight is at 5 p.m., you reach the boarding gate at 5 p.m. So you'll be seeing that the aircraft is already on the runway. They won't bring it back for you. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So basically, they will pull out any check-in baggage. They will take a lot of pains to get it out of the aircraft's belly, and you will find it on the boarding gate waiting for you to pick up and go home. Right? So
Yes, sir.
try to understand certain things. They cannot be having flexible date and time. Your flight, your exams, your interviews, don't take your interviews for granted, because the first impression could be very bad. So nobody would like to hire, because what they will say, oh, this guy is late for interview. So how is he going to take his job? Seriously, right?
Yeah. I have a question, please.
Yeah, tell me.
Activity A1080, activate 5G frequency.
Yes.
The start date, why is it having an asterisk beside it?
Star.
Yes, please.
Good
I
question.
see.
Star is due to the fact I restrained it. I pinned it using the constraint. Now, my lessons are designed in such a way that it creates a curiosity for the next lesson. The first lesson creates a curiosity for the next one. Because, this is the way we work, and this is the way the human mind is thinking. Right?
Okay.
Actually,
Yes, sir.
if you look at the structure of my training, you will find it absolutely different. My training is basically designed on the life cycle of project. It is not designed to explain the Primavera. Okay. Because you will learn all the buttons of the Primavera, but you are going according to the flow of the project planning life cycle: initiating, planning, execution, monitoring, control, and closing. We are still in the planning phase, and we are trying to do the schedule management, right? Okay.
Yes.
So that's a good question that is due to the constraint I applied. And next lesson is the constraint, right? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So now let us close this lesson. Press Ctrl W, and it will save the data as well. And we will replicate the lesson 1 to create the blank data for the lesson number 4. Okay. So Misbah, you please share your screen.
Now I'm first to share screen, sir. I found some easy.
Yeah, so you would be using Zoom a lot more, because in the future, that is the future. You will be working with people from across the globe. So you might be basically outsourcing some of your work that you do, and it will become very easy, right? We must get used to the technical world, technology. So technology is helpful. So a lot of people before the corona used to tell me, no, I don't use online meeting. Please come and meet us, right? We don't use that, right? But after the corona, my clients would call me, sir, do you use Zoom? Zoom is a very good software. I tell, yeah, I'm using the Zoom since it was born. But you didn't want to use it when I told you 3 years back. Now you're telling me. Okay. So, they discovered Zoom, they discovered, the on-screen meeting, team meeting, Google meeting. So they will tell me, okay, so let's meet on the Google Meet. I know how to use the Google Meet. They'll proudly say. So after the corona, everybody got leveled out, right? You get the point?
Yeah.
So people who are not willing to adopt the technologies, so they're starting to drink the technology like hell, right? So the situations makes you better. So please adopt the technology without any situation waiting for you, right? Don't wait for the next pandemic to learn something. Okay, learn it right now. Do you get my point? Now everybody wants to learn online, okay? Because people realize, they can spend more time learning. So guys, if you were learning in some training center, you will be driving 1 hour and coming back 1 hour. Utilize those 2 hours in the training. What is the problem, right? Okay. So press Control W. Okay, spend some extra time in the training, right? Don't worry. It will help you a lot in saving time and trouble in your future. Okay. Now you select the lesson. Okay, first of all, let's have a look. What should be the name of this lesson? Okay. So the name of this lesson, number 4, what is that? The rule number 4
Schedule
says
is adjusted by date constant.
date constants, right? So we will learn date constants. So we will create the lesson name as date constant. So we will take a copy of the lesson number 1. So place your cursor on the lesson number 1. Now listen to me. Don't use the mouse. Press, no, listen to me. Leave the mouse. Press Control C and Control V. C for cat, V for victory. Control C, Control V. Do it. Yeah, now use the mouse to click on OK 3 times. Correct. Now you rename this lesson as date constraints. Date constraints. And you press enter. Press enter, right? So just wait here. Wait for your friends to catch up, right? So guys, everybody please please confirm that you have created the lesson number 4 data. So everybody please confirm. Aditya, Ashwini, Atisham, guys, you please confirm. Please talk back. Okay. So you have created, right? Okay. Now you open this. Now you right click and open. So you are here. This is the sample data, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now there are various kind of date constraints in the Primavera. For them, what we will do, we will create the WBS group. We'll put some activities into that. Then after creating the groups, then it will be easier for us to understand the date constraints, right? Okay. Now to create the groups, we go into the WBS tabs, right? So guys, please click on the WBS and go to the WBS tab. Now to create a new WBS, you have to click on the add button on the right panel. Click on the add button, which is the plus sign.
How many?
Now you write here the WBS name, the first one you write here, start, on or after. Okay, the first letter should be capital and the remaining letters should be small. Start, on or after. Start, on, O should be capital. So that's what I'm telling. So the first letter should be capital for every word. Start, on or after. Or O capital. Or O capital. After. And press enter. And hold your screen. So guys, please look at the demo screen. Please do the same thing, right? Okay, now you place your cursor on the parent and then click on the add button. So we are going to add another one. Click on the add button now. Now write the name in the 4.2, go to the 4.2 and you write the name finish on or before. Finish on or before. Finish, F-I-N-I-S-H. On or before. and press enter. Okay, now the third one, actually you created a child of the child, just don't worry. We'll push it back and it will get the number 4.3. So guys, you create the 4.3 and rename this as primary and secondary constraint. You write here primary and secondary constraint. Primary and secondary. Primary, why? Primary and secondary constraint. And press enter. Correct. So after you press enter, if you find that some of the letters are not getting displayed, you can increase the size of the column. Now you go back to the parent once again, and then you click on the add button and you write the name of the constraint as late as possible. Okay, the name of the constraint itself is as late as possible. Okay, now go to the parent and add one more constraint. So that would be mandatory finish. You write here mandatory finish, mandatory, mandatory finish. Okay, mandatory finish. Okay, so hold your screen. So everybody please confirm that you are having this, right?
Done, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are having the serial numbers 4.1, 4.2. Basically, you know, these serial numbers are automatically created by the Primavera. So the lesson 4 is taken from the parent, and all these are child elements of the work breakdown structure. So work breakdown structure is created in the WBS, and in the activities tab, we use them. We can't edit or change them. If we want to change or edit or rename them, we have to come to the WBS tab. Okay, we can do it from here only. Now, if I go to the activities, I can see them at the bottom. So guys, if you find that one of them is showing yellow color or something, so you click on the refresh button, it will be updated. So click on the refresh button, it will be updated. Just don't worry, right? It looks normal now. Now, what we will do, listen to me carefully. You select two activities, you cut them, okay? Control X, Control V, you move them into 4.1. Select two activities and cut them and move them into 4.1. 2. 1, 2. Correct. Control X,
X.
S, and V for victory. And you move it to 4.1. You go to the 4.1 and paste it. V. Control V. V for victory. Yes. Now select another 2 and move it into 4.2. 2030. Go to the top. No, 2030. Select from the top. So that everybody has the same numbers, right? So that when we are talking, everybody is looking at the same numbers. 2030 you select. Correct. Control X and move it to the 4.2. 4.2. Now you move another 2, 40 and 50 into the 4.3. Yeah, 2. Control X, Control V. You know, it's going to give you some practice, right? So you'll be needing to do it. Now here, for the 4.1, we need only one. Cut only one activity, 60, and you move it into the 4.4. Yeah, move it into the 4.4, only one activity. Now you select 8 activities, 8. Count 8. And cut them and move it into 4.5. In 4.5, we need 8 activities. So you count 8 and you select and cut it and paste it.
Excuse me, sir.
Correct. So you got 8 activities, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, correct. Now, remaining activities, you go ahead and delete. You delete these remaining activities. You select, and then after selecting all these, you can click on the delete button on the right panel. So your sample data should be looking like this, guys. Guys, please look at the demo screen. And your sample data should be looking like this. And you should be having 2, 2, 2, then 1, and then on the last group you should be having 8 activities. Please look at the demo screen and please create the sample data as displayed, right?
Done, sir.
Okay.
Done.
Okay, someone was asking me a question. Please ask, tell me what is the problem.
Sir, finish or on before it is taking as a child, sir.
Yeah, so we will have to go to the WBS to fix it. Just don't worry. You share your screen. I'll guide you. Okay. So there is something which went wrong in the WBS. So once we fix it from the WBS, it will display correctly. Okay. Yeah. So first of all, you give me the remote control. Then we will change the display mode into the parent-child relationship. So in the parent-child relationship, you can see that the tree structure is shifted, right? So when I shift it toward the left side, it will have a different number, right? So it will have the number 4.5, but I want the number 4.2 here. So I'll have to do a lot of renumbering here. So just wait. So what I will do that I will put the letter X here, right? Put the letter X, and then I will rename this as the number 3. I will put the must be unique. So 3 is not unique. So what I do, I go to the bottom. So okay. So in the bottom, I put here number 5. I will renumber them from the bottom 5, and then this is the number 4, and this is the number 3, and this is the number 2, right? And the spelling of this should be mandatory finish. MAN. Mandatory. Mandatory means compulsory. Just a moment. Let me fix the spelling. Okay. Mandatory finish. Like this. Date constant start on or after, finish on or before. So the word on comes first, then or before. Okay, so or before should be having a space. This is the name of the constraint which is inbuilt in the Primavera. Then primary and secondary constraint as late as possible mandate. Now let us go into the activities. You will find them in the order, right? So let me help you quickly. Okay, so I will select 2 activities, Control X and Control V. Then I will select the next 2, C. So this is my speed, even with a time lag, it is so fast. Okay. So basically you should use a combination of the keypad and the mouse. You should use both. I use both equally well. And then as late as possible, that one requires only one single activity. So I will select the 1060 so that everybody's screen looks the same. So I will go into the as late as possible and paste it here. And then mandatory, for this I will select 8. So I'll count here 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So after I have selected 8 activities, I will Control X and I will go and paste it into the mandatory finish, right? And the remaining activities, I'm going to select and delete them. Okay, I don't need them, so I delete them, and my sample data is ready. So in my sample data, I will understand the first constraint, right? Okay, so I think you can follow now. I'm going back to Mesba's screen.
Right, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, fine. So, Mesba, please share your screen. Okay. Now, guys, the first constraint is start on or after. I'll explain to you with an example. Now just do this thing. You select these two activities, okay, like this on the screen, and then you right click. So, guys, if you right click, you will see there is an option here, link activities. I'm holding the screen here, so please find it. So, you know what the link activity does, since the finish to start is the most common relationship type, it will establish the finish to start relationship by default. If you click on the link activities, right, guys, is it clear?
Right, sir.
So if you click on the link activities, everybody please look at the demo screen. You are all here?
Yes, sir.
You are all here? Okay. Now click on it gently. You will see that finish to start relationship has been established, right? So finish to start being the most common, you don't always have to go into the detail box. But if you go into the detail box, of course, the details are entered there. It is entered automatically. Do you see that? The detail is entered automatically. If you look at the predecessor, it will show you the successor. If you look at the successor, it will show you the predecessor, right? So it is showing you both ways, right? Now, let us come to the main point. What is the main point? The main point is that you guys tell me that what is the start date of the successor? Read it. What is the start date of 1010?
8 January.
8th of
8th
January.
January.
Correct. So 8th of the January has come from the reference of the predecessor, because the predecessor is finishing on the 6th and the next working day is the 8th of January. Now, guys, imagine this thing. Okay, you are working in a networked environment. You are working in a real environment in which the database is kept on a central server. Now, guys, let me tell you that what is the advantage when the database is based upon the central server. If you assign an activity to a resource, so that person will get an email alert. The system will automatically generate an email alert, and in the email alert, he comes to know the name of the project, the name of the activity, the duration of the activity, the dates of the activity, and also the name of the project manager, right? So that is the sophistication of Oracle Primavera, right, guys? Is it clear? So the guy whom I assigned the activity 1010, so he comes up to me, he says, boss, I want to talk to you regarding something. I said, fine, yes, just tell me that what is your concern. He says, look, boss, I'm working on the current project and I've taken the leave approval from the current project manager. So I would be joining on January 22. I would be on leave during this period. So guys, do you see the red patch?
Yes, sir.
Okay, he says that he would be joining from January 22
Yes, sir.
onwards. So guys, do you see the green patch now? So from January 22, he is going to rejoin and then he can resume any project work, right? So now there are two choices in front of me. The first choice is that I take a replacement resource, right, guys? Is it clear? As I told you in the example also, right? Can I take a replacement resource? Yes or no?
Yes.
I can take. I can
Yes,
take.
sir.
I can take. But then I realize I have a second thought that if I wait for this guy, since he is a subject matter expert, so if I take a replacement resource, there might be an issue with the quality because this is highly quality critical activity. So I need him. Okay. More than the time I will save on the trouble, right? So I decide that I will go with this guy and I will wait for him to join on the 22 and continue his activity from 22 onwards. So guys, it means that I have to shift his activity to the 22, right or wrong? If I want
Yes.
Yes, sir.
him, I'll have to wait for him, right? So it means that I have to find a way to reschedule his activity to start from 22 instead of the 8th. So what I need the facility of date constraint, right? So guys, what is the meaning of the constraint? The word constraint means limitation. So there is a limit on the date. So he is basically there, but he is not available on this red patch. He is not available on the dates between 8th of January till the 20th of January. Between 8 to 20, he is not available. So that is why we call it date constraint, right? There is a limitation, right? So in the real world, there is limitation, right? But if you're planning a project in dreams, there is no limitation. Every resource is there, right? You can even fly, right? Is it clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
When you live in the
Yes.
physical world, real world, so you can't have all the resources at all the time. So your activity has to be shifted according to the availability of the resource. Right or wrong, guys? Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Olubunme, is it making sense to you?
Yes.
No, you are not Olubunme. You are Mr. Mesba. I'm asking Miss Olubunme.
Yes, you are making sense. Sorry, I didn't know I mute my system.
No, okay, good. Okay, guys. Okay, now I am going to use the date constraint. So gently, I will introduce you to the concept. So guys, to apply the date constraint, you have to go into the status tab of the details, right? Go into the status. After you are in the status, I want you to see something here. So you will see that there is a constraint block. So there is a block dedicated to setting up the constraint. So let me make it a little bit more visible. I'll push it up. Now from here, you will select the constraint. What is the name of the constraint you will select? Same as the group name. Start on or after. You'll find it here. Select it. So if you scroll down, you will find it. Scroll down more. Start on or after. More. Scroll one step. Yes. Start on or after. Correct. So now, what is the date he will be joining? On 22. So you select the date here, 22. So you you select the date 22 January and click on the select. Okay. So guys, you have done that. So as soon as you've done that, as soon as you apply the constraint, you see that the activity has shifted to the 22. And one more thing, guys, as you applied the constraint on the start date, you will see a star appear on the start date. Just like if you're reading some paragraph, certain word has an asterisk, right? To explain certain meaning better. Okay, which is mentioned in the footnote, right?
Yes, sir.
If you're reading some technical books, technical books have a lot of them. They have the star, they have the 1, they have the 2, they have the cross, everything. So here we are using the star to mention that this date is a constrained date. It is not a naturally calculated date from the relationship. So this date has been adjusted using the constraint, right? Makes sense? Now, why did we adjust the date? We have to write a note. Because any person using my plan, he would be confused. Oh, there is a constraint, but what is the reason? So where do you put the reason, guys? You put the reason into the notebook. So person should be able to read the note and he should be able to understand and agree with the constraint, agree with the reason. So click on the notebook. Click on the notebook here. Now you click on the add. After that, you select the option General Notes. And after that, you select the green button. And then you close this. Okay, then you click on the Modify button. Okay, so the reason that you will write here is the resource assigned on this task. You write here, resource assigned on this task. No, not resources, resource, only one. We are talking about only one resource, right? Resource assigned on this task would be available from assigned, not assigned, assigned, already assigned, past tense. On this task, would be available from 22 January onwards. From 22 January onwards. Right, guys? Make sense? 22 January onwards. Yeah, correct. Correct. January onwards. Write it quickly. Okay, we have to move briskly. Okay, now click on the OK. Correct. Click on the OK. Now, anybody looking at the constraint will be able to read the reason and would be okay, right? Does it make sense? Okay, guys, one more thing.
Yes.
I'm trying to make it clear. I did not use the word human resource. I used the word resource. Now, when I use the word resource, it could be man, it could be a machine, it could be a material. Right, guys? Is it clear? If any one of them is arriving on the 22 January, you will have to hold the task till the 22 of January. 22nd of the January, when all the three resources are there, man, machine, material, only you can do. So guys, so do not think that the date constraint is used only for human resource. It can be used for a machine resource reaching your site on 22 January. It could be also applied for any material resource reaching your site on 22 January. Is it clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay. So it is based upon the availability. So based upon the availability of a resource, sometimes you might have to apply the constraint. Right, guys? It makes sense?
Sir,
Okay. Now I'm going to show you certain things here. Just wait. Just wait. First you understand the concept, then I will come to your screen and fix something. Right? Okay, guys, please look at this carefully. This is the relationship line. It is depicted in dotted fashion. Why? Why it is stretched? Because you pulled it. You pulled it using the constraint. You forcibly pulled away the successor. That is why it is shown in the dotted. Usually the relationship lines are solid, right? Because many of the trainers, they are not aware of this fact when you apply the constraint. So why the lines are stretched? Because they have been pulled away. That's why they are shown as dotted. It means that you have stretched it away. So that is one sign of a constraint being applied, right, guys? Is it clear? Okay. So whenever you pull away the successor, automatically the float will be created, a gap. Gap will be created between the predecessor and successor, right? Is it clear?
Yes.
Now you would be asking, if these are related, why this is in green color and why this is in red color? So guys, if you look at the diagram very carefully, so you will see that this activity is actually at the end of the project. In fact, it is defining the finish date of the project. So it has to be critical, right? And the
Critical part,
activities
yeah.
which are behind the finish date, they are having float. This is float. This is float, right? Is this clear now?
Yes.
Okay. No, just say it only once. You're saying it 5 times. Okay, make sure that I can hear only once. Okay, I can understand. Okay, fine. So this is the benefit of applying the constraint. So I can fine tune the schedule to basically to align the start of activity with the availability of the resource date, right? Okay, now guys, we are going to do an experiment. If I am going to increase the duration, is it going to push the successor? No, as long as there is some float,
No,
it
sir.
will consume the float. So change the duration of task A1000 to 12 days. Change it to 12 and see what is happening. You see that it is consuming the float, right? See, there is a float column here. So let me show you the column. So I reduce the size so that the float column, it comes and becomes visible. Do you see right now the float is 6 days, right? Do you see that? Okay, now you
Yes.
change the duration to 18, it will consume the float and the float will become 0. Float will become 0. It will consume the float and the float will become 0. Okay, change the duration to 18. Just go to this task and change the duration from 12 to make it 18 and look at the float. How does it look like? So do you see that the float is now 0? Why the float is 0? Because both these activities are now back to back, right? So when the float is 0, beyond this point, if you increase the duration, it's going to push the successor now. Till now, the successor was stationary, right? It was not moving. But when the float is consumed
Yes, sir.
between the activities, now they are touching back to back. If you increase the duration of the predecessor, it's going to push the successor. So just go ahead and increase the duration to 22 and see what is the impact on the successor. Increase the duration from 18 to 22. Do you see that it is now pushing it back to back, right? Okay, change it to 23 and see it will be coming back to back. It will come back in the reverse direction, back to back, right? Okay, now you change it to 20 and see what happens. Change the duration to 20. So what's happening here? See, it is coming back. Now change the duration to 15. So will it still come back? No. Do you see that this activity stops here? Why does it stop here, guys? Do you know?
He's starting on 24.
No, because
Date
it has a date constraint.
He's starting 22nd January. Yeah.
Yeah, because it has a date constraint, that's why it will not come before the 22. You see that?
Right.
Clearly says start on 22 or after 22, but not before 22. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes.
And why the constraint is there? Because I have to adjust it according to the reality. So what is the reality? Reality is that resource assigned on this task would be available from 22 January onwards. So if I'm waiting for a resource to come, I have to schedule the activity according to the availability of the resource. Right or wrong, guys? Make sense?
Yes.
Is it clear? Is it logically clear, guys? Yes or no, guys? Please
Yes, sir.
respond. Okay? Okay,
Yes,
fine.
sir.
Now I'm pausing here. Someone was trying to ask me something. Please tell me what is the problem? How can I help you? Tell me. Is there any problem on your screen?
Yes, sir. Linking task is not happened, sir.
Okay, fine. You share your screen. I will help you out. Just don't worry. Share your screen. Okay. So basically what is happening that the Primavera has certain bug. This bug is visible once in a while. So guys, do you see the relationship line is missing? So what you need to do, you just hide the Gantt chart and you bring up the Gantt chart, and once the screen comes up, you will see the relationship line comes back. Do you see that? It's a bug, simply a bug. But guys, you got to be careful with this button, because this button will also hide. You see this button which I'm clicking, because if you unclick this, so the relationship will be hidden. Then it will not come by that refresh method, right? So make sure that this button is always pressed and relationship lines are always on. But despite being on, once in a while they might disappear. If they disappear, so you do this thing. You first click on the table, then you click on the Gantt chart. So when the screen refreshes, this line will come back. Relationship line will come back. So guys, is this clear?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So if someone else is having any problem, please tell me. I will come to your screen. Everyone else is fine? Okay. So I'm going back to Mezba screen. I hope that I can. Oh, it is coming so quickly. Yeah, that's good. Okay, guys. Now I'm going to give you another example. That is the finish on or before, right? Finish on or before. Now, once again, guys, you select these two tasks, 20 and 30, and you right click on them like this. First, you select them, then you right click. So once you get right click, menu on, you will get the option to select link activities. So select the link. So Misbah, go ahead and select the link activities. So once you link the default relationship, that is the finish to start will be established, right? Do you see that default relationship? Okay. Now, guys, you are done up to here.
Yes,
Then I
sir.
will explain to you this situation so that you are able to understand the constraint finish on or before. Now, guys, look at what is the finish date of activity 1030. What is the finish date mentioned here?
13 January.
13th of January, right? So now what happens, as like in the example before, so the guy who is assigned on 10:30, he gets an email and he comes up to me. He says, boss, I want to tell you something. So I say, fine, yes, tell me. So what do you want to tell me? He says that, boss, I am basically, on the notice period, I would be working till this date. So guys, can you please read the time scale and tell me the date? What is the date of this Saturday? Because that's his last day of his work.
20.
20th. So he is
21.
no, 21 is Sunday, Baba. Sunday. 21.
20.
Yeah.
Yes.
Learn to read the time scale. Now grow over it. Okay. You should learn this. Okay. This is just like walking, learning to walk. Okay. So you should be running by now. Okay. Now that is the 20th, right? 20th Saturday. He is on the notice period. He says that if you assign me any activity, just make sure that the finish date of my activity can be up to 20th of January 6 p.m. but not beyond that. Is it clear? Is this clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Because that is his limitation, that is the constraint. So it means that if I apply the constraint, do you see this float? This float will disappear, right? So his float will get limited up to the Saturday only, right? The float will be trimmed. Now let us apply the constraint. Now to apply the constraint, you go into the status. So please go into the status tab. So in the status, you select finish on or before. Finish on or before. And then you go to the date picker, and you select 20th and make sure that it is 18. 18 means 6 p.m. Right? End of the day is till 6 p.m. Right, guys? Business day ends at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. is 18. So, guys, do you have 18 on the screen? If not, you can use the scroller to get 18. Guys, please tell me yes or no. Is it there or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes,
Now
sir.
you click on the select.
Yes, sir.
Click
Yes.
on the select. Yeah. So that means the complete day. Click on the select button. Okay. Now you have to write a note. Why did you set the constraint? You must have a reason. Documentation must be also completed. That is part of the project management. Many of the trainers, they are not teaching the people the documentation, what is happening. The senior management is getting irritated. They see constraints, but they don't see the reason in the plan. What is the reason? Then they fire those people left and right. Okay, they're kicked out of companies. So guys, documentation is important part of the project management and planning. So select notebook. So that is why, this notebook topic is there. If it was not part of the project management, it wouldn't be here, right? The subject came first, then came the software, right? Right or wrong?
Right, sir.
So now you close this box, close this. Okay. Now you write here that why this constraint was set up. Okay. Now you write the reason, the resource assigned on this task. The resource assigned on this task would be available till which date? Till the 20th of January. You write here till 20th of January, right? And you can mention 6 p.m. also, right? So 6 p.m. makes an entire working day, right, guys? 20th January, 6 p.m. Six p.m. Okay. Now click on the OK. Click on the OK. Okay, so guys, so anybody looking at this, he will say, oh, why this float is trimmed up to here? See, normally, if you look at every other task, the float is going up to the end of the project, right? You see this float for these two tasks? And but the float for this activity is trimmed up to here, right? Guys, please respond, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right. Why it is trimmed? It is because of the constraint. Now, because of the constraint, guys, you should notice the star is now on the finish date because you put a constraint on the finish date, right? You see that constraint star?
Yes, sir.
And you see the date is 20th of January. That's why the float has been trimmed, right? Trimmed up to 20th of January, right? And I didn't ask you to write human resource. I told you to write resource. That could be a man or that could be a machine, right, guys? Is it clear? Suppose you got a machine, a big one on the lease, so you got it written
Yes, sir.
before the 20th of January. So you must ensure that the activity which is utilizing this resource, that must be finished on or before 20th of January. Right now, the whole thing makes sense. Finish on or be before 20th of January because
Correct, sir.
the resource would be available till 20th of January. So the activity should be finished before the resource is gone. Right? Now the complete picture is there. So that is the benefit of constraint because the constraint keeps us on the alert. Now, guys, we will see, we'll do an experiment. We will try to push the successor by increasing the duration of the predecessor. Then we will see something. So, guys, you make the duration of the 1020 as 12 and see what is happening with the float. You will see the float will be consumed. So guys, when the float is consumed, you will see
Critical path.
that both these activities are marked out as critical paths. Why these are marked as critical path, even they are not longest, but guys, there is a definition of the critical path. One of the attribute of the critical path says any path which is having zero float will be critical, right or wrong? So if you look at this path, their float
Right,
is
sir.
now zero. Because why the float is zero? Because they have gone and hit the finish date. Their finish date is not referenced from the finish date of the project. Their finish date is referenced from the what? From the constraint. Their finish date is here. You see that? Since they've hit the finish date, so the float
Yes, sir.
is consumed. Any activity which is hitting the finish date, its float will become zero. So distance from the finish date determines how much float it will have. So for this activity, the finish date is not the finish date of the project, but the finish date of the date constraint. Is this clear now? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now we will do further experiment. We will try to push this activity beyond the finish date. Let's say I made a mistake. So what is the mistake? I put a duration of 16 days into the predecessor. So guys, go to the 1020 and put 16 days and see what is the indication on the Gantt chart. You make it as 16. So you're trying to push the successor beyond the finish date. So what happens? How does Primavera talk to you? So guys, what do you notice on the Gantt chart?
It is taking yellow line.
See, first of all, you should look at the float column. Okay, so let me bring the float column, make this column visible to you. Guys, what is written in the float column? What is the
Minus
number?
4.
Minus 4.
-4 days.
Minus 4. And also you are seeing a yellow ribbon. Guys, do you see this yellow ribbon here?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Now
sir.
guys, note it. This yellow ribbon represents negative float and the black line represents the positive float. This is called the negative float. So why it is negative float? Negative float has come because we have exceeded the finish date by 4 days. So what was the finish date? See guys, the finish date is indicated by this fold of the ribbon. So guys, do you see that there is a twist in the ribbon? Look carefully, just like on the toffee wrapper, there is a twist. Do you see a small little twist? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Please talk to me, Miss.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You see the twist there? That twist is indicating the finish date. So when you are exceeding the finish date by 4 days, it is showing you -4. So how do you get -4? See, Sunday will not be counted because Sunday is anyways a non-work day. So which days are giving you -4? See, Monday is -1, right guys?
Yes, sir.
Monday,
Tuesday is
Tuesday,
-2,
Thursday.
Wednesday is -3, and Thursday is -4. So you are exceeding the finish date by 4 days. So what is the finish date? Finish date is basically the zero line. Okay, it is the 0 point. So if you go beyond that, so you are trying to utilize the durations which are not available to you, right guys? Guys,
Right, sir.
suppose a person is earning,
Right, sir.
okay, 50,000 rupees per month, and he creates a budget of 60,000 expenditure per month. So what will be the minus budget? How much down it will be?
10,000.
Minus 10,000, right? So minus 10,000 means it is a
Yes, sir.
negative budget, right? Negative budget. So guys, have you heard of zero budget? So when the budget of a country is created, so you know the minister says, oh, I've created a zero budget, you know. So zero budget means that according to the income, they are doing the expenditure in the country. So when they say the negative budget, you know what the government does? The government prints more paper money. They are printing more paper money than the income, than the income that they receive from the taxes. So you know that causes inflation. So here, basically, it's an inflation. So that is why the negative ribbon appears as a friendly gesture. It is not, it is basically a friend. It is telling you, look, man, you are going beyond your finish date by 4 days. So it is showing you -4 here, right? So what do you need to do? You need to call your technical team and fix this situation. So what do?
Excuse me,
You
sir.
call your technical team and you tell them, look, guys, so reduce the duration of this
Excuse me,
activity.
sir.
Yeah, yeah, tell me quickly.
Sorry, I need to use the restroom.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll wait for you to come back. Okay. Yeah, guys, please.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Miss Ba is not here yet.
Yeah, Miss Vaidya, yes, yes. So that's I was taking head count. So I see that is missing here.
I did yet. So I did, yeah. Think.
Actually, he had logged in the morning. I don't know. So let me give him a call.
He has joined, sir.
Oh, you're joined? Okay.
Alexa, stop.
So he has logged in from his mobile actually. Good morning, Misbah. So can you log in from your laptop? Yeah, recording. So can you please log in from your laptop?
Yeah, I'm doing right now, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, guys. So do you have any questions from the topics that we covered till yesterday? No questions yet?
What are the other names for process duration?
Process duration.
Mhm.
I mean, the process duration is basically the original duration column. So where you put, so process means some work. So you basically, you are applying your engineering knowledge or experience to determine how much time an activity should be given.
Mhm.
So basically, we get this from our engineering knowledge.
Is it right to say it's the same thing as the beginning of a task to the end of a task, or beginning of a project to the end of a project?
Yeah, actually, when we were setting up the dependency, the activities they form a network, a chain of
Yeah.
activities.
Yeah.
The collection of the chain of activities is called the project network diagram, right? So the
Yes,
longest chain, the longest of all the chains, it is called the critical path because it has got zero float because that is setting the finish date of the project.
That's right.
So based upon that, we get the finish date of the project, and there can be a mathematical coincidence that there can be multiple longest chains. So at least one longest chain would be there always. You just visualize that. Okay, so if you
Okay.
add up all the activities in start to start, finish to finish, or finish to start, or start to finish, the combination of all this. So one of the chain would be always the longest, right? So the longest
Yes.
one will determine the finish date, and when you have that finish date, so then you can push schedule compression, which we are going to learn today, right? So there are
Okay.
two possibilities. Suppose the client said, "I want this project delivered on 31st of March 2024," right?
Mhm.
So keep this in mind. 31st of March 2024. Now, what do? You sit down with your engineering team and you create the work breakdown structure and you put in all the activities, their durations and relations, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
once you finish that exercise, once you made sure that all the activities are complete and correct, then you look at the date. Now there are three possibilities. One, that is that it will exceed the given date from the client. It can go beyond 31st of March 2024, right?
Yes, sir.
So then what do? You do the schedule compression. You look at the first critical path. You try to reduce the duration by doing schedule compression. So that technique I will teach you. So
Okay,
you
sir.
finish it little bit before the expected finish date of the client, right? Or
Yes,
it
sir.
is already before the finish date of the client. Then I think you are lucky. You should give me a party, right?
Okay.
Okay,
Mhm.
or it lands exactly on the finish date of the client. Okay, it finishes exactly. So that's a very rare occurrence in the universe, right?
That's right. That's right.
Okay, so most of the time you will see the project is always late by the time it comes to the project managers, because these marketing guys, sales guys, they are having some sweet parties with the client, and they are
That's
taking
right.
the client here and there, and basically they are not freezing the contract. Because if they
Mhm.
close the contract early, then it comes to you early. Okay, now they will do the pushing on you, right? You
Yes, sir.
point. So you got to learn the Primavera and you got to learn some politics also.
That's right.
The politics of surviving in the corporate world. But
Yeah.
before that, it is good to learn the project management. Okay, so be ready to face a lot more in this world. So I will prepare you with the project management with Primavera. Okay.
Okay.
The rest of the things you will learn yourself. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So what we were doing yesterday, we were at the topic of the date constraint. So let's start this. So let's get started. Okay, so everybody can start your recordings. Okay, you can do your own local recording. That would be good. Okay, so don't rely on me because it takes time to get it from me, right? So,
Yes, sir.
so we were doing the date constraint. So finish on or before. So guys, tell me, finish on or before is clear? Finish on a particular date or before that date. Okay, you have a resource who is going to be available up to this date. Do you see this red boundary line? So you got to make sure that his activity, okay, either you plan it to finish before that date or by on that date. Finish on or before. It makes sense, right? So
Yes, sir.
that's because of the date constraint. And then we explain the reason for the constraint in the notebook. It's a best practice. Primavera isn't going to ask you, but you have to understand why the note is there. Note is there because the subject matter, it has certain rules. The project management has got certain rules, and those rules have been replicated into the software. And people used to have something called WBS dictionary. Guys, have you heard of something called WBS dictionary?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So WBS dictionary is the notebook. So what you know as the WBS dictionary, it is the notebook in the software. So in this notebook, you have to write a note about the task, about the project, and you can write a note for the project also, right? So yesterday I showed you, if you cannot name the holidays, so you can put the list of the holidays for your project here, right? So like this, so you can write. So in this project, so if you have certain holidays, you can write it in the notebook, right? So similarly, when I'm working on this project, okay, and I have applied a date constraint or something unusual on the activity, so I have to write a note for that, right? Okay. Now we go to the primary and secondary constraint. Now this is a very useful constraint, right? Primary and secondary constraint. So it's only Primavera feature, means that the primary and secondary constraint feature is available only in Primavera. So please rename this task as task 4 and 5. Put 4 and 5 in the next task. Okay, and change the duration to 4 days each. So guys, today we have to move fast. We have lots of work to do today, including the project work, right? Correct. Now you select both of these tasks from the top. You select both of these and you link them. Link. You right click and link. Link activities. Yes, good. Quickly, move quickly. Yes. So after you've linked the activity, I want you to see that what is the start date of the task 5. Do you see that what is the start date? So from the relationship, it has derived the start date as the 5th of the January, right, guys? 5th of the January. Now there is a heavy equipment which is required on this task. Okay. So let's say you need a 100-ton crane and you go to the resource manager that I need a 100-ton crane to be utilized on this activity. I need it for 4 days, and between the dates 5th of January to 9th of January, I need this equipment for 4 days, right? So you go to the resource manager and tell him you need this equipment. Now what the resource manager says that, look, currently this equipment is scheduled in another project, so you can get it during these dates. So I'm going to put a shade on the timeline. So he is telling me that I can get this equipment during these dates. So guys, can you tell me the start date and the finish date of this date range? Tell me, what is the start date, which I'm pointing with the arrow? Tell me the date quickly. Look at the time scale. Guys, move quickly.
8 January.
Correct. And then tell me this date. What is the finish date?
21 January.
Correct. So no, not 21. Look carefully again, man. Look again.
20.
Yes,
22nd.
20th January. You, as a project manager, you should be able to read the time scale as good as you read the measuring tape, right? Don't make such mistakes here, because if you are making mistakes here, I'm not sure if you can read the measuring tape. Okay, as an engineer, the basic things, these are the basic things. Reading the time scale, reading the measuring tape, it's as equal. Okay, so between these two date range, he says that he can provide you this heavy equipment. So he cannot provide you earlier and he cannot provide you later. It means that you have a bracketed range of dates. It starts here and it ends here, right? Is it clear, guys? So basically, you say that I need it for 4 days. He says that that's fine. So we will get the equipment installed on the Sunday, preceding the Monday. So that is on the 7th. So on the 7th evening, this heavy equipment will be installed on your site. You can use any of the 4 days, right? Is it clear, guys? So guys, in real life, no resource manager can give you a big piece of equipment and forget about it. No, he will keep track of it. Mesba, is that right?
I have a question, sir.
No, just wait. Mesba, please interact with me. Mesba, please switch on your mic. Mesba, please come online. I mean, please come and speak on the mic. So I just asked you to unmute it. Actually, you are communicating through your mobile phone. You just go to your mobile and you just unmute there. Okay. I've asked you to unmute on your mobile. I sent an unmute
Okay,
request
sir.
there.
Yeah, I did, sir. No.
Okay. Now you tell me, can a resource manager give you a heavy piece of equipment and forget about it?
No, it is very rare.
Yeah.
Very
So
hard to find.
if he is going to give an equipment, he will give you the start date and a finish date, right? Within the date range, you can use that equipment. So he will basically schedule the equipment over multiple projects, right? So you're part of
Yes.
it, and just imagine that you have been given this equipment. Definitely, he will put the finish date also, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So within this date range, you will have to use this equipment, right? You know why I'm
Yes.
seeking validation from you, because you have a vast experience, and I'm 56, you are 65. You know the opposite, 56, 65. You know, sort of a palindrome. Okay. So basically, I have a lot to learn from you. Okay, and basically, I wish I was a civil engineer too, but unfortunately, I'm an IT engineer. Okay, so there is civil engineering makes our world, right?
Yeah.
And IT engineering adds the topping. Okay. Okay. Anyways, now coming to the main point, this equipment, it has a range of start date and the finish date, and then we are going to implement the primary and secondary constraint. Okay. So how do we implement the constraint? So we implement the constraint by going to the status. Now click on the status tab. Click on the status tab. Everybody please click here.
Yes.
Now, once you click on the status tab, you will see. So let me pull this up a little bit more so that you can see the whole thing. Now let me point out the whole thing. Just guys have a look at this. So guys, do you see this block, constraint block? So you know, in only in Primavera, you have got a primary constraint and you've got a secondary constraint, right? So primary constraint takes care of the start side and secondary constraint takes care of the finish side. Now, what is the start date he is mentioning? He says that you can get it on January 8th. So guys, you go here and you select here start on or after. Go to the primary constraint. And you select start on or after. Scroll down. Start on or after. And you select the date 8th of January. 8th of January. Select it, man. Select it. Click the select button. React fast, sir. Now,
Timing, sir.
now you select here finish on or after. Finish on or before, not after. Finish on or before. Finish on or before. I am telling you finish on or before. Please listen to me. Mesba, please listen. Please listen. Please listen. finish on or before, not start on or after. Select finish on or before. Yeah. Now which date? So basically this is the 20th of January. So you select here 20th of January. And you put the time as 18 hours, not 9, because you have to use the entire day, because the day ends at 18. See, you have to set the time also to 18. 18 means 6 p.m. You get to use the equipment till the end of the day. End of the day is 18 hours, 6 p.m. So as soon as you apply the constraint, you will see that the activity has been pushed to the 8th of January, right? And the float of this activity is ending on 20th of January. Do you see the float ending on this date? So basically what has happened? So, a date constraint has been applied for the starting and the ending, just like you borrow a book from the library. Similarly, big pieces of the equipments are issued to you by the resource manager in this fashion. Guys, that makes sense? Or there is some doubt here? Ashwini, Aditya, Atisham, guys,
Fine,
please.
sir.
Morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Oh, good morning. Yes, good morning. Good morning.
Little bit late, sir.
Tell me, guys, think like engineers. Is it making sense to you?
Yes, sir.
Can a person, resource manager, if he gives you a big piece of equipment, he's going to put a time limit, right? So
Correct,
this
sir.
is how you put the starting and the finish time limit. So you put a range of dates. So within this range of dates, you can use the equipment for any 4 days, right? So after that, you will have to return. So you basically plan in such a way that you can use the flexible range, but not exceed the range, right?
Right,
Okay,
sir.
so you'll have to wait till the 8th of January to get this activity started. And before the finish of 20th January, you have to basically finish your activity, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, guys, you notice this thing. Do you see that there is a constraint star? The star is appearing on the start date as well as the finish date of the activity. Do you see the star here?
Yes.
Correct, sir.
Right. So star indicates that the constraint has been applied on both these dates, right? So
sir.
that is the benefit of the Primavera. Only the Primavera gives you this kind of a benefit. There is no other software which gives you the primary and secondary constraint. Those who have used the Microsoft project, they can vouch for this. Okay.
That's right.
Okay, great. So guys, I'm pausing for any questions. Do you have any questions on this?
Sir, little bit late, sir. Please check my screen once, sir.
Okay, so guys, before I go to his screen, I want to show you something. Let's do a little bit of experiment. Let us try to push the successor out of the date range, out of the finish date. Let's see that what happens. So guys, what do you expect to see if I push this activity out of its date range? Will you see a positive float or negative float? You will see negative float, right? If you push an activity out of the date range of its limit, then you will start to see no, don't move that, Baba. Don't move that, because if you move that, the markings are gone. You don't have to look at the float column to count your float, right? Okay, you can just keep this here. Okay, you can just keep this thing here and you can still get to see the float. Okay, you should be able to read the Gantt chart by now. Okay, now guys, let's do this experiment. You go ahead and increase the duration of task 4 to 8 days and see that what happens next. Okay. So do you see that it is still within the date range, right? Okay, now increase it to 12. See, the float is gradually reducing. Just look at this float bar. Okay.
Now it is critical, sir.
Okay, now it is, now you make it as 12. Miss Ba, please react quickly. Make it 12. Okay,
Yeah,
do you see? Now float is now reduced to 2 days, 1, 2. Now make it 14. Make it as 14. You will see that it will turn red. Once the float is 0, it will turn red. And red indicates that this is critical, because after this, the activity is going to get delayed beyond its finish date, right? Finish date, which has been set as a constraint on the last activity in the network chain, right? Now make it as 18. From 14, make it as 18. So do you see the negative float there? So let's count it. 1, -1, -2, -3, -4. Do you see that? There is a negative float of -4, right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Now, if you're interested to see what is the total float column showing to you, so what you can do, you can drag the activity name a little bit towards here. So you can see the -4. Basically, you should be able to look at the Gantt chart and interpret the Gantt chart, then look at the float column. You develop your own mental calculation, right? Of course, the software will be there at all the stages to make the big calculations for you, but it is very useful for you to understand the calculations at a small scale so that you can trust the software when it does, because you should not be overwhelmed by the numbers. You should know that, okay, fine, yes, I've seen the calculation at small level, and if it is doing at the calculations at the large levels, yes, they are good, they're fine, they're good for me, I can trust them. Right, guys? Is it clear? Right or wrong?
Yes.
What happened
Yes, sir.
today? You didn't sleep well, right?
Right.
You didn't sleep, or you slept.
No, we had events.
Events will be always there the whole life. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, yes, good.
My tax is supposed to be critical, but it's not showing critical.
Yeah, sure. So just let me have a look. Show me your screen.
Oh, 1 second, please. Yeah. That's my screen. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so basically, the critical date will be shown as per the as per the constraint. If you look at your constraint, basically what the resource manager said. The resource manager says that you can use this piece of equipment between a range of these dates, right?
Yes, sir.
Up to these dates. And what is the last date? Read this. What is the last date?
8, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
20, right? So
Yes,
you
sir.
got to set this date to 20, right? So you set this to 20, 6 p.m., right? Yeah,
Okay.
change it. Yeah. Change it to 20 and make it as, yeah, you already did. Yeah, so that's good. So now
Okay.
it's going to show you the negative flow because it has exceeded the deadline set by you by 4 days. While in the planning stage, you can see that if your plan is going beyond the finish dates of certain activities as set by the constraint, right? If certain activities are exceeded during, because you're still planning, you can fix things, right? See, let me tell you guys, 80% of the problems are due to poor planning. So if you have a very well planned project, 80% of the problems are killed, right? So guys, tell me, as engineers, so if your design is poor, do you think that you can create a proper structure on the ground? Tell me, guys.
No, sir.
No, you can't, because you have lots of reviews on the design. You spend so many man hours getting a perfect design. Don't you think, guys, a perfect design should be complemented with a perfect plan? Yes or no? Think of it.
Yes,
Definitely,
yes.
sir.
Right? Yes.
Mhm.
Because if your design is a perfect, let us assume that you have a very good the architect, okay, and the design of the entire structure is so good, and it is very perfect, and you have done a 3D modeling, and you have done a stress test in the simulated environment, and you have done a small scale testing. Absolutely is perfect. But should it not be complemented with a good plan to get it real? So that's
For
why you
proper execution.
need the Primavera skill, right? So guys, make sure that you learn the Primavera well, you understand it so that you are able to put any design to life on the ground, right? Okay. So having said that, now you can see that, that it is gone beyond that. So what do? You just call your technical team, you tell them, guys, let us increase the man on machine on the task 4 and reduce the duration. That's called schedule compression. So you reduce it to 14 days. You put here 14. In the task 4, you put 14. Now, tell me one thing. It is technically fine, mathematically fine. Do you think it is practically fine? Would you
No,
plan
sir.
like
No.
that? No. You should plan. You should make sure that your successor is finishing somewhere in the middle of your range of dates which you have been provided as per the equipment schedule, right? So you should
Yes.
not be pushing the successor to the point where its finish date is basically the finishing along with the finish date of the return of the equipment. So it should not be planned like that. So you should be basically reducing it further. Let's say you reduce it to 10 days, right? So
Okay.
that looks fine, guys. So it has some float and it is within the range of the usable dates, right, guys? So
Yes.
this is called primary and secondary constraint, right? So the primary constraint sets a start date when you can start, and the secondary constraint sets a finish date when you can finish. So this is start on or after and finish on or before. This is plain English. It makes sense. I cannot
Yes.
translate it any further for you, right?
Yes, sir.
Right?
So another question.
Yes, yes, sure.
So it means during planning stage, we only work with the constraints.
Yeah, of course, you got to set the constraints at the planning itself so that your planning is correct.
Okay, okay. So is it
So
right to
if
assume?
you realize a constraint after your planning during the execution phase, you can make a correction in the plan. But what is the wise thing to do? So guys, tell me one thing. Do you make a change in the design while you're executing the structure? Or what is the wise thing to do? Create a perfect structure. These days we have the 3D modeling. We have lots of softwares. They can tell you the wind shear test and the stress test, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, guys, what is the
Yes,
best
sir.
thing to do? You do all kind of simulated testing. There are a lot of simulated software. So this is this simulation of the execution, right? The planning is nothing. So you visualize that what's going to happen if you realize there is a date constraint in the middle of the execution. Maybe you are very much near to the date of the constraint and you miss the deadline and the equipment is picked away. So your work will stop. You'll have to hire another equipment at a high price, and you will have to face the delays as well, maybe some penalties from the client. So guys, tell me what is the best thing? Troubleshoot your plan during the planning itself, right?
Yes.
So that's what
Mhm.
I'm doing by applying the constraint. I'm just getting a simulated idea that if I'm overshooting my finish dates or not. Make sense?
Okay. Yes, sir. Another
Yes.
question.
Yes, yes, good, very good.
What if during the execution of your project, the product owner changes his mind about the scope of the project? Do you abandon what you've planned, or you start all over again, or you have to modify what you have done to suit his plan?
Very good question. I'm glad you asked it. Yes, he can change it. The client or the product owner, he can change his mind anytime, but he pays for the impact of change. So what you will do, you will redesign the design, right? And then you will do an impact analysis on the schedule, on the cost, on the resources, on the risk, on the quality, and you will incorporate a new schedule, new time, and make him a presentation. Look, this is the impact of your change of mind. So he will give you extra time. He will give you the extra price. That's his job. If he's changing his mind, so that's his prerogative. That's his responsibility to give you the extra time. So we do an impact analysis. Impact analysis, impact on what? Impact on schedule, impact on the cost, impact on the quantity of the resource units, man hours, machine hours, and impact on the structural stability, impact on the risk, if it increases any risk in the project or not, impact on the quality parameters. I have to shift my quality parameters to a greater one, right? Greater acceptance criteria. I have to do the procurement because the new design might mean new kind of materials to be incorporated into the product. I have to I have to replan my procurement plan, right?
That's right. Mhm.
So all this impact should be totaled up and presented to the client, and the client approves it. You will raise a fresh invoice, and you will redesign the milestones, and then you will change your payment plan if the scope is, I mean, if the requirement is increased requirement, right? Okay,
Yes.
so the scope will increase, the price will increase, so your milestone and payment plans will also change.
That's right.
So you will present him the renewed contract, or if the change is small, you can put an annexer to the existing contract and get that signed, and you raise an invoice for the changes. If it is small change, if it is a big change, then you will have to redesign the structure and check for the stability and check for that whether it is riskier or not, whether
Okay.
it poses a new threat or risk or not. So the risk could be in the form of some structural instability. The risk could be in form of the usage of more equipment and more dangerous work to be done. So, all this is done under the impact analysis, and then you have to pause the work for a while. It is not wise to go ahead with the work while the changes are being analyzed and they are under the approval. You'll have to stop the work at the site. Why create something which is not required? Right?
Yes,
Yeah, that's a fair thing, because once a contract is signed, it means what the client is saying, okay, I need that. I don't need anything more. So once you sign the contract, you say that, okay, I will deliver that, nothing less. Is it clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes?
Sir, one more question,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, good. Quickly.
Sir, the project manager is representing the company, sir.
Yes,
The
of course.
client says, sir, let me finish the question, sir. So the client says it is none of my business whether your contractor has denied the supply or whatever. And even the company owner also told that you are the project manager and you are the one who is designing my program. So if it is fail also, it is not of my business. It is your responsibility to handle it. So how the project manager will handle the situation?
Fire the contractor. Get another one. What's the problem? Contractor is
But
not your relative, neither is it related to your boss, right? He has to
but
do
sir,
perform.
costing effect, sir. Costing effect.
Costing. So in the costing, if there is a trend in the market that the particular items which are used by the contractor, they have a fluctuable rate. So you should sign a fixed rate contract with the contractor in the beginning. You tell him that you absorb the fluctuations and you sign the contract at a particular price. You have to learn the negotiation skills as part of your communication skills. Right? Is that clear? You have to freeze the thing. You put your foot down. You're the project owner. Right?
Yes, sir.
Contractor is not your boss. Your boss is your boss. And client is the boss of your boss. Right? You get the point? This is the hierarchy.
Yes, sir.
Your boss has to listen to the client, or the client will fire your boss. You get the point?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Make sure that you understand the hierarchy and what is the food chain. Right? Okay.
Sir,
So
please check.
now, yeah, tell me quickly, guys. We have lots to do. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Please check my one second, sir.
Yes, sure. Okay. Yeah, tell me what's not happening.
I missed this one, sir, only.
So what did you miss? You're fine as far as I can see. You have applied the constraint and you go into the status, right? So here you have applied the constraint correctly. You just check this thing out. You just put some duration, some increased durations here. It will show you the negative float, right? So basically, you have to make sure that when you put the time here, you should make it 18 hours, because as per our plan, 18 the hours is the finish time of every activity, right? So
Yes.
why is it saying 2 days 1 hour? What is the starting time here? Starting time should be 9. Okay. So what is the finish time of this activity? Okay, so the finish date and time should be, yeah, so that's fine. So you have done the right thing. So basically, the starting date for the constraint is 8th of the January, right? So within this date range, you are able to use this, and if you have exceeded the date range, so it is showing you that you have just ignored the 1 hour, right? So
Why it's
you
showing
have
in
exceeded by 2 days, right?
The float is showing in hours, sir. Why it is showing, sir?
Which float? Yeah, that is showing in the hours. It has got something to do with the calendar. Ignore it. I can't go into your calendar right now. It is due to the calendar. Okay, there is some fault in the calendar, due to which it is showing like that. Okay,
sir.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so Misbah, please share your screen quickly. Misbah, please share your screen.
Okay, sir. So, oh God, it was there.
No, I think if you drag the cursor down, then it will come up, right? It is. The share screen, everybody's share screen button is at the bottom. So guys, please tell me. So guys, can someone send me a screenshot of your laptop?
Okay, sir, I got it.
What does it look like? I don't know why you're having a bit different.
Well, let me put it down here.
Yeah, keep it at the bottom, okay?
Sir, one question, small question. So, if I make a shorter duration, then there will be no critical path.
Critical path will be always there. There will always be a finish date.
No, I mean, all will be green. There will be no red. If I make the duration of the work shorter.
Yeah, if the duration of the work, yes, actually the question should be like this. If the duration of the work is within the given date range of the constraint, then it will be green. Of course, you are exceeding. We have gone out of the date range, right? You see this green patch? So green patch is the duration within which you can work. Now, if you reduce the duration of the predecessor, right? So like you reduce it to 10 days, then the activity comes within the green patch, right? So it is green. So when it is exceeding the finish date, it is showing the red color. Look, listen to me. It is showing you the red color to indicate to you that you are in the red. You are trying to use the dates which are not possible to you, which are not available to you, right? That's why the red comes, because then it starts showing the negative float. Negative means that you are exceeding your finish date, because there is a time limit set on it by the secondary constraint. What does the secondary constraint say? The secondary constraint says that you got to finish here. If you exceed it, naturally it will show you a red color and it will show you the negative also. If you go beyond that, right? Is the answer clear now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Now, guys, let us understand there is another constraint. It is interesting. It is called as late as possible, right? Okay, now to understand this constraint, you rename this task as closing process. You call this task as closing process. Okay, just a moment. Let me bring the duration column in the proper place. Just wait. Your duration column is moved into the wrong position. Let me fix it. Okay, let me sort out the activity ID column. Now you rename this as closing process. Yeah, rename this as closing process. Closing process. Quickly, just move quickly. Okay. Now this closing process is the process that we do nearly at the end of the project. So we say that we have to close the project gracefully. Now this activity has to be performed to do the administrative closure of the project. So what is the administrative closure? So just imagine I just finished or about to finish constructing a shopping mall. Okay. Now what I have to do, it is a building structure. So there are many things that I have to do. The first thing I have to do, I have to clean up the project site, right?
Yeah, and checklist.
Yeah, I have to clean up the project site. I have to seek quality acceptance certificate from the client. I have to raise final invoice for the last payment, last milestone payment. I have to remove my men and machines from the site. I have to remove temporary structures. I have to remove my unused materials and restock them right into my stock inventory, right? So I have to remove temporary structures. I have to basically teach the client how to use the various utilities installed in the building. Like I got the CCTV installed, I got the lift installed, I got the water pumps installed, I got the generators installed, I got the automatic car parking meter installed, I got the HVAC installed, I get the water filtration plant installed into the building. I have to train their operational staff to maintain this after the handover, right, guys? Right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
So all these things are part of the administrative closure. And I have in the last, I have to do the landscaping and leave my business card there and leave the project with good memories, right? Is it clear? That is called the closing process. So in the closing process, basically, we don't create any work breakdown structure. Rather, we put a lump sum duration and we put all the activities in the notebook. So here is my notebook. Okay, so I'm going to show you what we do. But before I go into the notebook, basically, let me tell you that these 6 days are supposed to be done during the last 6 days of the project. So It means that this activity has to be positioned at the end of the project. So for that, Primavera provides a very simple solution. It provides you with a constraint. The name of the constraint is as late as possible. So what is the latest possible date in a project? The latest possible date in a project is the finish date of the project itself. So guys, tell me, can there be any finish date in a project which is beyond the finish date?
No.
No, sir.
That's why. Now guys, you select this activity and you go into the status tab. Go into the status. And guys, you select the constraint as late as possible and look at the magic. There is no need to put any date. Select as late as possible. Now look at the activity. Guys,
Yes,
look
sir,
at the
critical.
activity. Right? You see
Yeah.
that activity has been positioned at the end of the project and you don't
Yes.
establish any relationship. It is automatically. See, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the date of the project by changing some other activity. I go to this some activity on the top and increase the duration of this activity and keep a watch on the closing process. See guys, do you see that? If the finish date changes, this activity repositions itself. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right? So see this, I'm gradually reducing the duration of that activity. This is also repositioning it with the updated finish date of the project. So this activity will stay updated. Now, if you want to use 10 days instead of the 6, so guys, what you will see the finish date the start date will prepone itself. So if you're needing more days, so what the Primavera says that you started earlier. So you can start it on 16th if you wish to, but it cannot be later than 17th, right? So it tells that if you want to use 10 days, so it's going to count backwards 10 days, right? So you know what it will do? It will go to the finish date and it will say minus 10 days from the finish date, right? In this direction. So the minus 10th working day is the 17th of the January. So if you start it on the 17th of the January, okay, you can finish, you have got 10 working days. Guys, it makes sense?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
In the closing process, now what you do with this? Basically, all the activities you are supposed to do, since these are not engineering activities, these are administrative activities, you got to write a note for that. You can go into the general notes like this and you write the note here. You can put a bulleted list, okay, like that. You write here, clean project site, right? Get quality acceptance or quality accepted certificate from client, right? So once you get this certificate, then you can raise an invoice. So what you write here, raise final invoice, okay? So then what do you say? Then you say remove unused materials from site, okay? Clean the site, okay? Right? And release man and machine. You have got to release man and machine, right? So that they can be utilized in some other project, right? And what else you do? You do training for client operational staff. Training for client operational staff, right, guys? So that they can maintain the building for a long time, right? And then you can say landscaping, okay? Then farewell party, right? Because you worked with the client team for some time, okay, etc. Right? So these are the closer. This is called administrative closure. Then none of them is engineering tasks, and these tasks are opportunity based. They are not based upon any sequence. So whichever you can do first, and if it makes sense, just go ahead and do it. Right? Is it clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
As late as possible. Yes, this is how you work professionally. So I'm sure you are going to use it in every project. Every project needs this constraint, and you can create closing process 1 year, 2, or as many, or what you can do, you can create one lump sum duration and put all the activities into the checklist or the punch list to close the project. Right, guys? Could you do it? Try this out on your screen and confirm that you have done it. Hands on, please. No demo here. So once you're done, let me know. Everybody say yes.
Done, sir.
Yes, sir, done, sir.
Very good, very good. Okay, now we will learn about the mandatory finish. Okay, so yes, someone has a question. Please go ahead quick. Go ahead quick if you have a question. Okay, now I'm going to teach you the mandatory finish. Mandatory finish is also required in each and every project that you have. Okay, so this will be basically, this will be taught by the first. I will go into my whiteboard. So here is my whiteboard. Okay. Now, mandatory finish, it's like this. See, I'm constructing a shopping mall. It's a building. Yeah, in fact, I'm talking about shopping malls. I've got 6 shopping malls, big ones, within walking distance from my home. I don't know if I'm so lucky, right?
You are.
And I have worked on 3 of them as a planner, long time back, 10 years ago. So now I'm constructing this one. And I have a contract with the client. This is how the building is constructed. Guys, do you see the milestone numbers? It's my own unique style. Nobody does that. You won't find it like that. We are constructing a building from bottom upwards. So from basement -2 parking. Because if you have a huge space, then definitely you don't expect your clients to come on foot or on horse, right? They will bring in their cars. So you got to provide them some space, right, guys?
Yes.
Okay, if you want big spenders to come to your place, definitely they will come in cars, right? You don't expect the people to walk in or come on horsebacks. Okay, so you got to have this basement -2 parking. So this is the -2 parking, this is the -1. This is how the building has been planned by me, right? So I have to finish the basement -2 parking on 31st January. Then I will get this amount of money, $10 million, right? And it is mandatory finish. So what is the constraint? So constraint type will be mandatory finish. Why? Because it is compulsory to finish that. So because the client is the boss, he is the boss of my boss. So he is the ultimate boss, right? So if the client says you got to finish on the 31st of January, I have to finish it. So that's why I use the mandatory finish. And guys, read this text. What is written next to it? What is written in the next column?
It is combined finished milestone.
Correct. Now we will learn about a milestone also, right? So milestone, you must have seen, see a milestone, when it is used in the project management, in the Gantt chart, it is represented by a diamond symbol, which is in dark color, right? It is filled in. So this basically the word milestone has been taken from the real world. So guys, in earlier times when people were traveling between 2 cities, on the roadside, you'll have a stone which is telling you the distance, how much you have journeyed. So it will tell you one distance that you have covered, then it will tell you the remaining distance to the destination city, right?
Yes.
So milestones are used on the roads which are between 2 cities. It is not used in the roads inside the city, right? Not inside the town, because inside the town people know what is the distance. But when you are traveling between two cities, when you are traveling large distances, definitely it is helpful. It is even helpful even today, as it was helpful thousands of years back. So the word milestone has been taken. Basically, the milestone, when you are traveling, it tells your achievement of the distance, what distance you have achieved. And the same thing, the same concept brought into the project, it tells what is your achievement on 31st of the January, what achievement you should make, which will deserve you the payment, right? So if I complete the basement -2 parking by the 31st of January, I deserve to be paid $10 million, which is the installment. No client will pay you all the money upfront, right? So client will pay you based upon the visible progress, based upon the tangible progress, based upon the verifiable progress. The client will verify using his quality acceptance team. So they will go through the checklist, agreed checklist before the start of the project. What is the quality acceptance criteria? So when the quality acceptance criteria is met, then the milestone is said to be complete. So what is my first milestone? Guys, read. What should I be completing first?
Basement minus
Basement,
two
two
parking.
parking.
Yeah. So in India, we basically our ground floor is the zero, right? So ground floor is zero. When I went to the US for the first time, so basically, I was in Detroit, but once I went to the Silicon Valley, I went with my manager to a client site and I entered a building at the 12th floor. So my manager went away. I had to come back later. So when I entered the lift to come down, I was looking for zero. I could not find it. So I said, oh, maybe there is some problem here. So I just pressed the number one, reached the ground, and there is a girl standing there outside the lift. And I asked her that, ma'am, miss, I want to go to the ground floor. Okay, how do I reach? She said, you are already on the ground. Don't you see there is a USPS truck there standing? You look at the door. You're already on the ground. So then I realized after some time in the US, the ground floor is the number one. But in India, the ground floor is the number zero. And anything below the zero is minus one, minus two, minus three. So our parking spaces are below the ground. So I have to first complete the basement minus two. So basement minus two, as per my agreement with the client, it should be completed by 31st January. Now, let me show you how to plan this. Okay. So we will learn how to plan this. We will also learn the technique of schedule compression as well. Now, guys, please come back to the Primavera. Now, first of all, you write here all these activities like this, A, right? Then you write B, C, D, and so on. Quickly.
Done.
Sir, you are there? Hello?
Oh, yes, I'm back. Okay. So now you rename the last one as basement minus two complete. Okay. You write basement minus two complete.
Basement.
That's activity 1140. Good.
Okay. Now, no, 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 no. Press
Okay.
escape. Okay. Yeah. I didn't ask you to do that. Please keep it at G only. Okay. Now, see, basement -2. First, you have to change the activity type. See, right now, it is basically an activity. It's not a milestone. First, you have to convert it into milestone. So go into the general. Now, in the general, you will see activity type. You select here finish milestone. In Primavera, you have got two kinds of milestone: start milestone, finish milestone. So you select here finish milestone. And once you make it as milestone, look at the shape and look at the duration. See, there are three things which are there you have to notice. First, a milestone looks like a diamond symbol, right?
Yes, sir.
Second thing is that milestone duration is always 0. That is the rule. Milestones are not activities. Since it is not an activity, it won't have a duration either. Right? And third thing you have to notice about the milestone is that milestone, if it is a finish milestone, it will have a finish date. And if it is a start milestone, it will have a start date. See, I'm going to change it to the start milestone. If I change it to the start milestone, it will have only the start date. Right, guys? Do you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Start milestone has only start date, and finish milestone only has a finish date. Finish milestone is used to mark the finish date, and start milestone is to give a start flag to range of activities. So you can create a start milestone. You can put that milestone with some date constant in the middle of the timeline, and then you can refer the engineering activities to start from that start milestone. It's like that. Right, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great feedback. Now, since this milestone is supposed to be completed on 31st of January 6 p.m., so I will go to the status and set the date constraint. Okay, now go to the status. Now in the status, you pull this thing a little bit up, pull this up. Okay, now you select here mandatory finish. Mandatory means compulsory finish. So we are going to pin it down to a date which is not flexible. It is mandatory to finish on this particular date, right? So then you select here 31st January, you will select 18 hours. 31st January, and in the time you will select 18 hours. You've got an entire day to finish, right? Change the timing to 18 and hold your screen. Okay, let your friends have a good look. So guys, please have a look. You have to select 31st January and you make sure that it is 6 p.m. means 18 hours.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Now you click on the select and this time limit will be set on the milestone, and milestone will physically be moved onto the 31st of January. Click select here. So immediately you will see that the milestone has moved to the 31st of January. Now the milestone will be standing there rock solid, right? And it will act as a reference. And also, guys, you should notice whenever you apply a constraint, you will always see a star. You see the star here? Star means that this date has been constrained, either on the finish or the start. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, so this milestone is gone to the particular date. Now I call my engineering team and tell these guys, we have to plan these activities according to the engineering sequence. We have to apply the dependencies, right? And the relationships, right? We have to determine the dependencies and apply the relationships. So I asked my engineering team, who is a bunch of young guys, and you know what is the tendency when you are a new project manager? You have a tendency to set all the activities and finish to start. And this is what the guys did. So they set up all these activity in the finish to start. So let us do it, okay, and see what is the effect. So guys, you select it from top to the bottom like this, okay, and then you link, okay. So Misbah, go ahead and link. You right click and link activities. So link will create finish to start relationship. So that is the default, because finish to start being the most common, it is programmed. So this is what they did. Now, after they did this, now guys, please look at the total float column. So what does the total float column say?
Minus 15
Minus
days.
15.
So what is the interpretation of minus 15?
15 days late. So
It is
finish.
15 days later than the milestone date. So you are 15 days delayed in the planning. So not to worry, because you're still in the planning stage, right? You're not actually delayed. You haven't done anything yet, right? So you are still planning. So basically, this negative float is basically it's a friendly message from the Primavera. Look, Mesba, that your plan has exceeded the finish date as indicated by the milestone, because the milestone is standing there like a lighthouse. In earlier days, the sailors, they will get the reference from the lighthouse, from the Morse code. The man at the lighthouse will tell them what is the longitude and latitude, which country you are near to, and what is your position, right? Do you get the point? So this milestone tells the activity that you have exceeded, you have gone beyond your limit by 15 days. Now, I can just tell you how to fix it, but I have to explain something first, which is part of the project management. It is called schedule compression. Without understanding the schedule compression, you cannot implement this finish milestone, right? Now let us go into understanding the schedule compression. So here is the schedule compression. So Mesba, please read it loud and clear to the kids here.
Schedule compression, reducing the originally planned duration of the project activities.
Now schedule
So
compression
duration
has
has to be reduced.
yeah, great. Now it has got two techniques. So read.
First, tracking when the FS is replaced with SS or FF to put the activities in a parallel. Crashing, when fast tracking is not possible, then we can add more resource to individual activities to reduce the overall duration of the network path.
Right? Okay, so these are two schedule compression techniques. So why do we prefer the fast tracking first? If you look at the fast tracking, so in the fast tracking, I'm not having to ask for any extra resources, because tell me guys, what is more difficult? Getting an approval for the resources, or basically rearranging the activities in parallel? Tell me.
Rearranging activity will be easier.
Yeah.
I don't get any approval.
Absolutely right. So, that is called the logical understanding. So, you don't have to go to the resource manager, have a meeting. So, you just think over it, utilize some of the experience from your past. Oh, normally, everybody has a tendency to put everything in finish to start. So, you draw upon your experience, you draw upon the past knowledge, then you say, yes, I've seen that it can be done a little bit in start to start with some lag time or lead time or something like that, but we don't have to wait for the entire predecessor to finish before we can start the successor. So that is when we do the fast tracking. So when we run out of the options of fast tracking, then we do the crashing. So in the crashing, what we do, so we apply more resources for a shorter duration time to get it done quickly. That is called crashing. You can read it like crushing, right? Crushing the duration by applying more pressure of man and machine, right? Is it clear? Okay, now let's see how we can apply the schedule compression technique in this plan. Okay, so
Excuse me, I have a question. I'm sorry.
yes.
I can't see the link icon on my dashboard. I don't know.
Which one?
The link icon symbol.
Delete.
The link LINK.
This link. Oh no,
Yeah, I can't see.
see, you got to select something. If your cursor is in here, you don't get that until and unless you select something. First you select. Okay.
Yeah, selected everything.
After that you right click, then only you will get link. But if you're keeping your cursor here and trying to find the link, then you won't see link. It is not activable here. Do you see that? My cursor is on the group. It won't link anything. There is nothing to link.
Thank you, I got it.
These two activities have to be selected before you can use the link, because all these tools, they have a logic inbuilt. They will work if the context is there. Since the context is not there, so that tool is disabled, right?
Yeah, thank you, sir.
After you have linked, so you will see like this. Now what's happening is that now my team is saying, boss, please help us, because we are exceeding the plan. I mean, exceeding the promise to finish date in the contract by 15 days. So then I look closely at the relationship between A and B. Now, when I look at the details, so in the details, I can see in the relationship tab that A and B, they are related by the finish to start. Do you see this relationship? Finish to start, successor. So then I
Yes.
drop upon my knowledge and experience. I say, guys, we can do it in start to start. So may as well just go ahead and change it to start to start. Change the relationship type to start to start. Start to start. So after you have changed it to the start to start, do you see that the duration is reduced, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you can see that the duration is reduced and as well as the negative float is also reduced. Then we focus upon the relationship between C to D. So then I go over to the activity C. Then I see that, oh, this is basically it is possible to change this relationship to finish to finish. So you change it to finish, right? Quickly change it to finish. Finish to finish.
FF.
FF.
Yes.
Now you will see that when these two activities come in the parallel, it is further reducing the float. The minus float is now reduced from minus 15 to minus 3. Now there are three more activities to go. Then my team members are asking, boss, is it possible to change the relationship type between E and F? I said no. Because E and F is compulsorily finished to start and F and G are also compulsorily finished to start because technically the outcome of E is compulsorily required in the F and outcome of F is compulsorily required in the G. So it means the E has to be compulsorily finished before the F and F has to be compulsorily finished before the G. So then what is possible? Then what is possible is crushing or crashing. So what we do for these three activities, we increase the man and machine combination being utilized, and what we then do that we reduce the duration to 4 days each for EFG by increasing man and machine. So guys, go ahead and change the duration of EFG to 4 days each. 4 days, 4 days, four. I said four. FOUR 4. Okay, so guys, as soon as I make it at 4, it leaves me with a comfortable float of 3 days. Guys, do you see that a 3 days float has been created?
Yes, sir.
Now, who is the real hero? It's not me. Actually, it is the finish milestone combined with the mandatory finish. Because what happens? Because once you combine it with the mandatory finish milestone, mandatory finish constraint, it pins down the milestone. It pins down the milestone on that particular date. So if you pin down the milestone on that particular date, then it serves as a point of reference to understand, are we having positive float or a negative float. So this time I'm having a 3 days comfortable negative, the positive float, and I can freeze my plan here and continue the work. And if there is any unforeseen circumstance, of course, I've got the 3 days margin to use. Right, guys? It makes sense? So is this clear? Is this clear, guys? Guys, is this clear? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay, good.
I have a question.
Yes,
I
good.
can see that the float on display is 3 days, but my float is 2 days.
Yeah, so that might be due to the calendar. So let me have a look if I can find it, or else we can move on. Okay. If I can find it, because we have a time constraint, right?
That's right.
You see that the difference it makes.
16 hours.
Not 16, but it should be 18. So 18 is actually the 6 p.m., right?
Yes, please. Oh,
Right.
yeah.
It's fine.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Now, guys, so I'm sure that it is all clear. Now, Mesba, please share your screen once again. So, Chucks, you are here?
Yeah, I'm here, sir.
No, I'm asking Chucks.
Yeah, I'm here.
He's trying to finish from his previous 3 batches. But, he's a very busy man, so he could not complete. So, he's here today. I hope that you completed well today, right? Okay, good. So, now we are going to, no, Nikhil, you're not, Nikhil, do you have any problem on your screen?
Yeah, but I don't have this. I'm just watching.
Okay, so you will be here for full day today? So you will be here full day today? You will be here full day?
Yeah, I'm here for the whole day.
Okay. Okay. So, Misbah, you share your screen. I hope you will do the project also, right?
This current one you're doing now?
Okay. So, guys, tell me if you have any questions on the date constraint, then we have to close this chapter and move on to the activity types.
Yeah, move on, sir.
Okay, great. So we will close this and then we will move on to the activity types. So guys, for the activity types, please select your lesson number 1, make a control C and control V like this, and then you will create the lesson number 5 and you rename that as activity types. Make a copy of the lesson number 1 and then you rename this as activity types. Okay, please write here activity types quickly. Okay, great. Now you open this. So basically, this is a copy from your lesson number 1. So in the activity types, it's a Primavera only feature. So we will create a project plan and we will create a small little project plan and we will understand the activity types. So activity types are basically a great feature in which we change the activity type, which further help us in fine-tuning adjust the schedule. See, this is the rule number 5. If you look at the rule number 5, it says schedule is adjusted by activity types and it says only Primavera. Only Primavera has this facility of activity types. Okay. So guys, please confirm that you are here. Okay. Now, if you are here, new ones, not the previous ones. New ones are Aditya, Ashwini, Atasham. Guys, you please confirm, and the Bunmi also. Please confirm that you are here.
Yes, sir. We are here, sir.
Okay, great. Now you rename the first activity as project management. You write the name project management.
No, I'm not here. The projects we copied, I don't know.
Yeah, so
I have scheduling with calendar. The project I have scheduling with calendar.
Okay, so you copy this, make a copy. It will create a lesson 5 quickly. You press Control C and Control V.
Okay, copy L1. All right.
And then once you get lesson 5, you rename the project name as activity types and you get into it.
The demo screen, it is all the activities showing in green color, sir, Gantt chart, but in my screen, it is showing in red color, sir.
Yeah, because this thing has been basically it has been scheduled, so that's why it is showing in red. It doesn't matter. Okay. Because if you are going to do something, it will automatically reschedule, then the red color will come. See, basically, if you are seeing like this, it's okay. Like this, you are seeing like this, it's okay because the float has been calculated, right? So basically, the software is now set in the automatic mode. It is going to show the red color for the critical path. Since all these paths are equally the longest, so all of them are being shown as red color. Right.
But sir, in finish date, sir, it is while taking duration 6 days, it is showing 8 January, sir. While in demo screen it is showing 6 January.
It is 26 January because it is a 6-day task and the project is starting from the 1st. Check your calendar. There's something wrong with your calendar, right?
Maybe.
Or check the duration, right?
Okay.
If it's a 6-day task, it is supposed to finish on the 6th. Okay. Now, guys, we will. Bunmi, you are here?
Yeah, sir.
I just create the project. So I'm gonna name it project management. Name the first task project management.
And the next task you rename as quality management.
Project management.
See, guys, let me tell you what we are doing here. We are creating a small project plan to install railway track between two cities, right? Now, this is a very small plan, and through which we will understand that what is the utility and what is the functionality and utility of activity types, right?
Okay, so
Everybody, please confirm that you have written these two activities, project management and quality management. Have you done that?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I've done that. So why is our activity red?
Yeah, they're red because they are all equally the longest. They are all critical, and which will change when we relate more activities. So that's going to change. Just don't worry about that.
But mine is green.
Yeah, because it's a fresh file. You have not done the scheduling, right? But it will get done. When you do some changes, it will get done. Just don't worry. Okay. Everything will look the same. Everyone's screen will look the same. So, guys, these two activities,
sir.
after having written these two activities, now I have to put the rest of the activities in the WBS group. So, go to the WBS button. Go into the WBS button, and then you create the WBS group here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go to the WBS tab, and then you click on this plus sign, and then you write the WBS name as Setup Railway Tracks. Setup Railway Tracks. Okay. Quickly, Misbah, react quickly. Setup Railway Tracks. No, I'm asking you to write something. Setup Railway Tracks.
Can I be a part of this? Hello?
Yes. Tell me what happened. You're saying something. Can you please speak near the mic? So your voice is sounding like muffled. I can't make out the words.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. You want to. Okay, just give me the remote control. I will help you get there.
Okay.
No, activity types you had done already, right? You had already done activity types. Did you see this data here? Right? You just wait for some time. I think you should catch up with us when we do the project, right? So you just wait. Okay.
Okay, I was okay. I just want.
Okay, fine. So, Misbah, you please share your screen. Okay, so guys, have you created this WBS?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so after you create the WBS, you move to the activity tab. You click on the activity tab to get there. Misbah, please react quickly.
What have to say? Okay, sorry, sir.
I'm pointing, I'm talking, I'm telling you. Okay, so please cut all these activities and cut them and move them into 5.1. Okay, select them, cut them, move them.
Okay, shift. Control X.
Yes, correct. Control X. Yes, sure.
And then
you place the here. You select 5.1 and do Control V. Control V. Okay, so after you have done this, then you come to this activity. You write this activity, rename this as Site Supervision. Site supervision. No, it's a single word. Supervision. Supervision. I said vision. Not
VIS.
VISION.
Oh, vision. VISION.
That's present.
Oh, site supervision. Okay.
Correct. Now the next activity is lay gravel bed. So let me write it. So basically, when you lay the railway tracks, you have to lay the gravel bed. Now you write the next activity as install tracks. Install tracks. Now write the next activity as install track fencing. Okay. Install track fencing. Okay. Okay, just wait. So guys, please confirm that you are up to here. You have done up to here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now
Yes, sir.
we will set up another group and we will come back and put the rest of the activities in that group. So guys, please click on the WBS button, or you can click on the WBS tab as well. So whichever way you want. Okay, now place your cursor on the parent. Bring your cursor onto the parent. That is the project. Okay, so this is the project. Now click on the add button to add a new child element. Click on the add button on the right side to create a new child element, right? No, why are you pressing multiple times? Why is it happening again and again? See, we have to exercise certain discipline, okay? I asked you to press only once. Okay, you press it only once. Because, people are watching your screen. You are the demo guy. They will make the same mistake, right? Okay, now here you write commissioning. Just write the word commissioning. Yeah, press enter. Now come to the activities tab. So you will see the commissioning at the bottom. So what you do, you select all these tasks and cut them and you move them into the commissioning group, right? Okay. So guys, please confirm you are all here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now
Yes, sir.
this activity, yes, good, thanks. Now this activity you rename as do pilot. Oh, see, guys, there is one more activity which is to be included here. So what you do, that you move this activity 1060, you cut that and move that below install track fencing, and you write here do parallel track testing. Do parallel track testing. Do parallel track testing. And press enter. So guys, please move one activity into the previous group. You can do it using the Control X, Control V, like that. So once you have done, please tell me.
Done, sir.
Good. Now this activity should be 1070. You write here do pilot testing. Do pilot testing. Now you write the next activity as external testing and commissioning. External testing and commissioning. Correct. Now, the remaining activities after the external testing and commissioning, they are to be selected, all of them to be selected and deleted, right? So what you do, you select all these activities here and then you delete them using the delete button. We don't need them, so we take them out, right? Okay, guys, first of all, confirm that you have a plan like this, right? So, guys, you are up to date here up till this point. Guys, please confirm. Ashwini, Aditya, Atesham,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Unmi,
Yes, sir.
you
Yes, sir,
four
yes.
you four are synchronized. Okay, guys.
Yes, sir.
Okay, guys. Now listen to me very carefully, and you do it step by step. I'll not be going fast. Okay, and please no rewinds, guys. Everybody, please select 1030. Everybody, please select 1030.
Wait a second, sir.
Okay. So, guys, done. Have you selected 10330?
Yes, sir.
Now listen to me carefully. Press the control button on the left side with your left hand. Press the control button on the left side with your left hand. Press the control button. You have done? Have you pressed the control button?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes.
Now with your right hand, you click and select 1040. Have you done that?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Then,
sir.
then you select 1070. Have you done that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Then you select 1080. Have you done that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now release the control button. Then you right click here. Guys, look at the demo screen. Have you done the right click?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Now you select link activities. Now only these 4 activities will be linked, right? So these activities, basically, if you want to jump certain activities in the selection process, you use the control button. When you want to select the activities continuously in a row, then you use the shift button. Guys, is it clear what is the utility of the control button in the selection process?
Yes, sir.
Control button lets you select the activities selectively, right? So just keep that in mind. Now, this is the plan that we have created. Your plan should be looking like this. So you will having these 4 activities which are related, and they are the critical path. Now, let us come to the point. So guys, there is an activity here, project management. So what is the duration of the project? Guys, tell me from the top line, what is the duration?
24 days.
So how long the project manager should be assigned on a project? Should he be 6 days or 24 days?
24 days.
24 days.
24 days, of course, 24 days, because the project manager is the person who is the owner of the project. He is with the project from the beginning till the end. So that is why the project manager must be applied for all the duration of the project. So normally, what we would do after the planning is complete or nearly complete, we will go into the project management column. So why do we need to create this activity? Yes, guys, that's a question also. I have to create an activity for the project manager myself. I have to create an activity for myself because I also have a resource record in the resource listing. I have to apply my resource to this activity to create my timesheet. Because if I don't create my timesheet, I don't know what is my timetable and don't know what is my cost to the project, right? Because the project manager is also a resource into the project. The cost of utilizing the project manager should be also calculated, right, guys? Clear or not?
Yes, sir.
So that is why we create an activity for project manager, for the quality manager, because the quality manager is the guy who is basically writing and determining the quality acceptance criteria from the beginning. Because according to the PMI standards, the quality has to be planned in. Quality cannot be inspected in, because by the time you inspect something, it might be too late, right? Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now let us change the duration to 24 days. Okay, so guys, so now the duration of the project manager has become equal to the project. Now, since you're still in the planning stage, people might be updating, they might still be updating their duration or fine-tuning the durations, right? So there is a person who is a specialist of laying the tracks, install tracks. He says that, boss, the duration of the stall tracks should be 12 days. So make it as 12 days. Make it as 12 days and see that what happens. Now, guys, do you see that the duration of the project has increased to 30, whereas the duration of the project management is still 24. It is not updated. It means that every time the duration of the project is getting updated, you have to come back and update the duration of the project management, not only the project management, but also of the quality management also as well. So it means that no, hold on. Listen to me carefully. I'm trying to sell something first. Okay. So basically, these two have to be automated. In the Primavera, they have a very elegant solution called activity types, in which you can set the activity to the automatic mode so that they get updated for the duration from their mother WBS, right? So who is the mother WBS for these two activities? It is the project itself, activity types, right, guys? That is the mother.
Yes,
right? So they're under this parent and they will derive the duration from the parent automatically, easing your burden, because you don't have to find out that which activities need to be kept equal to the project duration so that the timesheet can be created properly and fully, right? Now, this is the great benefit of the Primavera. So guys, I had told you that this is a Primavera only feature. Read this, guys. What does it say here? Only Primavera, right?
only Primavera.
Yes. Now keep this in mind. This can be an advantage if you know it. This can be a great disadvantage. If you're asked in an interview, you can't answer this, right? I'm going to teach it to you in such a way that you will be able to explain it naturally without mugging, right? You don't have to mug it. Okay, you have to be a natural user for it. Now, we will make sure that this activity becomes automatic. Now, we will go into the general tab. Guys, please come into the general tab. Make sure that the project management is selected. In the general tab, you will see activity type. There is a drop down and you select WBS summary. Select WBS summary. Right? As soon as you select the WBS summary, guys, did you notice something on the top? Did you notice the duration? Yes or no? Okay. Now do the same with the quality management also. Select the activity quality management and change the activity type to WBS summary. WBS summary.
Yes, sir.
Now, guys, did you note something this time?
Yes,
So these two have automatically become equal to their mother. Who is the mother? The project itself, because they're under the WBS, which is the project itself, because the project itself is the main WBS. Now, guys, we will see the magic here. Now, the magic is that you go to the projects folder here. Everyone, please confirm that you are into the project folder now.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You are here, right? Okay, so after you have gotten into the project
sir.
folder,
Yes, sir.
so then you click and get into the folder. You will see this project file and you select it and click on the open. So after you click on the open, you will see the file name and the path, right? So it should be looking like this. So is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you click on the next button. Click on the next. So after that, you will have to select the import to. Where do you want to import? So guys, you click here, import to, and you will see a pop-up. It says select EPS to add into. Which EPS? So you will add it into the learning and development, because you are keeping all your projects in the learning and development portfolio, right? Have you selected? Have you selected the learning and development?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now click on the plus button to select it, and it should be showing you here import to learning and development. So, this project is going to land up here in the learning and development, right? Okay, now you click on the next. Click on the next button, and then click on the next one, and then click finish. So after you click finish, you will see the project will appear here. The project appears here, right? So it will be having this name. So because your project will have some name, so this will be distinct. And if the code is same, you will see after import, it will get a -1. So guys, do you see SD2024-1 or something like that? Because if you already had the project ID SD2024 existing in your list, the new one which comes in, it will get a -1, right? Do you get the project here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we will go and open the project. We will open the project. We will look at the data. Okay. So after we look at the data, and we will expose all the columns. So we can see the data here, and the data seems fine. And we will go into the resources tab where you will find the resources should be neatly grouped under ITRM. Okay. Do you see that the RM group here in the resources? Please go into the resources, guys. Please go into the resources.
I'm having conflict. You can have two of it.
Okay. So now, after going into the resources, you should be able to see ITRM. And first of all, you collapse all the data and you push the ITRM group to the top. Right? After you push the ITRM group to the top, it will look like this. And then let's have a look at the calendar. The calendar which came with this, guys, is SD2024. Guys, do you see this calendar? Please click on the calendar tool. And in the calendar, you set SD2024 to the default calendar. Okay, because this is the calendar which came with this. And please set it to the default value in the global. You find it in the global. Everybody, please confirm that you have done this.
Sorry, I have a different thing. Don't know how to. Okay.
Okay, guys, you have done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Yes,
So
sir.
after you set SD2024 to the default, you close this box, then come back to the activities tab. And in the activities tab, you will see this set of the columns, right?
Okay.
Okay. So you're here, guys. Please expand the full data. Expand all. Click on the expand all button. You should be seeing this. Now, I want you to click on the Gantt chart. Everybody click on the Gantt chart and you divide the screen like a sort of 50-50 and make the and you zoom out. Okay, zoom out till you see the month and week combination and make sure that the entire project timeline should be visible on the screen like this. Please rearrange your screen to look like this. Okay, you take the month and week combination and place it in the center so that you can see the entire project. So the project should be visible to you.
I'm getting a different thing. I don't have this. I can't find it in my own.
Okay, just wait. So let me complete the process, then I will come and check yours. You just try to adjust, try to see as much as you can do. So then I will come and check your screen, okay?
Sir, can you show us how you make this one, a Gantt chart?
So guys, there is, I see there is something wrong in this data. Just a moment, guys. So let me, I noticed something here. So guys, please go and look at your data because I see that that these dates, basically, this should be the finish milestone. So everybody please convert them to the finish milestone. Everybody please go into the general and you select the finish milestone, right? You select the finish milestone like this. Everybody
Easy activity
convert
is
this
it is
zero
wrong,
duration
sir.
activities into the finish milestone.
Easy activity is wrong.
Chakzi, you can do it too. Okay, so I'll solve the other problem. Please
The one I
convert
imported
this
is
into
not
the finish milestone.
working. My challenge now is that the one I import, this import is not working for me.
Okay, just
I'm
wait.
not-
Then let
I'm
me
not
complete
saying-
this, then I will come to your screen. So please convert this to the finish milestone. All these zero duration which are telling you completed, complete. So these are all the achievements, and achievements are marked by the finish milestone activity type, right?
We done it finish milestone before.
I don't know then why it doesn't show up here as finish milestone, so you have to fix the data. Okay.
Okay.
Finish milestone. So guys, make sure that all these are finish milestone on your screen. So the last ones are the finish milestone. So now all these zero duration activities are now finish milestone. Okay.
Which one is finished milestone? Only the last one.
The zero duration, requirement defined, planning complete. All
Integration testing complete, sir. It is milestone.
Yeah. So all these are finished milestone. That's zero duration. Okay. Yeah. So here, this is finished milestone, and this is the finished milestone. Planning complete, solution design. This is finished milestone. All these are finished milestone. Please change the activity type into the finished milestone. Right. Okay. Now, after you have done this, please subdivide the screen into the Gantt chart, and in the Gantt chart, make sure the entire project line is displayed here, right? The project timeline. Guys, do you have the screen like this? Please rearrange. Okay. After that, after you have put the Gantt chart here and you have brought this time scale, so this time scale should be brought to the level of months and weeks, right? After you have made it months and weeks, and you place it in such a way so that it is entirely visible on the Gantt chart portion of the screen, right? The entire Gantt chart should be visible. Now, after this, you should click on this is the resource graph button. Everybody, please click on this resource graph button. Click on the resource graph. Now, once you click the resource graph, the screen is split horizontally, right? And then you go to the display, because I'm not basically interested in all resources. I'm only interested in the resources which I have applied in my project. So you should select in the filter by, you should select the option current project resources. Current project resources. That's what I need to look at. Right, guys? Current project resources. Okay, after you select the current project resources, the screen is going to look like this, right? And then you can basically pull the vertical divider a little bit toward the left, and you select the management team. So guys, once you select the management team, okay, so this graph appears. So you will see a bar graph here. Okay.
Repeat one, sir. I'm little.
I'm not following what you're doing now. I'm kind of lost.
Repeat one, sir.
Because
so you will get this bar graph, and just a moment, guys. I need to make sure that the calendar is the correct one, because what I'm getting is a very flat calendar. Actually, the calendar is not flat. Okay, the calendar should not be flat, because this calendar, it has got many off days, and this capacity line should be zigzag. It shouldn't be like that. Okay, so let me check out the calendar which is being utilized in this project. Let me have a look. So if this data is not good, I will take it from another computer. Okay, just wait.
Take from mine.
So yeah, so I need to check this one also, that what's wrong with this, because the person's learning process must be complete. Person must know what is wrong. So you are using the calendar SD2024, right? Now let me see what is wrong with SD2024. Why is it giving a flat line? It should not be giving a flat line, because some of the days are off. Some of the days are off days. So that should be showing. So this is fine. So let me have the work week. Yeah, the work week is fine. The detailed work week is fine. Yeah, that is fine. So let me look at the March here. This is correct. 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 So everything seems to be okay. But why this line is coming in as flat? That's a mystery for me. So I have all the activities are showing the correct calendar SD 2024. The calendar is correct, and basically this graph is having this capacity line is turning out to be flat, and which is not the right thing. Actually, the capacity line should be having a sort of a up-down pattern according to the working capacity of the week. So I have no idea that why it is happening here. So let me check all the resources. I don't know if the resources are utilizing a different calendar. See, guys, you know that why it is flat. See, look carefully here. Do you see the resource calendar? What's wrong with the data? All the resources are having the IST calendar. That's why the resource graph is flat. Okay, so now what I have to do, I have to reject this data. I have to get another data. So share your screen. Who is having a perfect data?
Aditya, sir.
Aditya, yeah. Please share your screen. So guys, we'll have to spend a little bit more time, okay, fixing this. Okay, so basically when you create the resource, I told you to be careful to use the project calendar only. So let me have a look at this data first. So this data is having the ITRM group. So all the resources are in this group. Test engineer. So test engineer should be only one. So you are.
No, this is older
not
data,
the
sir.
one.
Sir,
Yeah.
this is older data. You just go to the project. You can check that one, sir.
Yeah. So where is no? Just wait. Let me have a look. So guys, this resource, you are not using this resource? I think because if you look at the assigned to the current project, if you look at that assigned to the current project, actually this is the data which we are looking at assigned to the current project. No, how do you come to assign this resource into the current project? Finish carpenter. Why is it showing the tick mark assigned to the current project? Where did you assign this? No,
This
you
is
should.
the data shared by you, sir. But my project is this one, sir.
So you show me your the project, okay?
This one.
Which one is that?
Upper one, sir.
Okay, the upper one, right? So
Yes, sir.
basically, we will open this one, and then we will have a look at the resources. Now, the resources what we have should not be having this thing assigned to the current project. So let's have a look at the top level group, ITRM group. So what is there in the ITRM group? Trainer, yes, assigned to the current project. Test engineers, no, we are not using this test engineer. So let me remove this from here. So let me put it into another group. So guys, can I have a clean data because we are getting late? Trainer. So which trainer you are using? Where is the trainer? So if you are not using this trainer, then which trainer have you applied? See, this trainer is unchecked. Do you see that assigned to current project? No, this one is not assigned to the current project. Okay, so that trainer is there. Okay. So now we will basically have to take this out of the group. All the resources which you are not using. So you are not using this QA manager. So this will go out of this group. Okay, so that it will go there. And we are also not using this rented PC. So you are using the code REPC, right? So we will take this data out of here. And now let's look if there is any other resource assigned to the current project which says assigned to the current project labor iron worker. Where did you use it? It says assigned to the current project. This one says assigned project control. Where did you use this resource? No, that should not be having the check mark. Okay. So anyways, I assume that it is showing up wrongly. So let me refresh the data. Okay. So then I go to the top of the list. ITRM should be at the top. So I believe that all the resources are here now. Programmer. So which programmer you have used? No, not this one. So this one should be out of the group, right? So this goes out of the group. Now let me assume that all the resources which you need. You have used trainer, test engineer, system analyst, rented PC, QA manager, project manager, programmer, management team. Okay, so I believe that all the resources. So guys, make sure that we are not missing any resource, right? Okay, now let me go to the activities and have a look at the total cost. The total cost is 191,680. This seems perfect. So let me export it. So now I click on the next, I click on the project, and then, so we have clearly name here. Okay, and then I go into this folder, Primavera. So I have to first delete this file. I just want to make sure that it doesn't mess up. So I delete the previous file and then I click on the save. And then I say that yes. And then I click on the finish. Okay. Now I close this thing. Okay. Now it is there now. Now I minimize this one. So Aditya, please share the entire screen so that I can put it into the chat box. So guys, we have to move quickly. Please understand.
So should we delete the one we took before?
Just please wait because I am not able to understand you. I'll come to your screen. I will fix things there. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, because I can only understand you when I see your screen. Yeah. So now I will go into the WhatsApp, and from the WhatsApp I will go into the group, and then I have to know which folder is it placed. So it is placed in the project folder. So I'll copy the path from here. Now I will come to the browser and then I select the option documents. And after I select the option documents, I go into the projects and then I pick up this file and send it into the group. After I send it into the group, okay, so this comes here. So Misbah, do one thing, go to your mobile, download this file and mail it to yourself, please. Right? I'm going to help Chuck. So Chuck, please share your screen. So guys, I'm going to show you how to import this data. I hope that this time it turns out right. Okay. So Misbah, go to your mobile, download that file, send it to yourself in the mail. Give me the remote control. So we are going to close this project because we are going to use the current file, the current data, and we will place our cursor on the learning and development because we want this file to land up here. Okay, then so check where is your WhatsApp? First we got to download the file, right? So this is the file. So we download this. Okay, so we go into this download folder. Now from the download folder, we pick it up, copy. Then we go into the work area folder in your data partition, which is good. And then we go into the Primavera. Then we go into the projects. We make sure that the previous copy is deleted so that we are not confused. Now we paste the current copy. So after pasting the current copy, I go into the Primavera, then select XCR to import the entire project, and then I browse into the projects folder. So guys, you are here. I'm pausing for a while. Okay, make sure that you are here.
Sir, I didn't need to do no, sir.
Okay, now click on the open. Now click on the next and make sure that you select import to L&D, right? Learning and development. And guys, import action should be create new project. If by chance the previous project is there and you should import action, create new project, and you should import into the learning and development, L&D, right? Make sure that it is import to L&D, then click next, then next, and then click finish. So once you are done, it will import and the project data will show up here in the list. Do you see? There is a cleanly, the name is written Aditya and Nikhil, right? Now, the calendar which is used by them is SD2024 calendar. So they've written the full name. Now we are going to make this calendar as the default calendar. SD2024 calendar should be set as the default. Okay, from the project attribute, please look and make the same calendar as the default calendar in your system. Right, guys? I'm pausing here. Please do it. So you have done. Okay, guys, you are done.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Now, after you set this as the default, you close this. Okay. Now we will open the data and have a look what it shows us. So then I open only the columns and switch off the details, and it is showing me the correct data. No, it is basically having the setup. Just a moment, because the resource leveling was done on a system. I think that is why the resource leveling automatic is set up. So I click on the level button. So the date should be showing up as the 4th of the June. After I reschedule this, it is showing 4th of June. And I go into the resources, and ITRM group should be visible. So I collapse it all. ITRM group is there. So in